Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Charles IV of Germany publishes his Golden Bull, A.D. 1356, by Sir Robert Comyn. The Golden Bull of Charles IV of Germany, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, first published at the Diet of Nuremberg in 1356, was a charter, sometimes called the Magna Carta of Germany, regulating the election of the emperor. It was called golden because the seal attached to the parchment on which it was engrossed was of gold instead of the customary lead. In a diet at Metz in the same year, 6 additional clauses were promulgated. By some historians, the origin of the Imperial Electoral College is assigned to the year 1125, when at the election of Lothair II, certain of the nobles and church dignitaries made a selection of candidates to be voted for. But until the promulgation of the Golden Bull, the constitution and prerogatives of the college were never definitely ascertained. The personal traits and the languid reign of Charles IV have been treated by historians with derision. He forgot the general welfare of the empire in his eagerness to enrich his own house and aggrandize his paternal kingdom of Bohemia. The one remarkable law which emanated from him, and whereby alone his reign is distinguished in the constitutional history of the empire, is that embodied in the Golden Bull. By this instrument, the dignity of the electors was greatly enhanced, and the disputes which had arisen between members of the same house as to their right of suffrage were terminated. The number of electors was absolutely restricted to 7. After a solemn invocation of the Trinity, a reprobation of the 7 deadly sins, an appointed allusion to the 7 candlesticks and the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost, the Golden Bull proceeds to the subject of the imperial election. It provides, in the first place, for the safe conduct of the 7 electors to and from Frankfurt on the Main, which is fixed as the place of election. It directs the Archbishop of Mainz to summon the electors upon the death of the emperor, and regulates the manner in which their proxies are to be appointed. It enjoins the citizens of Frankfurt to protect the assembled electors, and forbids them to admit any stranger into the city during the election. It next prescribes the form of oath to be taken by the electors, and also forbids them to quit the city before the completion of the election, and after 30 days restricts their diet to bread and water. A majority of votes is to decide the election, and in case any elector obtains 3 votes, his own vote is to be taken in his favor. The precedence of the electors is thus settled. First, the archbishops of Mainz, Cologne, and Treves. Then the King of Bohemia, the Count Palatine, the Duke of Saxony, and the Margrave of Brandenburg. The elector of Treves is to vote first, then the elector of Cologne, then the secular electors, and the elector of Mainz is finally to collect the votes and deliver his own. The elector of Cologne is to perform the coronation. At all feasts, the Margrave of Brandenburg, as Grand Chamberlain, is to present the emperor with water to wash. The King of Bohemia, as cupbearer, is to offer the goblet of wine. The Count Palatine, as Grand Steward, is to set the first dish on the table, and the Duke of Saxony is to officiate as Grand Marshal. The Count Palatine and the Duke of Saxony are declared vicars of the empire during the vacancy of the throne. An exclusive jurisdiction is guaranteed to the electors, and their precedence over all other princes of Germany is enforced. The right of voting is vested in the eldest son of a deceased elector, provided he have attained the age of 18, and during the minority, the guardianship and vote are vested in the next kinsman of the deceased. If one of the lay electorates become vacant by default of heirs, it shall revert to the emperor and be by him disposed of, Bohemia excepted, where the vacancy is to be supplied by ancient mode of election. The electors are invested with the possession of all mines discovered within their respective territories. They are authorized to give refuge to the Jews and to receive dues payable within their states. They are also privileged to coin money and to purchase lands subject to the feudal rights of the sovereign. A yearly assembly of the electors in one of the imperial cities is enjoined. All privileges granted to any city or community prejudicial to the rights of the electors are revoked. All fraudulent resignations of fiefs by vassals, with intent to attack their lords, are declared void. All leagues, associations, and confederacies not sanctioned by law are made punishable by fine, and all burgesses and subjects of princes and nobles are to adhere to their original subjection, and not to claim any rights or exemptions as burgesses of any city unless actually domiciled therein. Challenges, with design of destroying another's property or to committing any outrage, are prohibited, and all challenges are to be given 3 days before the onset. The forms of summoning electors and of their delegation of proxies are laid down, and the right of voting, as well as all other rights, is declared inseparably incident to the electoral principality. On grand occasions the Duke of Saxony is to carry the sword, the Count Palatine the globe, the Margrave of Brandenburg the scepter. In celebrating Mass before the Emperor, the benedictions are to be pronounced by the senior spiritual elector present. All persons conspiring against the lives of the electors are declared guilty of lèse-majesty and shall forfeit their lives and possessions. The lives of their sons, though justly forfeited, are spared only by the particular bounty of the emperor, but they are declared incapable of holding any property, honor, or dignity, and doomed to perpetual poverty. The daughters are permitted to enjoy 1/4 of their mother's succession. The secular principalities, Bohemia, the Palatinate, the Duchy of Saxony, and the Margravate of Brandenburg, are declared indivisible and entire, descendable in the male line. On all the solemn occasions the electors shall attend the emperor, and the arch-chancellors shall carry the seals. And the bull then proceeds minutely to point out the manner in which the electors are to exercise their ministerial functions at the imperial banquet, and regulates the order and disposition of the imperial and electoral tables. Frankfurt is again declared as the place of election, Aix-la-Chapelle of coronation, and Nuremberg for holding the first royal court. The electors are exempted from all payments on receiving their fiefs from their sovereign, but other princes are to pay certain fees, etc., to the imperial officers. Lastly, the secular electors are enjoined to instruct their sons in the Latin, Italian, and Slavonic tongues. At the final promulgation of the bull in the Diet of Metz, the emperor and empress feasted in the presence of the Dauphin, Charles V, and the legate of Pope Innocent VI, with all the pageantry and ceremonies prescribed by the new ordinances. The imperial tables were spread in the grand square of the city. Rudolph, Duke of Saxe-Wittenberg, attended with a silver measure of oats and marshaled the order of the company. Louis II, Margrave of Brandenburg, presented to the emperor the golden basin with water and fair napkins. Rupert, Count Palatine, placed the first dish upon the table, and the emperor's brother Wenceslaus, representing the King of Bohemia, officiated as cupbearer. Lastly, the princes of Schwarzburg and the deputy huntsman came with 3 hounds amid the loud din of horns, and carried up a stag and a boar to the table of the emperor. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Insurrection of the Jacquerie in France, A.D. 1358, by Sir John Froissart. The defeat of the French under King John II at Poitiers by the British forces of Edward the Black Prince, September 19, 1356, aroused great indignation among the common people of France, with scorn of the nobility, For these leaders, with an army of 60,000, had fled before an enemy whom they outnumbered 7-1. In the next assembly of the States General, the bourgeois obtained a preponderance so intolerable to the nobles that they withdrew to their homes. A little later, the deputies of the clergy also retired, leaving only the representatives of the cities, among whom the supremacy of the members from Paris was generally accepted, to deal with the affairs of the kingdom. At this point appeared a man who, in an age so uncivilized and somber, says Pierre Robequet, by wonderful instinct laid down and nearly succeeded in obtaining the adoption of the essential principles on which modern society is founded: the government of the country by elected representatives, taxes voted by representatives of the taxpayers, abolition of privileges founded upon right of birth, extension of political rights to all citizens, and subordination of traditional sovereignty to that of the nation. This man was Etienne Marcel, provost of the merchants of Paris, that is to say, mayor of the municipality, whom eminent historians have called the greatest personage of the 14th century. During a career of 3 years, his name dominates French history, a brief ascendancy, but of potent influence. His endeavor, in Thierry's view, was, as it were, a premature attempt at the grand designs of Providence, and the mirror of the bloody changes of fortune through which those designs were destined to advance to their accomplishment under the impulse of human passions. After the disaster of Poitiers, Marcel finished the fortifications of Paris and barricaded the streets, and in the assembly there he presided over the bourgeois, the third estate. In the growing conflict between the 2 other estates, nobles and clergy, and the third, Marcel armed the bourgeois and began an open revolution, thus organizing the Commune for carrying out his designs. The nobles were meanwhile laying heavier miseries upon the peasantry, and in the spring of 1358 occurred the rising of the Jacquerie, here described by Froissart, whose brilliant narrative is to be read in the light of modern critical judgment, which regards it as an exaggeration both of the numbers of the insurgents and their atrocities, while Froissart had no capacity for understanding the conditions which explain, if they do not also justify, the present revolt. This outbreak, to which Marcel gave his support, was enough to ruin his cause, and he died in a massacre, July 31st, 1358, having failed because the time was not yet ripe, and because the violence to which he lent his sanction was overcome by stronger violence. A marvelous and great tribulation befell the kingdom of France, in Beauvois's Brie, upon the river Marne, in the Launois, and in the neighborhood of Soissons. Some of the inhabitants of the country towns assembled together in Beauvois's, without any leader. They were not at first more than 100 men. They said that the nobles of the kingdom of France, knights and squires, were a disgrace to it, and that it would be a very meritorious act to destroy them all. To which proposition everyone assented, and added, shame befall him that should be the means of preventing the gentlemen from being wholly destroyed. They then, without further counsel, collected themselves in a body, and with no other arms than the staves shod with iron which some had, and others with knives, marched to the house of a knight who lived near, and breaking it open, murdered the knight, his lady, and all the children, both great and small. They then burned the house. After this, their second expedition was to the strong castle of another knight, which they took, and having tied him to a stake, many of them violated his wife and daughter before his eyes. They then murdered the lady, her daughter, and the other children, and last of all the knight himself with much cruelty. They destroyed and burned his castle. They did the like to many castles and handsome houses, and their numbers increased so much that they were in a short time upward of 6,000. Wherever they went, they received additions, for all of their rank in life followed them, while everyone else fled, carrying off with them their ladies, damsels, and children 10 or 20 leagues distant, where they thought they could place them in security, leaving their houses with all their riches in them. These wicked people, without leader and without arms, plundered and burned all the houses they came to, murdered every gentleman, and violated every lady and damsel they could find. He who committed the most atrocious actions, and such as no human creature would have imagined, was the most applauded and considered as the greatest man among them. I dare not write the horrible and inconceivable atrocities they committed on the persons of the ladies. Among other infamous acts, they murdered a knight, and having fastened him to a spit, roasted him before the eyes of his wife and his children, and forced her to eat some of her husband's flesh, and then knocked her brains out. They had chosen a king among them, who came from Clermont in Beauvoisis. He was elected as the worst of the bad, and they denominated him Jacques Bonhomme. These wretches burned and destroyed in the country of Beauvoisis and at Corbie, Amiens, and Montdidier, upward of 60 good houses and strong castles. By the acts of such traitors in the country of Brie and thereabout, it behooved every lady, knight, and squire, having the means of escape, to fly to Meaux, if they wished to preserve themselves from being insulted and afterward murdered. The Duchess of Normandy, the Duchess of Orleans, and many other ladies had adopted this course. These cursed people thus supported themselves in the countries between Paris, Noyon, and Soissons, and in all the territory of Coucy in the county of Valois. In the bishoprics of Noyon, Laon, and Soissons, there were upward of 100 castles and good houses of knights and squires destroyed. When the gentlemen of Beauvoisis, Corbie, Vermandois, and of the lands where these wretches were associated, saw to what lengths their madness had extended, they sent for succor to their friends in Flanders, Hainault, and Bohemia, from which places numbers soon came and united themselves with the gentlemen of the country. They began therefore to kill and destroy these wretches wherever they met them, and hung them up by troops on the nearest trees. The King of Navarre even destroyed in one day, near Clermont in Beauvoisis, upward of 3,000, but they were by this time so much increased in numbers that had they been all together, they would have amounted to more than 100,000. When they were asked for what reason they acted so wickedly, they replied they knew not, but they did so because they saw others do it, and they thought that by this means they should destroy all the nobles and gentlemen in the world. At this period, the Duke of Normandy, suspecting the King of Navarre, the provost of merchants, and those of his faction, for they were always unanimous in their sentiments, set out from Paris and went to the bridge at Charenton-upon-Marne, where he issued a special summons for the attendance of the crown vassals, and sent a defiance to the provost of merchants and to all those who should support him. The provost, being fearful he would return in the night time to Paris, which was then unenclosed, collected as many workmen as possible from all parts, and employed them to make ditches all around Paris. He also surrounded it by a wall with strong gates. For the space of 1 year there were 300 workmen daily employed, the expense of which was equal to maintaining an army. I must say that to surround with a sufficient defense such a city as Paris was an act of greater utility than any provost of merchants had ever done before, for otherwise it would have been plundered and destroyed several times by the different factions. At the time these wicked men were overrunning the country, the Earl of Foix and his cousin, the Captal of Buch, were returning from a crusade in Prussia. They were informed, on their entering France, of the distress the nobles were in, and they learned at the city of Chalons that the Duchess of Orleans and 300 other ladies, under the protection of the Duke of Orleans, were fled to Meaux on account of these disturbances. The two knights resolved to go to the assistance of these ladies, and to reinforce them with all their might, notwithstanding the Captal was attached to the English. But at that time there was a truce between the two kings. They might have in their company about 60 lances. They were most cheerfully received on their arrival at Meaux by the ladies and damsels, for these jacks and peasants of Brie had heard what number of ladies, married and unmarried, and young children of quality were in Meaux. They had united themselves with those of Valois and were on their road thither. On the other hand, those of Paris had also been informed of the treasures Meaux contained, and had set out from that place in crowds. Having met the others, they amounted together to 9,000 men. Their forces were augmenting every step they advanced. They came to the gates of the town, which the inhabitants opened to them and allowed them to enter. They did so in such numbers that all the streets were quite filled as far as the marketplace, which is tolerably strong, but it required to be guarded, though the river Marne nearly surrounds it. The noble dames who were lodged there, seeing such multitudes rushing toward them, were exceedingly frightened. On this, the two lords and their company advanced to the gate of the marketplace, which they had opened, and marching under the banners of the Earl of Foix and Duke of Orleans, and the pennon of the Captal of Buch, posted themselves in front of this peasantry, who were badly armed. When these banditti perceived such a troop of gentlemen so well equipped sally forth to guard the marketplace, the foremost of them began to fall back. The gentlemen then followed them, using their lances and swords. When they felt the weight of their blows, they, through fear, turned about so fast they fell over one another. All manner of armed persons then rushed out of the barriers, drove them before them, striking them down like beasts, and clearing the town of them, for they kept neither regularity nor order, slaying so many that they were tired. They flung them in great heaps into the river. In short, they killed upward of 7,000. Not one would have escaped if they had chosen to pursue them farther. On the return of the men-at-arms, they set fire to the town of Meaux, burned it, and all the peasants they could find were shut up in it, because they had been of the party of the Jacques. Since this discomfiture which happened to them at Meaux, they never collected again in any great bodies, for the young Enguerrand de Coucy had plenty of gentlemen under his orders, who destroyed them wherever they could be met with, without mercy. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conquests of Timur the Tartar, A.D. 1370 to 1405, by Edward Gibbon, Part 1. Timur, better known as Tamerlane, Timur the Lame, was born in Central Asia, probably in the village of Sebzar, near Samarkand, in Transoxiana, Turkestan. He is supposed to have been descended from a follower of Genghis Khan, founder of the Mongol Empire, or, as some say, directly by his mother's side from Genghis himself. He is the Tamerlane or the Tamburlaine of Marlowe and other dramatists. Gibbon introduces him in The Decline and Fall, apparently because fascinated with the subject, although he gives a historical reason, the fact that Timur's triumph in Asia delayed the final fall of Constantinople, taken by the Turks in 1453. In early youth, the future ruler of so vast an empire was engaged in struggles for ascendancy with the petty chiefs of rival tribes. His boundless ambition early conceived the conquest and monarchy of the world. His wish was to live in the memory and esteem of future ages. He was born in a period of anarchy, when the crumbling kingdoms of the Asiatic dynasties were no longer able to resist the adventurous spirit determined to occupy the new field of military triumph which opened before him. At the age of 25, Timur was hailed as the deliverer of his country. When he chose Samarkand as the capital of his dominion, he declared his purpose to make that dominion embrace the whole habitable earth, and at the height of his power he ruled from the Great Wall of China to the center of Russia on the north, while his sovereignty extended to the Mediterranean and the Nile on the west, and on the east to the source of the Ganges. In his own person he united 27 different sovereignties, and 9 several dynasties of kings gave place to the unparalleled conqueror, who won by the sword a larger portion of the globe than Cyrus or Alexander, Caesar or Attila, Genghis Khan, Charlemagne, or Napoleon. It was believed in the family and empire of Timur that he himself composed the commentaries of his life and the institutions of his government, which, however, were probably the work of his secretaries. These manuscripts have been of great service to historians in their study of Timur's career. At the age of 34, and in a general diet, Timur was invested with imperial command, but he affected to revere the house of Genghis. And while the emir, Timur reigned over Zagatai and the east, a nominal Khan, served as a private officer in the armies of his servant. Without expatiating on the victories of 35 campaigns, without describing the lines of march which he repeatedly traced over the continent of Asia, I shall briefly represent Timur's conquests in Persia, Tartary, and India, and from thence proceed to the more interesting narrative of his Ottoman War. No sooner had Timur reunited to the patrimony of Zagatai the dependent countries of Khwarezmi and Kandahar, than he turned his eyes toward the kingdoms of Iran or Persia. From the Oxus to the Tigris, that extensive country was without a lawful sovereign. Peace and justice had been banished from the land above 40 years, and the Mongol invader might seem to listen to the cries of an oppressed people. Their petty tyrants might have opposed him with Confederate arms. They separately stood and successively fell, and the difference of their fate was only marked by the promptitude of submission or the obstinacy of resistance. Ibrahim, Prince of Shirwan, or Albania, kissed the footstool of the imperial throne. His peace offerings of silks, horses, and jewels were composed, according to the Tartar fashion, each article of 9 pieces, but a critical spectator observed that there were only 8 slaves. "I myself am the 9th," replied Ibrahim, who was prepared for the remark, and his flattery was rewarded by the smile of Timur. Shah Mansur, Prince of Fars, or the proper Persia, was one of the least powerful but most dangerous of his enemies. In a battle under the walls of Shiraz, he broke, with 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers, the Kul, or main body, of 30,000 horse, where the emperor fought in person. No more than 14 or 15 guards remained near the standard of Timur. He stood firm as a rock, and received on his helmet 2 weighty strokes of a scimitar. The Mongols rallied, the head of Mansur was thrown at his feet, and he declared his esteem of the valor of a foe by extirpating all the males of so intrepid a race. From Shiraz his troops advanced to the Persian Gulf, and the richness and weakness of Ormus were displayed in an annual tribute of 600,000 dinars of gold. Baghdad was no longer the city of peace, the seat of the caliphs, but the noblest conquest of Kulagu could not be overlooked by his ambitious successor. The whole course of the Tigris and the Euphrates, from the mouth to the sources of those rivers, was reduced to his obedience. He entered Edessa, and the Turkomans of the Black Sheep were chastised for the sacrilegious pillage of a caravan of Mecca. In the mountains of Georgia, the native Christians still braved the law and the sword of Muhammad. By 3 expeditions he obtained the merit of the Ghazi, or Holy War, and the Prince of Tiflis became his proselyte and friend. A just retaliation might be urged for the invasion of Turkestan, or the eastern Tartary. The dignity of Timur could not endure the impurity of the Geats. He passed the Sihun, subdued the kingdom of Kashgar, and marched 7 times into the heart of their country. His most distant camp was 2 months' journey to the northeast of Samarkand, and his emirs, who traversed the river Irtish, engraved in the forests of Siberia a rude memorial of their exploits. The conquest of Kipchak, or the western Tartary, was founded on the double motive of aiding the distressed and chastising the ungrateful. Toktamish, a fugitive prince, was entertained and protected in his court. The ambassadors of Oris Khan were dismissed with a haughty denial, and followed on the same day by the armies of Zagatai, and their success established Toktamish in the Mongol Empire of the North. But, after a reign of 10 years, the new Khan forgot the merits and the strength of his benefactor, the base usurper, as he deemed him, of the sacred rights of the house of Genghis. Through the gates of Derbent, he entered Persia at the head of 90,000 horse. With the innumerable forces of Kipchak, Bulgaria, Circassia, and Russia, he passed the Sihun, burned the palaces of Timur, and compelled him, amid the winter snows, to contend for Samarkand and his life. After a mild expostulation and a glorious victory, the emperor resolved on revenge, and by the east and the west of the Caspian and the Volga, he twice invaded Kipchak with such mighty powers that 13 miles were measured from his right to his left wing. In a march of 5 months they rarely beheld the footsteps of man, and their daily subsistence was often trusted to the fortune of the chase. At length the armies encountered each other, but the treachery of the standard-bearer, who, in the heat of action, reversed the imperial standard of Kipchak, determined the victory of the Zagatais and Toktamish. I speak the language of the institutions, gave the tribe of Tushi to the wind of desolation. He fled to the Christian Duke of Lithuania, again returned to the banks of the Volga, and, after 15 battles with a domestic rival, at last perished in the wilds of Siberia. The pursuit of a flying enemy carried Timur into the tributary provinces of Russia. A duke of the reigning family was made prisoner amid the ruins of his capital, and Yelets, by the pride and ignorance of the Orientals, might easily be confounded with the genuine metropolis of the nation. Moscow trembled at the approach of the Tartar. Ambition and prudence recalled him to the south, the desolate country was exhausted, and the Mongol soldiers were enriched with an immense spoil of precious furs, of linen of Antioch, and of ingots of gold and silver. On the banks of the Don, or Tanais, he received a humble deputation from the consuls and merchants of Egypt, Venice, Genoa, Catalonia, and Biscay, who occupied the commerce and city of Tana, or Azov, at the mouth of the river. They offered their gifts, admired his magnificence, and trusted his royal word. But the peaceful visit of an emir, who explored the state of the magazines and harbor, was speedily followed by the destructive presence of the Tartars. The city of Tana was reduced to ashes, the Muslims were pillaged and dismissed, and all the Christians who had not fled to their ships were condemned either to death or slavery. Revenge prompted him to burn the cities of Sarai and Astrakhan, the monuments of a rising civilization, and his vanity proclaimed that he had penetrated to the region of perpetual daylight, a strange phenomenon which authorized his Mohammedan doctors to dispense with the obligation of evening prayer. When Timur first proposed to his princes and emirs the invasion of India or Hindustan, he was answered by a murmur of discontent. The rivers, and the mountains and deserts, and the soldiers clad in armor, and the elephants, destroyers of men. But the displeasure of the emperor was more dreadful than all these terrors, and his superior reason was convinced that an enterprise of such tremendous aspect was safe and easy in its execution. He was informed by his spies of the weakness and anarchy of Hindustan. The Subahs of the provinces had erected the standard of rebellion, and the perpetual infancy of Sultan Mahmud was despised, even in the harem of Delhi. The Mongol army moved in 3 great divisions, and Timur observes with pleasure that the 92 squadrons of 1,000 horse most fortunately correspond with the 92 names or epithets of the Prophet Muhammad. Between the Jihun and the Indus, they crossed one of the ridges of mountains which are styled by the Arabian geographers the stony girdles of the earth. The highland robbers were subdued or extirpated, but great numbers of men and horses perished in the snow. The emperor himself was let down a precipice on a portable scaffold. The ropes were 150 cubits in length, and before he could reach the bottom, this dangerous operation was 5 times repeated. Timur crossed the Indus at the ordinary passage of Adak, and successively traversed, in the footsteps of Alexander, the Punjab, or 5 rivers that fall into the master stream. From Adak to Delhi, the high road measures no more than 600 miles, but the 2 conquerors deviated to the southeast, and the motive of Timur was to join his grandson, who had achieved by his command the conquest of Multan. On the eastern bank of the Hyphasis, on the edge of the desert, the Macedonian hero halted and wept. The Mongol entered the desert, reduced the fortress of Batnir, and stood in arms before the gates of Delhi, a great and flourishing city, which had subsisted 3 centuries under the dominion of the Mohammedan kings. The siege, more especially of the castle, might have been a work of time, but he tempted, by the appearance of weakness, the Sultan Mahmud and his wazir to descend into the plain with 10,000 cuirassiers, 40,000 of his foot guards, and 120 elephants, whose tusks were said to have been armed with sharp and poisoned daggers. Against these monsters, or rather against the imagination of his troops, he condescended to use some extraordinary precautions of fire and a ditch of iron spikes, and a rampart of bucklers, but the event taught the Mongols to smile at their own fears, and as soon as these unwieldy animals were routed, the inferior species, the men of India, disappeared from the field. Timur made his triumphal entry into the capital of Hindustan, and admired, with a view to imitate, the architecture of the stately mosque, but the order or license of a general pillage and massacre polluted the festival of his victory. He resolved to purify his soldiers in the blood of the idolaters, or Gentoos, who still surpass, in the proportion of 10 to 1, the numbers of the Muslims. In this pious design he advanced 100 miles to the northeast of Delhi, passed the Ganges, fought several battles by land and water, and penetrated to the famous rock of Kupele, the statue of the cow, that seems to discharge the mighty river, whose source is far distant among the mountains of Tibet. His return was along the skirts of the northern hills, nor could this rapid campaign of 1 year justify the strange foresight of his emirs, that their children in a warm climate would degenerate into a race of Hindus. It was on the banks of the Ganges that Timur was informed by his speedy messengers of the disturbances which had arisen on the confines of Georgia and Anatolia, of the revolt of the Christians, and the ambitious designs of the Sultan Bajazet. His vigor of mind and body was not impaired by 63 years and innumerable fatigues, and, after enjoying some tranquil months in the palace of Samarcand, he proclaimed a new expedition of 7 years into the western countries of Asia. To the soldiers who had served in the Indian War, he granted the choice of remaining at home or following their prince, but the troops of all the provinces and kingdoms of Persia were commanded to assemble at Ispahan and await the arrival of the imperial standard. It was first directed against the Christians of Georgia, who were strong only in their rocks, their castles, and the winter season, but these obstacles were overcome by the zeal and perseverance of Timur. The rebels submitted to the tribute or the Koran, and if both religions boasted of their martyrs, that name is more justly due to the Christian prisoners, who were offered the choice of abjuration or death. On his descent from the hills, the emperor gave audience to the first ambassadors of Bajazet, and opened the hostile correspondence of complaints and menaces, which fermented 2 years before the final explosion. Between two jealous and haughty neighbors, the motives of quarrel will seldom be wanting. The Mongol and Ottoman conquests now touched each other in the neighborhood of Erzurum and the Euphrates, nor had the doubtful limit been ascertained by time and treaty. Each of these ambitious monarchs might accuse his rival of violating his territory, of threatening his vassals and protecting his rebels, and, by the name of rebels, each understood the fugitive princes, whose kingdoms he had usurped and whose life or liberty he implacably pursued. In their victorious career, Timur was impatient of an equal, and Bajazet was ignorant of a superior. In his first expedition, Timur was satisfied with the siege and destruction of Sebast, a strong city on the borders of Anatolia. He then turned aside to the invasion of Syria and Egypt, where the military republic of the Mamelukes still reigned. The Syrian emirs were assembled at Aleppo to repel the invasion. They confided in the fame and discipline of the Mamelukes, in the temper of their swords and lances of the purest steel of Damascus, in the strength of their walled cities, and in the populousness of 60,000 villages, and instead of sustaining a siege, they threw open their gates and arrayed their forces in the plain. But these forces were not cemented by virtue and union, and some powerful emirs had been seduced to desert or betray their more loyal companions. Timur's front was covered with a line of Indian elephants, whose turrets were filled with archers and Greek fire. The rapid evolutions of his cavalry completed the dismay and disorder. The Syrian crowds fell back on each other. Many thousands were stifled or slaughtered in the entrance of the great street. The Mongols entered with the fugitives, and after a short defense, the impregnable citadel of Aleppo was surrendered by cowardice or treachery. Among the suppliants and captives, Timur distinguished the doctors of the law, whom he invited to the dangerous honor of a personal conference. The Mongol prince was a zealous Mussulman, but his Persian schools had taught him to revere the memory of Ali and Hassan, and he had imbibed a deep prejudice against the Syrians as the enemies of the son and daughter of the Apostle of God. To these doctors he proposed a captious question, which the Kazwists of Samarkand and Herat were incapable of resolving. Who are the true martyrs, of those who are slain on my side or on that of my enemies? But he was silenced or satisfied by the dexterity of one of the Cadis of Aleppo, who replied, in the words of Muhammad himself, that the motive, not the ensign, constitutes the martyr, and that the Muslims of either party who fight only for the glory of God may deserve that sacred appellation. The true succession of the caliphs was a controversy of still more delicate nature, and the frankness of a doctor, too honest for his situation, provoked the emperor to exclaim, "Ye are as false as those of Damascus. Muawiyah was a usurper, Yazid a tyrant, and Ali alone is the lawful successor of the prophet." A prudent explanation restored his tranquillity, and he passed to a more familiar topic of conversation. "What is your age?" said he to the Cadi. 50 years. "It would be the age of my eldest son. You see me here," continued Timur, "a poor, lame, decrepit mortal. Yet by my arms has the Almighty been pleased to subdue the kingdoms of Iran, Turan, and the Indies. I am not a man of blood, and God is my witness that in all my wars I have never been the aggressor, and that my enemies have always been the authors of their own calamity." During this peaceful conversation, the streets of Aleppo streamed with blood and re-echoed with the cries of mother and children, with the shrieks of violated virgins. The rich plunder that was abandoned to his soldiers might stimulate their avarice, but their cruelty was enforced by the peremptory command of producing an adequate number of heads, which, according to his custom, were curiously piled in columns and pyramids. The Mongols celebrated the feast of victory, while the surviving Muslims passed the night in tears and in chains. I shall not dwell on the march of the destroyer from Aleppo to Damascus, where he was rudely encountered, and almost overthrown, by the armies of Egypt. A retrograde motion was imputed to his distress and despair. One of his nephews deserted to the enemy, and Syria rejoiced in the tale of his defeat, when the Sultan was driven, by the revolt of the Mamelukes, to escape with a precipitation and shame to his palace of Cairo. Abandoned by their prince, the inhabitants of Damascus still defended their walls, and Timur consented to raise the siege if they would adorn his retreat with a gift or ransom, each article of 9 pieces. But no sooner had he introduced himself into the city, under color of truce, than he perfidiously violated the treaty, imposed a contribution of 10 millions of gold, and animated his troops to chastise the posterity of those Syrians who had executed or approved the murder of the grandson of Muhammad. After a period of 7 centuries, Damascus was reduced to ashes, because a Tartar was removed by religious zeal to avenge the blood of an Arab. The losses and the fatigues of the campaign obliged Timur to renounce the conquest of Palestine and Egypt, but in his return to the Euphrates he delivered Aleppo to the flames, and justified his pious motive by the pardon and reward of 2,000 sectaries of Ali, who were desirous to visit the tomb of his son. I have expatiated on the personal anecdotes which mark the character of the Mongol hero, but I shall briefly mention that he erected, on the ruins of Baghdad, a pyramid of 90,000 heads, again visited Georgia, encamped on the banks of the Araxes, and proclaimed his resolution of marching against the Ottoman Emperor. Conscious of the importance of the war, he collected his forces from every province. 800,000 men were enrolled on his military list, but the splendid commands of 5,000 and 10,000 horse may be rather expressive of the rank and pension of the chiefs than of the genuine number of effective soldiers. In the pillage of Syria, the Mongols had acquired immense riches, but the delivery of their pay and arrears for 7 years more firmly attached them to the imperial standard. During this diversion of the Mongol arms, Bajazet had 2 years to collect his forces for a more serious encounter. They consisted of 400,000 horse and foot, whose merit and fidelity were of an unequal complexion. We may discriminate the Janissaries, who have been gradually raised to an establishment of 40,000 men, a national cavalry, the Spahis of modern times, 20,000 cuirassiers of Europe, clad in black and impenetrable armor, the troops of Anatolia, whose princes had taken refuge in the camp of Timur, and a colony of Tartars, whom he had driven from Kipchak, and to whom Bajazet had assigned a settlement in the plains of Adrianople. The fearless confidence of the Sultan urged him to meet his antagonist, and, as if he had chosen that spot for revenge, he displayed his banner near the ruins of the unfortunate Sebast. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 21, Conquests of Timur the Tartar, AD 1370 to 1405, by Edward Gibbon, Part 2. In the meanwhile, Timur moved from the Araxes through the countries of Armenia and Anatolia. His boldness was secured by the wisest precautions. His speed was guided by order and discipline, and the woods, the mountains, and the rivers were diligently explored by the flying squadrons, who marked his road and preceded his standard. Firm in his plan of fighting in the heart of the Ottoman kingdom, he avoided their camp, dexterously inclined to the left, occupied Caesarea, traversed the Salt Desert and the river Halis, and invested Angora, while the Sultan, immovable and ignorant in his post, compared the Tartar swiftness to the crawling of a snail. He returned on the wings of indignation to the relief of Angora, and as both generals were alike impatient for action, the plains round that city were the scene of a memorable battle, which has immortalized the glory of Timur and the shame of Bajazet. For this signal victory the Mongol emperor was indebted to himself, to the genius of the moment, and the discipline of 30 years. He had improved the tactics, without violating the manners, of his nation, whose force still consisted in the missile weapons and rapid evolutions of a numerous cavalry. From a single troop to a great army, the mode of attack was the same. A foremost line first advanced to the charge, and was supported in a just order by the squadrons of the great vanguard. The general's eye watched over the field, and at his command, the front and rear of the right and left wings successively moved forward in their several divisions, and in a direct or oblique line. The enemy was pressed by 18 or 20 attacks, and each attack afforded a chance of victory. If they all proved fruitless or unsuccessful, the occasion was worthy of the emperor himself, who gave the signal of advancing to the standard and main body, which he led in person. But in the Battle of Angora, the main body itself was supported on the flanks and in the rear by the bravest squadrons of the reserve, commanded by the sons and grandsons of Timur. The conqueror of Hindustan ostentatiously showed a line of elephants, the trophies rather than the instruments of victory. The use of the Greek fire was familiar to the Mongols and Ottomans, but had they borrowed from Europe the recent invention of gunpowder and cannon, the artificial thunder, in the hands of either nation, must have turned the fortune of the day. In that day, Bajazet displayed the qualities of a soldier and a chief, but his genius sunk under a stronger ascendant, and, from various motives, the greatest part of his troops failed him in the decisive moment. His rigor and avarice had provoked a mutiny among the Turks, and even his son Soleiman too hastily withdrew from the field. The forces of Anatolia, loyal in their revolt, were drawn away to the banners of their lawful princes. His Tartar allies had been tempted by the letters and emissaries of Timur, who reproached their ignoble servitude under the slaves of their fathers, and offered to their hopes the dominion of their new, or the liberty of their ancient, country. In the right wing of Bajazet, the cuirassiers of Europe charged with faithful hearts and irresistible arms, but these men of iron were soon broken by an artful flight and headlong pursuit, and the Janissaries alone, without cavalry or missile weapons, were encompassed by the circle of the Mongol hunters. Their valor was at length oppressed by heat, thirst, and the weight of numbers, and the unfortunate Sultan, afflicted with the gout in his hands and feet, was transported from the field on the fleetest of his horses. He was pursued and taken by the titular Khan of Zagatai, and, after his capture and the defeat of the Ottoman powers, the kingdom of Anatolia submitted to the conqueror, who planted his standard at Kiothahia, and dispersed on all sides the ministers of rapine and destruction. Mirza Mohammed Sultan, the eldest and best beloved of his grandsons, was dispatched to Bursa with 30,000 horse, and such was his youthful ardor that he arrived with only 4,000 at the gates of the capital after performing in 5 days a march of 230 miles. Yet fear is still more rapid in its course, and Soleiman, the son of Bajazet, had already passed over to Europe with the royal treasure. The spoil, however, of the palace and city was immense. The inhabitants had escaped, but the buildings, for the most part of wood, were reduced to ashes. From Bursa, the grandson of Timur advanced to Nice, even yet a fair and flourishing city, and the Mongol squadrons were only stopped by the waves of the Propontis. The same success attended the other Mirzas and Emirs in their excursions, and Smyrna, defended by the zeal and courage of the Rhodian knights, alone deserved the presence of the emperor himself. After an obstinate defense, the place was taken by storm. All that breathed was put to the sword, and the heads of the Christian heroes were launched from the engines on board of 2 carracks, or great ships of Europe, that rode at anchor in the harbor. The Moslems of Asia rejoiced in their deliverance from a dangerous and domestic foe, and a parallel was drawn between the two rivals, by observing that Timur, in 14 days, had reduced a fortress which had sustained 7 years the siege, or at least the blockade, of Bajazet. The iron cage in which Bajazet was imprisoned by Timur, so long and so often repeated as a moral lesson, is now rejected as a fable by the modern writers, who smile at the vulgar credulity. They appeal with confidence to the Persian history of Sherefeddin Ali, according to which has been given to our curiosity in a French version, and from which I shall collect and abridge a more specious narrative of this memorable transaction. No sooner was Timur informed that the captive Ottoman was at the door of his tent than he graciously stepped forward to receive him, seated him by his side, and mingled with just reproaches a soothing pity for his rank and misfortune. "Alas," said the emperor, "the decree of fate is now accomplished by your own fault. It is the web which you have woven, the thorns of the tree which yourself have planted. I wished to spare, and even to assist, the champion of the Moslems. You braved our threats, you despised our friendship, you forced us to enter your kingdom with our invincible armies. Behold the event. Had you vanquished, I am not ignorant of the fate which you reserved for myself and my troops, but I disdain to retaliate. Your life and honor are secure, and I shall express my gratitude to God by my clemency to man." The royal captive showed some signs of repentance, accepted the humiliation of a robe of honor, and embraced with tears his son Musa, who, at his request, was sought and found among the captives of the field. The Ottoman princes were lodged in a splendid pavilion, and the respect of the guards could be surpassed only by their vigilance. On the arrival of the harem from Bursa, Timur restored the queen Despina and her daughter to their father and husband, but he piously required that the Servian princess, who had hitherto been indulged in the profession of Christianity, should embrace without delay the religion of the prophet. In the Feast of Victory, to which Bajazet was invited, the Mongol emperor placed a crown on his head and a scepter in his hand, with a solemn assurance of restoring him with an increase of glory to the throne of his ancestors. But the effect of this promise was disappointed by the Sultan's untimely death. Amid the care of the most skillful physicians, he expired of an apoplexy about 9 months after his defeat. The victor dropped a tear over his grave. His body, with royal pomp, was conveyed to the mausoleum which he had erected at Bursa, and his son Musa, after receiving a rich present of gold and jewels, of horses and arms, was invested by a patent in red ink with the kingdom of Anatolia. Such is the portrait of a generous conqueror, which has been extracted from his own memorials and dedicated to his son and grandson, 19 years after his decease, and at a time when the truth was remembered by thousands, a manifest falsehood would have implied a satire on his real conduct. Weighty indeed is this evidence, adopted by all the Persian histories, yet flattery, more especially in the East, is base and audacious, and the harsh and ignominious treatment of Bajazet is attested by a chain of witnesses. I am satisfied that Sharafeddin Ali has faithfully described the first ostentatious interview in which the conqueror, whose spirits were harmonized by success, affected the character of generosity, but his mind was insensibly alienated by the unseasonable arrogance of Bajazet, and Timur betrayed a design of leading his royal captive in triumph to Samarkand. An attempt to facilitate his escape by digging a mine under the tent provoked the Mongol emperor to impose a harsher restraint, and in his perpetual marches an iron cage on a wagon might be invented, not as a wanton insult, but as a rigorous precaution. But the strength of Bajazet's mind and body fainted under the trial, and his premature death might, without injustice, be ascribed to the severity of Timur. From the Irtish and Volga to the Persian Gulf, and from the Ganges to Damascus and the archipelago, Asia was in the hands of Timur. His armies were invincible, his ambition was boundless, and his zeal might aspire to conquer and convert the Christian kingdoms of the West, which already trembled at his name. He touched the utmost verge of the land, but an insuperable, though narrow, sea rolled between the two continents of Europe and Asia, and the lord of so many myriads of horse was not master of a single galley. The two passages of the Bosporus and Hellespont, of Constantinople and Gallipoli, were possessed, the one by the Christians, the other by the Turks. On this great occasion, they forgot the difference of religion to act with union and firmness in the common cause. The double straits were guarded with ships and fortifications, and they separately withheld the transports which Timur demanded of either nation, under the pretense of attacking their enemy. At the same time, they soothed his pride with tributary gifts and suppliant embassies, and prudently tempted him to retreat with the honors of victory. Soleiman, the son of Bajazet, implored his clemency for his father and himself, accepted by a red patent the investiture of the kingdom of Romania, which he already held by the sword, and reiterated his ardent wish of casting himself in person at the feet of the king of the world. The Greek emperor, either John or Manuel, submitted to pay the same tribute which he had stipulated with the Turkish sultan, and ratified the treaty by an oath of allegiance, from which he could absolve his conscience so soon as the Mongol arms had retired from Anatolia. But the fears and fancy of nations ascribed to the ambitious Tamerlane a new design of vast and romantic compass, a design of subduing Egypt and Africa, marching from the Nile to the Atlantic Ocean, entering Europe by the Straits of Gibraltar, and, after imposing his yoke on the kingdoms of Christendom, of returning home by the deserts of Russia and Tartary. This remote and perhaps imaginary danger was averted by the submission of the Sultan of Egypt. The honors of the prayer and the coin attested at Cairo the supremacy of Timur, and a rare gift of a giraffe or camel leopard and 9 ostriches represented at Samarkand the tribute of the African world. Our imagination is not less astonished by the portrait of a Mongol who, in his camp before Smyrna, meditates and almost accomplishes the invasion of the Chinese Empire. Timur was urged to this enterprise by national honor and religious zeal. He received a perfect map and description of the unknown regions, from the source of Irtish to the Wall of China. During the preparations, the emperor achieved the final conquest of Georgia, passed the winter on the banks of the Araxes, appeased the troubles of Persia, and slowly returned to his capital after a campaign of 4 years and 9 months. On the throne of Samarcand, he displayed, in a short repose, his magnificence and power, listened to the complaints of the people, distributed a just measure of rewards and punishments, employed his riches in the architecture of palaces and temples, and gave audience to the ambassadors of Egypt, Arabia, India, Tartary, Russia, and Spain, the last of whom presented a suit of tapestry which eclipsed the pencil of the Oriental artists. A general indulgence was proclaimed, every law was relaxed, every pleasure was allowed, the people was free, the sovereign was idle, and the historian of Timur may remark that, after devoting 50 years to the attainment of empire, the only happy period of his life was the 2 months in which he ceased to exercise his power. But he soon awakened to the cares of government and war. The standard was unfurled for the invasion of China. The emirs made their report of 200,000, the select and veteran soldiers of Iran and Turan. Their baggage and provisions were transported by 500 great wagons and an immense train of horses and camels, and the troops might prepare for a long absence, since more than 6 months were employed in the tranquil journey of a caravan from Samarcand to Peking. Neither age nor the severity of the winter could retard the impatience of Timur. He mounted on horseback, passed the Sihun on the ice, marched 76 parasangs, 300 miles, from his capital, and pitched his last camp in the neighborhood of Otrar, where he was expected by the Angel of Death. Fatigue and the indiscreet use of iced water accelerated the progress of his fever, and the conqueror of Asia expired in the 70th year of his age, 1405, 35 years after he had ascended the throne of Zagatai. His designs were lost, his armies were disbanded, China was saved, and, 14 years after his decease, the most powerful of his children sent an embassy of friendship and commerce to the court of Peking. The fame of Timur has pervaded the East and West. His posterity is still invested with the imperial title, and the admiration of his subjects, who revered him almost as a deity, may be justified in some degree by the praise or confession of his bitterest enemies. Although he was lame of a hand and foot, his form and stature were not unworthy of his rank, and his vigorous health, so essential to himself and to the world, was corroborated by temperance and exercise. In his familiar discourse he was grave and modest, and if he was ignorant of the Arabic language, he spoke with fluency and elegance the Persian and Turkish idioms. It was his delight to converse with the learned on topics of history and science, and the amusement of his leisure hours was the game of chess, which he improved or corrupted with new refinements. In his religion he was a zealous, though not perhaps an orthodox, Mussulman, but his sound understanding may tempt us to believe that a superstitious reverence for omens and prophecies, for saints and astrologers, was only affected as an instrument of policy. In the government of a vast empire, he stood alone and absolute, without a rebel to oppose his power, a favorite to seduce his affections, or a minister to mislead his judgment. Timur might boast that at his accession to the throne, Asia was the prey of anarchy and rapine, while under his prosperous monarchy, a child, fearless and unhurt, might carry a purse of gold from the east to the west. Such was his confidence of merit that from this reformation he derived an excuse for his victories and a title to universal dominion. The 4 following observations will serve to appreciate his claim to the public gratitude. And perhaps we shall conclude that the Mongol emperor was rather the scourge than the benefactor of mankind. If some partial disorders, some local oppressions, were healed by the sword of Timur, the remedy was far more pernicious than the disease. By their rapine, cruelty, and discord, the petty tyrants of Persia might afflict their subjects, but whole nations were crushed under the footsteps of the reformer. The ground which had been occupied by flourishing cities was often marked by his abominable trophies, by columns or pyramids of human heads. Astrakhan, Kharizmi, Delhi, Ispahan, Baghdad, Aleppo, Damascus, Bursa, Smyrna, and 1,000 others were sacked or burned or utterly destroyed in his presence and by his troops. And perhaps his conscience would have been startled if a priest or philosopher had dared to number the millions of victims whom he had sacrificed to the establishment of peace and order. His most destructive wars were rather inroads than conquests. He invaded Turkestan, Kipchak, Russia, Hindustan, Syria, Anatolia, Armenia, and Georgia, without a hope or a desire of preserving those distant provinces. From thence he departed, laden with spoil, but he left behind him neither troops to awe the contumacious, nor magistrates to protect the obedient natives. When he had broken the fabric of their ancient government, he abandoned them in their evils, which his invasion had aggravated or caused, nor were these evils compensated by any present or possible benefits. The kingdoms of Transoxiana and Persia were the proper field which he labored to cultivate and adorn as the perpetual inheritance of his family. But his peaceful labors were often interrupted and sometimes blasted by the absence of the conqueror. While he triumphed on the Volga or the Ganges, his servants and even his sons forgot their master and their duty. The public and private injuries were poorly redressed by the tardy rigor or inquiry and punishment, and we must be content to praise the institutions of Timur as the specious idea of a perfect monarchy. Whatsoever might be the blessings of his administration, they evaporated with his life. To reign, rather than to govern, was the ambition of his children and grandchildren, the enemies of each other and of the people. A fragment of the empire was upheld with some glory by Sharok, his youngest son, but after his decease, the scene was again involved in darkness and blood, and before the end of a century, Transoxiana and Persia were trampled by the Uzbegs from the north, and the Turkomans of the black and white sheep. The race of Timur would have been extinct if a hero, his descendant in the 5th degree, had not fled before the Uzbeg arms to the conquest of Hindustan. His successors, the great Mongols, extended their sway from the mountains of Kashmir to Cape Comorin, and from Kandahar to the Gulf of Bengal. Since the reign of Aurangzeb, their empire has been dissolved. Their treasures of Delhi have been rifled by a Persian robber, and the richest of their kingdoms is now possessed by a company of Christian merchants of a remote island in the Northern Ocean. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Dancing Mania of the Middle Ages, A.D. 1374, by J.F.C. Hecker. The Black Death, which originated in central China about 1333, appeared on the Mediterranean littoral in 1347, ravaged the island of Cyprus, made the circuit of the Mediterranean countries, spread throughout Europe northward as far as Iceland, and in 1357 appeared in Russia, where it seems to have been checked by the barrier of the Caucasus. Scarce had its effects subsided, and the graves of its 25 million victims were hardly closed, when it was followed by an epidemic of the dance of St. John, or St. Vitus, which, like a demoniacal plague, appeared in Germany in 1347, and spread over the whole empire and throughout the neighboring countries. The dance was characterized by wild leaping, furious screaming, and foaming of the mouth, which gave to the individuals affected all the appearance of insanity. The epidemic was not confined to particular localities, but was propagated by the sight of the sufferers, and for over 2 centuries excited the astonishment of contemporaries. The Netherlands and France were equally affected. In Italy, the disease became known as tarantism, it being supposed to proceed from the bite of the tarantula, a venomous spider. Like the St. Vitus dance in Germany, tarantism spread by sympathy, increasing in severity as it took a wider range. The chief cure was music, which seemed to furnish magical means for exorcising the malady of the patients. The epidemic subsided in Central Europe in the 17th century, but diseases approximating to the original dancing mania have occurred at various periods in many parts of Europe, Africa, and the United States. Nathaniel Pierce, an eyewitness who resided 9 years in Abyssinia early in the 19th century, gives a graphic account of a similar epidemic there, called Tigre from the Tigre district, in which it was most prevalent. In France, from 1727 to 1790, an epidemic prevailed among the convulsionaires, who received relief from brethren in the faith, known as secourists, very much after the rough methods administered to the St. John's dancers and to the Tarantati. About the same period, nervous epidemics of a similar character, largely propagated by sympathy, were very prevalent in the Shetland Islands and in various parts of Scotland, but were for the most part eradicated by cold water immersion. An epidemic of chorea sancti viti, recorded by Felix Robertson of Tennessee, Philadelphia 1805, found vent in an unparalleled blaze of enthusiastic religion, which spread with lightning-like rapidity in almost every part of Tennessee and Kentucky, and in various parts of Virginia in 1800, being distinguished by uncontrollable and infectious muscular contractions, gesticulations, crying, laughing, shouting, and singing. To similar epidemics are attributed the uncontrollable acts which, till late in the 19th century, were a feature of North American camp meetings for divine service in the open air, and which exhibited the same form of mental disturbance as did the St. Vitus dance in medieval Europe. So early as the year 1374, assemblages of men and women were seen at Aix-la-Chapelle who had come out of Germany, and who, united by one common delusion, exhibited to the public both in the streets and in the churches the following strange spectacle. They formed circles hand in hand and, appearing to have lost all control over their senses, continued dancing, regardless of the bystanders, for hours together in wild delirium, until at length they fell to the ground in a state of exhaustion. They then complained of extreme oppression, and groaned as if in the agonies of death, until they were swathed in cloths bound tightly round their waists, upon which they again recovered, and remained free from complaint until the next attack. This practice of swathing was resorted to on account of the tympany which followed these spasmodic ravings, but the bystanders frequently relieved patients in a less artificial manner by thumping and trampling upon the parts affected. While dancing, they neither saw nor heard, being insensible to external impressions through the senses, but were haunted by visions, their fancies conjuring up spirits whose names they shrieked out. And some of them afterward asserted that they felt as if they had been immersed in a stream of blood, which obliged them to leap so high. Others, during the paroxysm, saw the heavens open, and the Saviour enthroned with the Virgin Mary, according as the religious notions of the age were strangely and variously reflected in their imaginations. Where the disease was completely developed, the attack commenced with epileptic convulsions. Those affected fell to the ground senseless, panting and laboring for breath. They foamed at the mouth, and suddenly springing up, began their dance amid strange contortions. Yet the malady doubtless made its appearance very variously, and was modified by temporary or local circumstances, whereof non-medical contemporaries but imperfectly noted the essential particulars, accustomed as they were to confound their observation of natural events with their notions of the world of spirits. It was but a few months ere this demoniacal disease had spread from Aix-la-Chapelle, where it appeared in July, over the neighboring Netherlands. In Liège, Utrecht, Tongres, and many other towns of Belgium, the dancers appeared with garlands in their hair, and their waists girt with cloths, that they might, as soon as the paroxysm was over, receive immediate relief on the attack of the tympany. This bandage was, by the insertion of a stick, easily twisted tight. Many, however, obtained more relief from kicks and blows, which they found numbers of persons ready to administer. For wherever the dancers appeared, the people assembled in crowds to gratify their curiosity with the frightful spectacle. At length, the increasing number of the affected excited no less anxiety than the attention that was paid to them. In towns and villages, they took possession of the religious houses. Processions were everywhere instituted on their account, and masses were said and hymns were sung, while the disease itself, of the demoniacal origin of which no one entertained the least doubt, excited everywhere astonishment and horror. In Liège, the priests had recourse to exorcisms and endeavored, by every means in their power, to allay an evil which threatened so much danger to themselves. For the possessed, assembling in multitudes, frequently poured forth imprecations against them and menaced their destruction. They intimidated the people also, to such a degree that there was an express ordinance issued that no one should make any but square-toed shoes, because these fanatics had manifested a morbid dislike to the pointed shoes which had come into fashion immediately after the Great Mortality in 1350. They were still more irritated at the sight of red colors, the influence of which on the disordered nerves might lead us to imagine an extraordinary accordance between this spasmodic malady and the condition of infuriated animals. But in the St. John's dancers, this excitement was probably connected with apparitions consequent upon their convulsions. There were likewise some of them who were unable to endure the sight of persons weeping. The clergy seemed to become daily more and more confirmed in their belief that those who were affected were a kind of sectarians, and on this account they hastened their exorcisms as much as possible, in order that the evil might not spread among the higher classes. For hitherto scarcely any but the poor had been attacked, and the few people of respectability among the laity and clergy who were to be found among them were persons whose natural frivolity was unable to withstand the excitement of novelty, even though it proceeded from a demoniacal influence. Some of the affected had indeed themselves declared, when under the influence of priestly forms of exorcism, that, if the demons had been allowed only a few weeks more time, they would have entered the bodies of the nobility and princes, and through these have destroyed the clergy. Assertions of this sort, which those possessed uttered, while in a state which may be compared with that of magnetic sleep, obtained general belief, and passed from mouth to mouth with wonderful additions. The priesthood were, on this account, so much the more zealous in their endeavors to anticipate every dangerous excitement of the people, as if the existing order of things could have been seriously threatened by such incoherent ravings. Their exertions were effectual, for exorcism was a powerful remedy in the 14th century. Or it might perhaps be that this wild infatuation terminated in consequence of the exhaustion which naturally ensued from it. At all events, in the course of 10 or 11 months, the St. John's dancers were no longer to be found in any of the cities of Belgium. The evil, however, was too deeply rooted to give way altogether to such feeble attacks. A few months after this dancing malady had made its appearance at Aix-la-Chapelle, it broke out in Cologne, where the number of those possessed amounted to more than 500, and about the same time at Metz, the streets of which place are said to have been filled with 1,100 dancers. Peasants left their plows, mechanics their workshops, housewives their domestic duties, to join the wild revels, and this rich commercial city became the scene of the most ruinous disorder. Secret desires were excited, and but too often found opportunities for wild enjoyment, and numerous beggars, stimulated by vice and misery, availed themselves of this new complaint to gain a temporary livelihood. Girls and boys quitted their parents and servants their masters to amuse themselves at the dances of those possessed, and greedily imbibed the poison of mental infection. Gangs of idle vagabonds, who understood how to imitate to the life the gestures and convulsions of those really affected, roved from place to place, seeking maintenance and adventures, and thus, wherever they went, spreading this disgusting spasmodic disease like a plague. For in maladies of this kind, the susceptible are infected as easily by the appearance as by the reality. At last it was found necessary to drive away these mischievous guests, who were equally inaccessible to the exorcisms of the priests and the remedies of the physicians. It was not, however, until after 4 months that the Rhenish cities were able to suppress these impostors, which had so alarmingly increased the original evil. In the meantime, when once called into existence, the plague crept on, and found abundant food in the tone of thought which prevailed in the 14th and 15th centuries, and even, though in a minor degree, throughout the 16th and 17th, causing a permanent disorder of the mind, and exhibiting, in those cities to whose inhabitants it was a novelty, scenes as strange as they were detestable. Strasbourg was visited by the dancing plague, or St. Vitus dance, in the year 1418, and the same infatuation existed among the people there as in the towns of Belgium and the Lower Rhine. Many who were seized at the sight of those affected excited attention at first by their confused and absurd behavior, and then by their constantly following the swarms of dancers. These were seen day and night, passing through the streets, accompanied by musicians playing on bagpipes, and by innumerable spectators attracted by curiosity, to which were added anxious parents and relations, who came to look after those among the misguided multitude who belonged to their respective families. Imposture and profligacy played their part in this city also, but the morbid delusion itself seems to have predominated. On this account, religion could only bring provisional aid, and therefore the town council benevolently took an interest in the afflicted. They divided them into separate parties, to each of which they appointed responsible superintendents to protect them from harm, and perhaps also to restrain their turbulence. They were thus conducted on foot and in carriages to the chapels of St. Vitus, here Zabern and Rothstein, where priests were in attendance to work upon their misguided minds by masses and other religious ceremonies. After divine worship was completed, they were led in solemn processions to the altar, where they made some small offering of alms, and where it is probable that many were, through the influence of devotion and the sanctity of the place, cured of this lamentable aberration. It is worthy of observation, at all events, that the dancing mania did not recommence at the altars of the saint, and that from him alone assistance was implored, and through his miraculous interposition a cure was expected, which was beyond the reach of human skill. The personal history of St. Vitus is by no means unimportant in this matter. He was a Sicilian youth who, together with Modestus and Crescentia, suffered martyrdom at the time of the persecution of the Christians under Diocletian in the year 303. The legends respecting him are obscure, and he would certainly have been passed over without notice among the innumerable apocryphal martyrs of the first centuries, had not the transfer of his body to Saint Denis, and thence, in the year 836, to Corvey, raised him to a higher rank. From this time forth, it may be supposed that many miracles were manifested at his new sepulchre, which were of essential service in confirming the Roman faith among the Germans, and St. Vitus was soon ranked among the 14 saintly helpers, Nothelper or Apotheker. His altars were multiplied, and the people had recourse to them in all kinds of distresses, and revered him as a powerful intercessor. As the worship of these saints was, however, at the time stripped of all historical connections, which were purposely obliterated by the priesthood, a legend was invented at the beginning of the 15th century, or perhaps even so early as the 14th, that St. Vitus had, just before he bent his neck to the sword, prayed to God that he might protect from the dancing mania all those who should solemnize the day of his commemoration, and fast upon its eve, and that thereupon a voice from heaven was heard saying, "Vitus, thy prayer is accepted." Thus St. Vitus became the patron saint of those afflicted with the dancing plague, as St. Martin of Tours was at one time the succorer of persons in smallpox. The connection which John the Baptist had with the dancing mania of the 14th century was of a totally different character. He was originally far from being a protecting saint to those who were attacked, or one who would be likely to give them relief from a malady considered as the work of the devil. On the contrary, the manner in which he was worshipped afforded him an important and very evident cause for its development. From the remotest period, perhaps even so far back as the 4th century, St. John's Day was solemnized with all sorts of strange and rude customs, of which the originally mystical meaning was variously disfigured among different nations by superadded relics of heathenism. Thus, the Germans transferred to the festival of St. John's Day an ancient heathen usage, the kindling of the Nodfear, which was forbidden them by St. Boniface. And the belief subsists even to the present day that people and animals that have leapt through these flames, or their smoke, are protected for a whole year from fevers and other diseases, as if by a kind of baptism by fire. Bacchanalian dances, which have originated in similar causes among all the rude nations of the earth, and the wild extravagances of a heated imagination, were the constant accompaniments of this half-heathen, half-Christian festival. At the period of which we are treating, however, the Germans were not the only people who gave way to the ebullitions of fanaticism in keeping the festival of St. John the Baptist. Similar customs were also to be found among the nations of southern Europe and of Asia, and it is more than probable that the Greeks transferred to the festival of John the Baptist, who is also held in high esteem among the Mohammedans, a part of their Bacchanalian mysteries, an absurdity of a kind which is but too frequently met within human affairs. How far a remembrance of the history of St. John's death may have had an influence on this occasion, we would leave learned theologians to decide. It is of importance here to add only that in Abyssinia, a country entirely separated from Europe, where Christianity has maintained itself in its primeval simplicity against Mohammedanism, John is to this day worshipped as protecting saint of those who are attacked with the dancing malady. In these fragments of the dominion of mysticism and superstition, historical connection is not to be found. When we observe, however, that the first dancers in Aix-la-Chapelle appeared in July with St. John's name in their mouths, the conjecture is probable that the wild revels of St. John's Day, AD 1374, gave rise to this mental plague, which thenceforth has visited so many thousands, with incurable aberration of mind and disgusting distortions of body. This is rendered so much the more probable, because some months previously the districts in the neighborhood of the Rhine and the Maine had met with great disasters. So early as February, both these rivers had overflowed their banks to a great extent. The walls of the town of Cologne, on the side next to the Rhine, had fallen down, and a great many villages had been reduced to the utmost distress. To this was added the miserable condition of western and southern Germany. Neither law nor edict could suppress the incessant feuds of the barons, and in Franconia especially, the ancient times of club law appeared to be revived. Security of property there was none. Arbitrary will everywhere prevailed. Corruption of morals and rude power rarely met with even a feeble opposition. Whence it arose that the cruel but lucrative persecutions of the Jews were in many places still practiced, through the whole of this country, with their wonted ferocity. Thus, throughout the western parts of Germany, and especially in the districts bordering on the Rhine, there was a wretched and oppressed populace. And if we take into consideration that among their numerous bands many wandered about whose consciences were tormented with the recollection of the crimes which they had committed during the prevalence of the Black Plague, we shall comprehend how their despair sought relief in the intoxication of an artificial delirium. There is hence good ground for supposing that the frantic celebration on the festival of St. John, AD 1374, only served to bring to a crisis a malady which had been long impending. And if we would further inquire how a hitherto harmless usage, which like many others had but served to keep up superstition, could degenerate into so serious a disease, we must take into account the unusual excitement of men's minds and the consequences of wretchedness and want. The bowels, which in many were debilitated by hunger and bad food, were precisely the parts which in most cases were attacked with excruciating pain, and the tympanitic state of the intestines points out to the intelligent physician an origin of the disorder which is well worth consideration. The dancing mania of the year 1374 was, in fact, no new disease, but a phenomenon well known in the Middle Ages, of which many wondrous stories were traditionally current among the people. In the year 1237, upward of 100 children were said to have been suddenly seized with this disease at Erfurt, and to have proceeded dancing and jumping along the road to Arnstadt. When they arrived at that place, they fell exhausted to the ground, and, according to an account of an old chronicle, many of them, after they were taken home by their parents, died, and the rest remained affected to the end of their lives with the permanent tremor. Another occurrence was related to have taken place on the Mosel Bridge at Utrecht on June 17, 1278, when 200 fanatics began to dance, and would not desist until a priest passed who was carrying the host to a person that was sick, upon which, as if in punishment of their crime, the bridge gave way, and they were all drowned. A similar event also occurred so early as the year 1027, near the convent church of Kolbig, not far from Bernburg. According to an oft-repeated tradition, 18 peasants, some of whose names are still preserved, are said to have disturbed divine service on Christmas Eve by dancing and brawling in the churchyard, whereupon the priest, Ruprecht, inflicted a curse upon them that they should dance and scream for a whole year without ceasing. This curse is stated to have been completely fulfilled, so that the unfortunate sufferers at length sank knee-deep into the earth, and remained the whole time without nourishment until they were finally released by the intercession of 2 pious bishops. It is said that upon this they fell into a deep sleep which lasted 3 days, and that 4 of them died, the rest continuing to suffer all their lives from a trembling of their limbs. It is not worthwhile to separate what may have been true and what was the addition of crafty priests in this strangely distorted story. It is sufficient that it was believed, and related with astonishment and horror throughout the Middle Ages, so that, when there was any exciting cause for this delirious raving, and wild rage for dancing, it failed not to produce its effects upon men whose thoughts were given up to a belief in wonders and apparitions. This disposition of mind, altogether so peculiar to the Middle Ages, and which, happily for mankind, has yielded to an improved state of civilization and the diffusion of popular instruction, accounts for the origin and long duration of this extraordinary mental disorder. The good sense of the people recoiled with horror and aversion from this heavy plague, which, whenever malevolent persons wished to curse their bitterest enemies and adversaries, was long after used as a malediction. The indignation also that was felt by the people at large against the immorality of the age was proved by their ascribing this frightful affliction to the inefficacy of baptism by unchaste priests, as if innocent children were doomed to atone, in after years, for this desecration of the sacrament administered by unholy hands. We have already mentioned what perils the priests in the Netherlands incurred from this belief. They now indeed endeavored to hasten their reconciliation with the irritated and, at that time, very degenerate people by exorcisms, which, with some, procured them greater respect than ever, because they thus visibly restored thousands of those who were affected. In general, however, there prevailed a want of confidence in their efficacy, and then the sacred rites had as little power in arresting the progress of this deeply rooted malady as the prayers and holy services subsequently had at the altars of the greatly revered martyr, St. Vitus. We may therefore ascribe it to accident merely, and to a certain aversion to this demoniacal disease, which seemed to lie beyond the reach of human skill, that we meet with but few and imperfect notices of the St. Vitus dance in the second half of the 15th century. The highly colored descriptions of the 16th century contradict the notion that this mental plague had in any degree diminished in its severity. and not a single fact is to be found which supports the opinion that any one of the essential symptoms of the disease, not even excepting the tympany, had disappeared, or that the disorder itself had become milder in its attacks. The physicians never, as it seems throughout the whole of the 15th century, undertook the treatment of the dancing mania, which, according to the prevailing notions, appertained exclusively to the servants of the Church. Against demoniacal disorders they had no remedies, and though some at first did promulgate the opinion that the malady had its origin in natural circumstances such as a hot temperament, and other causes named in the phraseology of the schools, yet these opinions were the less examined, as it did not appear worthwhile to divide with a jealous priesthood the care of a host of fanatical vagabonds and beggars. It was not until the beginning of the 16th century that the St. Vitus dance was made the subject of medical research and stripped of its unhallowed character as a work of demons. This was effected by Paracelsus, that mighty but as yet scarcely comprehended reformer of medicine, whose aim it was to withdraw diseases from the pale of miraculous interpositions and saintly influences, and explain their causes upon principles deduced from his knowledge of the human frame. Quote, "We will not, however, admit that the saints have power to inflict diseases, and that these ought to be named after them, although many there are who, in their theology, lay great stress on this supposition, ascribing them rather to God than to nature, which is but idle talk. We dislike such nonsensical gossip as it is not supported by symptoms, but only by faith, a thing which is not human, whereon the gods themselves set no value." End quote. Such were the words which Paracelsus addressed to his contemporaries, who were as yet incapable of appreciating doctrines of this sort. For the belief in enchantment still remained everywhere unshaken, and faith in the world of spirits still held men's minds in so close a bondage that thousands were, according to their own conviction, given up as a prey to the devil, while at the command of religion as well as of law, countless piles were lighted, by the flames of which human society was to be purified. Paracelsus divides the St. Vitus dance into three kinds. First, that which arises from imagination, (vitista, chorea imaginativa, estimativa), by which the original dancing plague is to be understood. Secondly, that which arises from sensual desires, depending on the will, (chorea lasciva). Thirdly, that which arises from corporeal causes, (chorea naturalis coacta), which, according to a strange notion of his own, he explained by maintaining that in certain vessels which are susceptible of an internal pruriency, and thence produce laughter, the blood is set in commotion, in consequence of an alteration in the vital spirits, whereby involuntary fits of intoxicating joy and a propensity to dance are occasioned. To this notion he was no doubt led from having observed a milder form of St. Vitus dance, not uncommon in his time, which was accompanied by involuntary laughter, and which bore a resemblance to the hysterical laughter of the moderns, except that it was characterized by more pleasurable sensations, and by an extravagant propensity to dance. There was no howling, screaming, and jumping, as in the severer form, neither was the disposition to dance by any means insuperable. Patients thus affected, although they had not a complete control over their understandings, yet were sufficiently self-possessed during the attack to obey the directions which they received. There were even some among them who did not dance at all, but only felt an involuntary impulse to allay the internal sense of disquietude, which is the usual forerunner of an attack of this kind, by laughter, and quick walking carried to the extent of producing fatigue. This disorder, so different from the original type, evidently approximates to the modern chorea, or rather is in perfect accordance with it, even to the less essential symptom of laughter. A mitigation in the form of the dancing mania had thus clearly taken place at the commencement of the 16th century. On the communication of the St. Vitus dance by sympathy, Paracelsus, in his peculiar language, expresses himself with great spirit, and shows a profound knowledge of the nature of sensual impressions, which find their way to the heart, the seat of joys and emotions, which overpower the opposition of reason, and while all other qualities and natures are subdued, incessantly impel the patient, in consequence of his original compliance and his all-conquering imagination, to imitate what he has seen. On his treatment of the disease, we cannot bestow any great praise, but must be content with the remark that it was in conformity with the notions of the age in which he lived. For the first kind, which often originated in passionate excitement, he had a mental remedy, the efficacy of which is not to be despised if we estimate its value in connection with the prevalent opinions of those times. The patient was to make an image of himself in wax or resin, and, by an effort of thought, to concentrate all his blasphemies and sins in it. Quote, without the intervention of any other person, to set his whole mind and thoughts concerning these oaths in the image. End quote. And when he had succeeded in this, he was to burn the image, so that not a particle of it should remain. In all this, there was no mention made of St. Vitus, or any of the other mediatory saints, which is accounted for by the circumstance that at this time an open rebellion against the Romish Church had begun, and the worship of saints was by many rejected as idolatrous. For the second kind of St. Vitus dance, Paracelsus recommended harsh treatment and strict fasting. He directed that the patients should be deprived of their liberty, placed in solitary confinement, and made to sit in an uncomfortable place until their misery brought them to their senses and to a feeling of penitence. He then permitted them, gradually, to return to their accustomed habits. Severe corporal chastisement was not omitted, but, on the other hand, angry resistance on the part of the patient was to be sedulously avoided, on the ground that it might increase his malady or even destroy him. Moreover, where it seemed proper, Paracelsus allayed the excitement of the nerves by immersion in cold water. On the treatment of the third kind we shall not here enlarge. It was to be effected by all sorts of wonderful remedies composed of the quintessences, and it would require, to render it intelligible, a more extended exposition of peculiar principles than suits our present purpose. About this time, the St. Vitus dance began to decline, so that milder forms of it appeared more frequently, while the severer cases became more rare. And even in these, some of the important symptoms gradually disappeared. Paracelsus makes no mention of the tympanitis as taking place after the attacks, although it may occasionally have occurred. And Schenk von Grafenberg, a celebrated physician of the latter half of the 16th century, speaks of this disease as having been frequent only in the time of his forefathers. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 23, Election of Antipope Clement VII, A.D. 1378, by Henry Hart Milman. In 1308, Pope Clement V, a Frenchman, under the influence of King Philip the Fair of France, transferred the papal chair from Rome to Avignon, a possession of the Holy See beyond the Alps, in Philip's dominions. The sojourn there of Clement and his successors, which continued until 1376, is known as the Babylonish captivity of the popes. Rome, from the first, was angry at this loss of supremacy and aimed at recovering her prestige, and throughout the Christian world, France alone excepted, it was regarded as a scandal that the chair of St. Peter should rest on any soil but that of the Eternal City. But the French kings and the cardinals of France, outnumbering all others in the Sacred College, were determined to retain the pontifical seat in their own territory. During the pontificate of Gregory XI, 1371 to 1378, Italy was torn by civil dissensions. The free companies, bands of organized marauders, ravaged the country with fire and sword, plundering Guelph and Ghibelline alike. Gregory's legates in the government of the ecclesiastical states rendered themselves so odious to the people by their immorality and rapacity that a league of the more powerful political factions was formed for throwing off the yoke of the absentee papal rulers. This was the beginning of the War of Liberation, 1375, that was to shake the papal power in Italy to its very foundations. Gregory saw that, in order to preserve even a vestige of temporal power in the Italian states, he must act with crushing vigor. He therefore sent the cardinal legate, Robert, of Geneva, afterward Antipope Clement VII, into Italy with a company of Breton adventurers dreaded for their ferocity, and trained to plunder in the terrible wars of France. In spite of the atrocities committed by Robert and his hirelings, the revolt continued with unabated fury, and at last Gregory was constrained to return in person to Italy with the purpose of pacifying the turbulent forces. He entered Rome, January 17, 1377, but after a year of futile effort he died, leaving the confusion worse than he found it. Since, according to ecclesiastical law, the election of a new pope must be held at the place of the last pontiff's decease, great clamor arose among the Romans, whose demands were seconded throughout Europe, for the election of a Roman pope and the ending of the Babylonish captivity. The history of the Great Schism and election of the rival pontiffs is nowhere to be found in better form of narrative than that of Milman, which here follows. Gregory XI had hardly expired when Rome burst out into a furious tumult. A Roman pope, at least an Italian pope, was the universal outcry. The conclave must be overawed. The hateful domination of a French pontiff must be broken up, and forever. This was not unforeseen. Before his death, Gregory XI had issued a bull conferring the amplest powers on the cardinals to choose, according to their wisdom, the time and the place for the election. It manifestly contemplated their retreat from the turbulent streets of Rome to some place where their deliberations would not be overborne, and the predominant French interest would maintain its superiority. On the other hand, there were serious and not groundless apprehensions that the fierce Breton and Gascon bands, at the command of the French cardinals, might dictate to the conclave. The Romans not only armed their civic troops, but sent to Tivoli, Velletri, and the neighboring cities. A strong force was mustered to keep the foreigners in check. Throughout the interval between the funeral of Gregory and the opening of the conclave, the cardinals were either too jealously watched or thought it imprudent to attempt flight. 16 cardinals were present at Rome, 1 Spaniard, 11 French, 4 Italians. The ordinary measures were taken for opening the conclave in the palace near St. Peter's. 5 Romans, 2 ecclesiastics and 3 laymen, and 3 Frenchmen were appointed to wait upon and to guard the conclave. The Bishop of Marseille represented the great Chamberlain, who holds the supreme authority during the vacancy of the popedom. The Chamberlain, the Archbishop of Arles, brother of the Cardinal of Limoges, had withdrawn into the castle of St. Angelo to secure his own person and to occupy that important fortress. The 9 solemn days fully elapsed. On the 7th of April they assembled for the conclave. At that instant, inauspicious omen, a terrible flash of lightning, followed by a stunning peal of thunder, struck through the hall, burning and splitting some of the furniture. The hall of conclave was crowded by a fierce rabble who refused to retire. After about an hour's strife, the Bishop of Marseille, by threats, by persuasion, or by entreaty, had expelled all but about 40 wild men, armed to the teeth. These ruffians rudely and insolently searched the whole building. They looked under the beds, they examined the places of retreat. They would satisfy themselves whether any armed men were concealed, whether there was any hole or even drain through which the cardinals could escape. All the time they shouted, "A Roman Pope, we will have a Roman Pope." Those without echoed back the savage yell. Before long appeared 2 ecclesiastics. Announcing themselves as delegated by the commonalty of Rome, they demanded to speak with the cardinals. The cardinals dared not refuse. The Romans represented, in firm but not disrespectful language, that for 70 years the Holy Roman people had been without their pastor, the supreme head of Christendom. In Rome were many noble and wise ecclesiastics equal to govern the church. If not in Rome, there were such men in Italy. They intimated that so great were the fury and determination of the people that, if the conclave should resist, there might be a general massacre, in which probably they themselves, assuredly the cardinals, would perish. The cardinals might hear from every quarter around them the cry, "A Roman Pope, if not a Roman, an Italian." The cardinals replied that such aged and reverend men must know the rules of the conclave, that no election could be by requisition, favor, fear, or tumult, but by the interposition of the Holy Ghost. To reiterated persuasions and menaces, they only said, "We are in your power. You may kill us, but we must act according to God's ordinance." Tomorrow we celebrate the Mass for the descent of the Holy Ghost. As the Holy Ghost directs, so shall we do. Some of the French uttered words which sounded like defiance. The populace cried, "If ye persist to do despite to Christ, if we have not a Roman Pope, we will hew these cardinals and Frenchmen in pieces." At length the Bishop of Marseille was able to entirely clear the hall. The cardinals sat down to a plentiful repast. The doors were finally closed, but all the night through they heard in the streets the unceasing clamor, "A Roman Pope, a Roman Pope." Toward the morning the tumult became more fierce and dense. Strange men had burst into the belfry of St. Peter's. The clanging bells tolled as if all Rome was on fire. Within the conclave, the tumult, if less loud and clamorous, was hardly less general. The confusion without and terror within did not allay the angry rivalry, or suspend that subtle play of policy peculiar to the form of election. The French interest was divided. Within this circle there was another circle. The single diocese of Limoges, favored as it had been by more than one pope, had almost strength to dictate to the conclave. The Limousins put forward the Cardinal de Saint-Eustache. Against these, the leader was the Cardinal Robert of Geneva, whose fierce and haughty demeanor and sanguinary acts as legate had brought so much of its unpopularity on the administration of Gregory XI. With Robert were the 4 Italians and 3 French cardinals. Rather than a Limousin, Robert would even consent to an Italian. They on the one side, the Limousins on the other, had met secretly before the conclave. The 8 had sworn not on any account to submit to the election of a traitorous Limousin. All the sleepless night the cardinals might hear the din at the gate, the yells of the people, the tolling of the bells. There was constant passing and repassing from each other's chamber, intrigues, altercations, maneuvers, proposals advanced and rejected, promises of support given and withdrawn. Many names were put up. Of the Romans within the conclave, 2 only were named, the old Cardinal of St. Peter's, the Cardinal Jacobo Orsini. The Limousins advanced in turn almost every one of their faction. No one but himself thought of Robert of Geneva. In the morning the disturbance without waxed more terrible. A vain attempt was made to address the populace by the 3 cardinal priors. They were driven from the windows with loud derisive shouts, "A Roman, a Roman." For now the alternative of an Italian had been abandoned. A Roman, none but a Roman, would content the people. The madness of intoxication was added to the madness of popular fury. The rabble had broken open the Pope's cellar and drunk his rich wines. In the conclave the wildest projects were started. The Cardinal Orsini was to dress up a Minorite friar, probably a spiritual, in the papal robes, to show him to the people, and so for themselves to effect their escape to some safe place and proceed to a legitimate election. The cardinals, from honor or from fear, shrunk from this trick. At length both parties seemed to concur. Each claimed credit for first advancing the name, which most afterward repudiated, of the Archbishop of Bari, a man of repute for theologic and legal erudition, an Italian, but a subject of the Queen of Naples, who was also Countess of Provence. They came to the nomination. The Cardinal of Florence proposed the Cardinal of St. Peter's. The Cardinal of Limoges arose. The Cardinal of St. Peter's is too old. The Cardinal of Florence is of a city at war with the Holy See. I reject the Cardinal of Milan as the subject of the Visconti, the most deadly enemy of the Church. The Cardinal Orsini is too young, and we must not yield to the clamor of the Romans. I vote for Bartholomew Prignani, Archbishop of Bari. All was acclamation. Orsini alone stood out. He aspired to be the Pope of the Romans. But it was too late. The mob was thundering at the gates, menacing death to the cardinals if they had not immediately a Roman pontiff. The feeble defenses sounded as if they were shattering down. The tramp of the populace was almost heard within the hall. They forced or persuaded the aged Cardinal of St. Peter's to make a desperate effort to save their lives. He appeared at the window, hastily attired in what either was or seemed to be the papal stole and mitre. There was a jubilant and triumphant cry. "We have a Roman Pope, the Cardinal of St. Peter's. Long live Rome, long live St. Peter." The populace became even more frantic with joy than before with wrath. One band hastened to the cardinal's palace, and, according to the strange usage, broke in, threw the furniture into the streets, and sacked it from top to bottom. Those around the hall of conclave, aided by the connivance of some of the cardinal's servants within, or by more violent efforts of their own, burst in all quarters. The supposed pope was surrounded by eager adorers. They were at his feet. They pressed his swollen, gouty hands till he shrieked from pain and began to protest, in the strongest language, that he was not the pope. The indignation of the populace at this disappointment was aggravated by an unlucky confusion of names. The archbishop was mistaken for John of Bari, of the bedchamber of the late pope, a man of harsh manners and dissolute life, an object of general hatred. 5 of the cardinals, Robert of Geneva, Aquasparta, Vivier, Poitou, and de Verney, were seized in their attempt to steal away, and driven back, amid contemptuous hootings, by personal violence. Night came on again. The populace, having pillaged all the provisions in the conclave, grew weary of their own excesses. The cardinals fled on all sides. 4 left the city. Orsini and St. Eustache escaped to Vicovaro, Robert of Geneva to Zagarolo, St. Angelo to Guardia. 6, Limoges, Degreffoy, Poitou, Vivier, Brittany, and Marmoutier to the castle of St. Angelo. Florence, Milan, Montmoyer, Glandève, and Luna to their own strong fortresses. The Pope lay concealed in the Vatican. In the morning, the 5 cardinals in Rome were assembled round him. A message was sent to the bannerets of Rome, announcing his election. The 6 cardinals in St. Angelo were summoned. They were hardly persuaded to leave their place of security, but without their presence, the archbishop would not declare his assent to his elevation. The Cardinal of Florence, as dean, presented the Pope-elect to the Sacred College, and discoursed on the text. Such ought he to be, an undefiled high priest. The archbishop began a long harangue. "Fear and trembling have come upon me, the horror of great darkness." The Cardinal of Florence cut short the ill-timed sermon, demanding whether he accepted the pontificate. The archbishop gave his assent. He took the name of Urban VI. Te Deum was intoned. He was lifted to the throne. The fugitives returned to Rome. Urban VI was crowned on Easter Day in the church of St. John Lateran. All the cardinals were present at the august ceremony. They announced the election of Urban VI to their brethren who had remained in Avignon. Urban himself addressed the usual encyclic letters, proclaiming his elevation to all the prelates in Christendom. None could determine how far the nomination of the Archbishop of Bari was free and uncontrolled by the terrors of the raging populace, but the acknowledgment of Urban VI by all the cardinals at his inauguration in the Holy Office, their assistance at his coronation without protest, when some at least might have been safe beyond the walls of Rome, their acceptance of honors as by the cardinals of Limoges, Poitou, and Agrafeuil, the homage of all, might seem to annul all possible irregularity in the election, to confirm irrefragably the legitimacy of his title. Not many days had passed when the cardinals began to look with dismay and bitter repentance on their own work. In Urban VI, said a writer of these times, on the side of Urban as rightful pontiff, was verified the proverb, "None is so insolent as a low man suddenly raised to power." The high-born, haughty, luxurious prelates, both French and Italian, found that they had set over themselves a master, resolved not only to redress the flagrant and inveterate abuses of the college and of the hierarchy, but also to force on his reforms in the most hasty and insulting way. He did the harshest things in the harshest manner. The Archbishop of Bari, of mean birth, had risen by the virtues of a monk. He was studious, austere, humble, a diligent reader of the Bible, master of the canon law, Rigid in his fasts, he wore haircloth next his skin. His time was divided between study, prayer, and business, for which he had great aptitude. From the poor bishopric of Acherontia he had been promoted to the archbishopric of Bari, and had presided over the papal chancery in Avignon. The monk broke out at once on his elevation in the utmost rudeness and rigor, but the humility changed to the most offensive haughtiness. Almost his first act was a public rebuke in his chapel to all the bishops present for their desertion of their dioceses. He called them perjured traitors. The bishop of Pampeluna boldly repelled the charge. He was at Rome, he said, on the affairs of his see. In the full consistory, Urban preached on the text, I am the good shepherd, and inveighed in a manner not to be mistaken against the wealth and luxury of the cardinals. Their voluptuous banquets were notorious. Petrarch had declaimed against them. The Pope threatened a sumptuary law that they should have but one dish at their table. It was the rule of his own order. He was determined to extirpate simony. A cardinal who should receive presents he menaced with excommunication. He affected to despise wealth. Thy money perish with thee, he said to a collector of the papal revenue. He disdained to conceal the most unpopular schemes. He declared his intention not to leave Rome. To the petition of the bannerets of Rome for a promotion of cardinals, he openly avowed his design to make so large a nomination that the Italians should resume their ascendancy over the Ultramontanes. The Cardinal of Geneva turned pale and left the consistory. Urban declared himself determined to do equal justice between man and man, between the kings of France and England. The French cardinals and those in the pay of France heard this with great indignation. The manners of Urban were even more offensive than his acts. Hold your tongue, you have talked long enough, were his common phrases to his mitred counselors. He called the Cardinal Orsini a fool. He charged the Cardinal of St. Marcellus of Amiens, on his return from his legation in Tuscany, with having robbed the treasures of the church. The charge was not less insulting for its justice. The Cardinal of Amiens, instead of allaying the feuds of France and England, which it was his holy mission to allay, had inflamed them in order to glut his own insatiable avarice by draining the wealth of both countries in the Pope's name. As Archbishop of Bari, you lie, was the reply of the high-born Frenchman. On one occasion, such high words passed with the Cardinal of Limoges that, but for the interposition of another cardinal, the Pope would have rushed on him, and there had been a personal conflict. Such were among the stories of the time. Friends and foes agree in attributing the schism, at least the immediate schism, to the imprudent zeal, the imperiousness, the ungovernable temper of Pope Urban. The cardinals among themselves talked of him as mad. They began to murmur that it was a compulsory, therefore invalid, election. The French cardinals were now at Eney. They were joined by the Cardinal of Amiens, who had taken no part in the election, but who was burning under the insulting words of the Pope, perhaps not too eager to render an account of his legation. The Pope retired to Tivoli. He summoned the cardinals to that city. They answered that they had gone to large expenses in laying in provisions and making preparations for their residence in Eney. They had no means to supply a second sojourn in Tivoli. The Pope, with his 4 Italian cardinals, passed 2 important acts as sovereign pontiff. He confirmed the election of Wenceslaus, son of Charles IV, to the empire. He completed the treaty with Florence, by which the Republic paid a large sum to the See of Rome. The amount was 70,000 florins in the course of the year, 180,000 in 4 years, for the expenses of the war. They were relieved from ecclesiastical censures, under which this enlightened republic, though Italian, trembled, even from a pope of doubtful title. Their awe showed perhaps the weakness and dissensions in Florence rather than the papal power. The cardinals at Eney sent a summons to their brethren, inviting them to share in their councils concerning the compulsory election of the successor to Gregory XI. Already the opinions of great legists had been taken. Some of them, that of the famous Baldus, may still be read. He was in favor of the validity of the election. But grave legal arguments and ecclesiastical logic were not to decide a contest which had stirred so deeply the passions and interests of 2 great factions. France and Italy were at strife for the popedom. The Ultramontane cardinals would not tamely abandon a power which had given them rank, wealth, luxury, virtually the spiritual supremacy of the world for 70 years. Italy, Rome, would not forego the golden opportunity of resuming the long-lost authority. On the 9th of August, the cardinals at Anagni publicly declared, they announced in encyclic letters addressed to the faithful in all Christendom, that the election of Urban VI was carried by force and the fear of death, that through the same force and fear he had been inaugurated, enthroned, and crowned, that he was an apostate, an accursed Antichrist. They pronounced him a tyrannical usurper of the popedom, a wolf that had stolen into the fold. They called upon him to descend at once from the throne which he occupied without canonical title. If repentant, he might find mercy. If he persisted, he would provoke the indignation of God, of the apostles St. Peter and St. Paul, and all of the saints, for his violation of the spouse of Christ, the common mother of the faithful. It was signed by 13 cardinals. The more pious and devout were shocked at this avowal of cowardice. Cardinals who would not be martyrs in the cause of truth and of spiritual freedom condemned themselves. But letters and appeals to the judgment of the world and awful maledictions were not their only resources. The fierce Breton bands were used to march and to be indulged in their worst excesses under the banner of the Cardinal of Geneva. As ultramontanists, it was their interest, their inclination, to espouse the ultramontane cause. They arrayed themselves to advance and join the cardinals at Anagni. The Romans rose to oppose them. A fight took place near the Pont Salario. 300 Romans lay dead on the field. Urban VI was as blind to cautious temporal as to cautious ecclesiastical policy. Every act of the Pope raised him up new enemies. Joanna, Queen of Naples, had hailed the elevation of her subject, the Archbishop of Bari. Naples had been brilliantly illuminated. Shiploads of fruit and wines, and the more solid gift of 20,000 florins, had been her oblations to the Pope. Her husband, Otho of Brunswick, had gone to Rome to pay his personal homage. His object was to determine in his own favor the succession to the realm. The reception of Otho was cold and repulsive. He returned in disgust. The queen eagerly listened to suspicions, skillfully awakened, that Urban meditated the resumption of the fief of Naples and its grant to the rival house of Hungary. She became the sworn ally of the cardinals at Anagni. Onorato Gaetani, Count of Fondi, one of the most turbulent barons of the land, demanded of the pontiff 20,000 florins advanced on loan to Gregory XI. Urban not only rejected the claim, declaring it a personal debt of the late pope, not of the Holy See, he also deprived Gaetani of his fief, and granted it to his mortal enemy, the Count San Severino. Gaetani began immediately to seize the adjacent castles in Campania, and invited the cardinals to his stronghold at Fondi. The Archbishop of Arles, chamberlain of the late Pope, leaving the castle of St. Angelo under the guard of a commander who long refused all orders from Pope Urban, brought to Anagni the jewels and ornaments of the papacy, which had been carried for security to St. Angelo. The prefect of the city, De Vico, lord of Viterbo, had been won over by the Cardinal of Amiens. The 4 Italian cardinals still adhered to Pope Urban. They labored hard to mediate between the conflicting parties. Conferences were held at Zagarolo and other places. When the French cardinals had retired to Fondi, the Italians took up their quarters at Subiaco. The Cardinal of St. Peter's, worn out with age and trouble, withdrew to Rome and soon after died. He left a testamentary document declaring the validity of the election of Urban. The French cardinals had declared the election void. They were debating the next step. Some suggested the appointment of a coadjutor. They were now sure of the support of the King of France, who would not easily surrender his influence over a pope at Avignon, and of the Queen of Naples, estranged by the pride of Urban and secretly stimulated by the Cardinal Orsini, who had not forgiven his own loss of the tiara. Yet even now they seemed to shrink from the creation of an antipope. Urban precipitated and made inevitable this disastrous event. He was now alone. The Cardinal of St. Peter's was dead. Florence, Milan, and the Orsini stood aloof. They seemed only to wait to be thrown off by Urban, to join the adverse faction. Urban at first declared his intention to create 9 cardinals. He proceeded at once, and without warning, to create 26. By this step, the French and Italian cardinals together were now but an insignificant minority. They were instantly won. All must be risked or all lost. On September 20th, at Fondi, Robert of Geneva was elected pope in the presence of all the cardinals except St. Peter's, who had chosen, inaugurated, enthroned, and for a time obeyed Urban VI. The Italians refused to give their suffrages, but entered no protest. They retired into their castles and remained aloof from the schism. Orsini died before long at Tagliacozzo. The qualifications which, according to his partial biographer, recommended the Cardinal of Geneva were rather those of a successor to John Hawkwood or to a Duke of Milan than of the apostles. Extraordinary activity of body and endurance of fatigue, courage which would hazard his life to put down the intrusive pope, sagacity and experience in the temporal affairs of the Church, high birth through which he was allied with most of the royal and princely houses of Europe, of austerity, devotion, learning, holiness, charity, not a word. He took the name of Clement VII. The Italians bitterly taunted the mockery of this name, assumed by the captain of the Breton Free Companies, by the author, it was believed, of the massacre at Cassina. So began the schism which divided Western Christendom for 38 years. Italy, excepting the kingdom of Joanna of Naples, adhered to her native pontiff. Germany and Bohemia to the pontiff who had recognized King Wenceslaus as emperor. England to the pontiff hostile to France. Hungary to the pontiff who might support her pretensions to Naples. Poland and the northern kingdoms, with Portugal, espoused the same cause. France at first stood almost alone in support of her subject of a pope at Avignon instead of at Rome. Scotland only was with Clement because England was with Urban. So Flanders was with Urban because France was with Clement. The uncommon abilities of Peter de Luna, the Spanish cardinal, afterward better known under a higher title, detached successively the Spanish kingdoms, Castile, Aragon, and Navarre, from allegiance to Pope Urban. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Genoese Surrender to the Venetians, A.D. 1380, by Henry Hallam. Prolonged commercial rivalry between Genoa and Venice brought them to a state of bitter jealousy which led to furious wars. In the second half of the 12th century, Genoa established her power on the Black Sea and aimed at a commercial monopoly in that region. This aroused the Venetians to anger and led to open hostilities. The first war growing out of these antagonisms between the two republics began in 1257, and throughout the rest of the 13th century hostilities were almost continuous. In 1351 the Venetians formed an alliance against Genoa with the Greeks and Aragonese, and in the ensuing war the advantage gained by Genoa was confirmed by a treaty of peace in 1355. But this peace lasted only until 1378, when a dispute arose between Genoa and Venice in relation to the island of Tenedos in the Aegean Sea, of which the Venetians had taken possession. The Venetians, having denounced Genoa as false to all its oaths and obligations, formally declared war in April, after several acts of hostility had occurred in the Levant. Of all the wars between the rival states, this was the most remarkable and led to the most important consequences. Genoa did not stand alone in this war. A formidable confederacy was raised against Venice, which had given provocation to many enemies. Of this, Francis Carrara, Signor of Padua, and the King of Hungary were the leaders. But the principal struggle was, as usual, upon the waves. During the winter of 1378, a Genoese fleet kept the sea and ravaged the shores of Dalmatia. The Venetian armament had been weakened by an epidemic disease, and when Vittor Pisani, their admiral, gave battle to the enemy, he was compelled to fight with a hasty conscription of landsmen against the best sailors in the world. Entirely defeated and taking refuge at Venice with only 7 galleys, Pisani was cast into prison, as if his ill fortune had been his crime. Meanwhile, the Genoese fleet, augmented by a strong reinforcement, rode before the long natural ramparts that separate the lagoons of Venice from the Adriatic. 6 passages intersect the islands which constitute this barrier, besides the broader outlets of Brondolo and Fosson, through which the waters of the Brenta and the Adige are discharged. The lagoon itself, as is well known, consists of extremely shallow water, unnavigable for any vessel except along the course of artificial and intricate passages. Notwithstanding the apparent difficulties of such an enterprise, Pietro Doria, the Genoese admiral, determined to reduce the city. His first successes gave him reason to hope. He forced the passage and stormed the little town of Chioggia, built upon the inside of the isle bearing that name, about 25 miles south of Venice. Nearly 4,000 prisoners fell here into his hands, an augury, as it seemed, of a more splendid triumph. In the consternation this misfortune inspired at Venice, the first impulse was to ask for peace. The ambassadors carried with them 7 Genoese prisoners as a sort of peace offering to the admiral, and were empowered to make large and humiliating concessions, reserving nothing but the liberty of Venice. Francis Carrara strongly urged his allies to treat for peace, but the Genoese were stimulated by long hatred and intoxicated by this unexpected opportunity of revenge. Doria, calling the ambassadors into council, thus addressed them: "Ye shall obtain no peace from us, I swear to you, nor from the Lord of Padua, till first we have put a curb in the mouths of those wild horses that stand upon the place of St. Mark. When they are bridled, you shall have enough of peace. Take back with you your Genoese captives, for I am coming within a few days to release both them and their companions from your prisons." When this answer was reported to the Senate, they prepared to defend themselves with the characteristic firmness of their government. Every eye was turned toward a great man unjustly punished, their admiral, Vittor Pisani. He was called out of prison to defend his country amid general acclamations. Under his vigorous command, the canals were fortified, or occupied by large vessels armed with artillery. 34 galleys were equipped. Every citizen contributed according to his power. In the entire want of commercial resources, for Venice had not a merchant ship during this war, private plate was melted, and the Senate held out the promise of ennobling 30 families who should be most forward in this strife of patriotism. The new fleet was so ill provided with seamen that for some months the admiral employed them only in maneuvering along the canals. From some unaccountable supineness, or, more probably, from the insuperable difficulties of the undertaking, the Genoese made no assault upon the city. They had, indeed, fair grounds to hope its reduction by famine or despair. Every access to the continent was cut off by the troops of Padua, and the King of Hungary had mastered all the Venetian towns in Istria and along the Dalmatian coast. The Doge Contarini, taking the chief command, appeared at length with his fleet near Chioggia before the Genoese were aware. They were still less aware of his secret design. He pushed one of the large round vessels, then called Coche, into the narrow passage of Chioggia which connects the lagoon with the sea, and mooring her athwart the channel, interrupted that communication. Attacked with fury by the enemy, this vessel went down on the spot, and the Doge improved his advantage by sinking loads of stones until the passage became absolutely unnavigable. It was still possible for the Genoese fleet to follow the principal canal of the lagoon toward Venice and the northern passages, or to sail out of it by the harbor of Brondolo, but whether from confusion or from miscalculating the dangers of their position, they suffered the Venetians to close the canal upon them by the same means they had used at Chioggia, and even to place their fleet in the entrance of Brondolo so near to the lagoon that the Genoese could not form their ships in line of battle. The circumstances of the two combatants were thus entirely changed. But the Genoese fleet, though besieged in Chioggia, was impregnable, and their command of the land secured them from famine. Venice, notwithstanding her unexpected success, was still very far from secure. It was difficult for the Doge to keep his position through the winter, and if the enemy could appear in open sea, the risks of combat were extremely hazardous. It is said that the Senate deliberated upon transporting the seat of their liberty to Candia, and that the Doge had announced his intention to raise the siege of Chioggia, if expected succors did not arrive by January 1, 1380. On that very day, Carlo Zeno, an admiral who, ignorant of the dangers of his country, had been supporting the honor of her flag in the Levant and on the coast of Liguria, appeared with a reinforcement of 18 galleys and a store of provisions. From that moment the confidence of Venice revived. The fleet, now superior in strength to the enemy, began to attack them with vivacity. After several months of obstinate resistance, the Genoese, whom their republic had ineffectually attempted to relieve by a fresh armament, blocked up in the town of Chioggia, and pressed by hunger, were obliged to surrender. 19 galleys only, out of 48, were in good condition, and the crews were equally diminished in the 10 months of their occupation of Chioggia. The pride of Genoa was deemed to be justly humbled, and even her own historian confesses that God would not suffer so noble a city as Venice to become the spoil of a conqueror. Though the capture of Chioggia did not terminate the war, both parties were exhausted, and willing, next year, to accept the mediation of the Duke of Savoy. By the Peace of Turin, Venice surrendered most of her territorial possessions to the King of Hungary. That prince and Francis Carrara were the only gainers. Genoa obtained the Isle of Tenedos, one of the original subjects of dispute, a poor indemnity for her losses. Though upon a hasty view the result of this war appears more unfavorable to Venice, yet in fact it is the epoch of the decline of Genoa. From this time she never commanded the ocean with such navies as before. Her commerce gradually went into decay, and the 15th century, the most splendid in the annals of Venice, is, till recent times, the most ignominious in those of Genoa. But this was partly owing to internal dissensions, by which her liberty, as well as glory, was for a while suspended. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Rebellion of Wat Tyler, A.D. 1381, by John Lingard. Richard II of England, at 11 years of age, succeeded to a heritage of foreign complications and wars, which were a legacy from the reign of his grandfather, Edward III. At the request of the Commons, the Lords in the King's name appointed 9 persons to be a permanent council, and it was resolved that during the King's minority the appointment of all the chief officers of the Crown should be with the Parliament. The administration was conducted in the King's name, and the whole system was for some years kept together by the secret authority of the King's uncles, especially of the Duke of Lancaster, who was in reality the regent. France, Scotland, and Castile continued their hostilities against England, and during the first 2 years of Richard's reign the ministers had no difficulty in obtaining ample grants of money to carry on the wars. In the 3rd year, the expense of the campaign in Brittany compelled them to solicit yet additional aid. Various methods of taxation failing to raise the amount required, the Commons, in great discontent, demanded alterations in the council, and after long debate reluctantly consented to the imposition of a new and unusual tax of 3 groats on every person, male and female, above 15 years of age. For the relief of the poor, it was provided that in the cities and towns the aggregate amount should be divided among the inhabitants according to their abilities, so that no individual should pay less than 1 groat, or more than 60 groats for himself and his wife. Parliament thereupon was dismissed, but the collection of the tax gave rise to an insurrection which threatened the life of the king and the existence of the government. At this period, 1381, a secret ferment seems to have pervaded the mass of the people in many nations of Europe. Men were no longer willing to submit to the impositions of their rulers, or to wear the chains which had been thrown round the necks of their fathers by a warlike and haughty aristocracy. We may trace this awakening spirit of independence to a variety of causes, operating in the same direction: to the progressive improvement of society, the gradual diffusion of knowledge, the increasing pressure of taxation, and above all, to the numerous and lasting wars by which Europe had lately been convulsed. Necessity had often compelled both the sovereigns and nobles to court the goodwill of the people. The burghers in the towns and inferior tenants in the country had learned from the repeated demands made upon them to form notions of their own importance, and the archers and foot soldiers, who had served for years in the wars, were, at their return home, unwilling to sit down in the humble station of bondmen to their former lords. In Flanders, the Commons had risen against their Count Louis, and had driven him out of his dominions. In France, the populace had taken possession of Paris and Rouen, and massacred the collectors of the revenue. In England, a spirit of discontent agitated the whole body of the villains, who remained in almost the same situation in which we left them at the Norman Conquest. They were still attached to the soil, tallyable at the will of the Lord, and bound to pay the fines for the marriage of their females, to perform customary labor, and to render the other servile protestations incident to their condition. It is true that in the course of time many had obtained the rights of freemen. Occasionally, the king or the lord would liberate at once all the bondmen on some particular domain, in return for a fixed rent to be yearly assessed on the inhabitants. But the progress of emancipation was slow. The improved condition of their former fellows served only to embitter the discontent of those who still wore the fetters of servitude, and in many places the villains formed associations for their mutual support, and availed themselves of every expedient in their power to free themselves from the control of their lords. In the first year of Richard's reign, a complaint was laid before Parliament that in many districts they had purchased exemplifications out of the Domesday Book in the King's Court, and under a false interpretation of that record had pretended to be discharged of all manner of servitude, both as to their bodies and their tenures, and would not suffer the officers of their lords either to levy distress or to do justice upon them. It was in vain that such exemplifications were declared of no force, and that commissions were ordered for the punishment of the rebellious. The villains, by their union and perseverance, contrived to intimidate their lords, and set at defiance the severity of the law. To this resistance they were encouraged by the diffusion of the doctrines so recently taught by Wycliffe, that the right of property was founded in grace, and that no man who was by sin a traitor to God could be entitled to the services of others. At the same time, itinerant preachers sedulously inculcated the natural equality of mankind, and the tyranny of artificial distinctions, and the poorer classes, still smarting under the exactions of the late reign, were by the impositions of the new tax wound up to a pitch of madness. Thus the materials had been prepared. It required but a spark to set the whole country in a blaze. It was soon discovered that the receipts of the treasury would fall short of the expected amount, and commissions were issued to different persons to inquire into the conduct of the collectors, and to compel payment from those who had been favored or overlooked. One of these commissioners, Thomas de Bampton, sat at Brentwood in Essex, but the men of Fobbings refused to answer before him, and when the Chief Justice of the Common Pleas attempted to punish their contumacy, they compelled him to flee, murder the jurors and clerks of the commission, and carrying their heads upon poles, claim the support of the nearest townships. In a few days all the commons of Essex were in a state of insurrection, under the command of a profligate priest who had assumed the name of Jack Straw. The men of Kent were not long behind their neighbours in Essex. At Dartford, one of the collectors had demanded the tax for a young girl, the daughter of a tiler. Her mother maintained that she was under the age required by the statute, and the officer was proceeding to ascertain the fact by an indecent exposure of her person, when her father, who had just returned from work, with a stroke of his hammer beat out the offender's brains. His courage was applauded by his neighbours. They swore that they would protect him from punishment, and by threats and promises secured the cooperation of all the villages in the western division of Kent. A third party of insurgents was formed by the men of Gravesend, irritated at the conduct of Sir Simon Burley. He had claimed one of the burghers as his bondman, refused to grant him his freedom at a less price than £300, and sent him a prisoner to the castle of Rochester. With the aid of a body of insurgents from Essex, the castle was taken and the captive liberated. At Maidstone they appointed Wat the Tiler of that town leader of the Commons of Kent, and took with them an itinerant preacher of the name of John Ball, who for his seditious and heterodox harangues had been confined by the order of the Archbishop. The mayor and aldermen of Canterbury were compelled to swear fidelity to the good cause. Several of the citizens were slain, and 500 joined them in their intended march toward London. When they reached Blackheath, their numbers are said to have amounted to 100,000 men. To this lawless and tumultuous multitude Ball was appointed preacher, and assumed for the text of his first sermon the following lines: "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" He told them that by nature all men were born equal, that the distinction of bondage and freedom was the invention of their oppressors, and contrary to the views of their Creator, that God now offered them the means of recovering their liberty, and that if they continued slaves, the blame must rest with themselves, that it was necessary to dispose of the Archbishop, the earls and barons, the judges, lawyers, and questmongers, and that when the distinction of ranks was abolished, all would be free, because all would be of the same nobility and of equal authority. His discourse was received with shouts of applause by his infatuated hearers, who promised to make him, in defiance of his own doctrines, Archbishop of Canterbury and Chancellor of the realm. By letters and messengers the knowledge of these proceedings was carefully propagated through the neighboring counties. Everywhere the people had been prepared, and in a few days the flame spread from the southern coast of Kent to the right bank of the Humber. In all places the insurgents regularly pursued the same course. They pillaged the manors of their lords, demolished the houses, and burned the court rolls, cut off the heads of every justice and lawyer and juror who fell into their hands, and swore all others to be true to King Richard and the Commons, to admit of no king of the name of John, and to oppose all taxes but 15ths, the ancient tallage paid by their fathers. The members of the council saw with astonishment the sudden rise and rapid spread of the insurrection, and bewildered by their fears and ignorance, knew not whom to trust or what measures to pursue. The first who encountered the rabble on Blackheath was the Princess of Wales, the king's mother, on her return from a pilgrimage to Canterbury. She liberated herself from danger by her own address, and a few kisses from the fair maid of Kent purchased the protection of the leaders and secured the respect of their followers. She was permitted to join her son, who with his cousin Henry, Earl of Derby, Simon, Archbishop of Canterbury and Chancellor, Sir Robert Hales, Master of the Knights of St. John and Treasurer, and about 100 sergeants and knights, had left the Castle of Windsor and repaired for greater security to the Tower of London. The next morning the king and his barge descended the river to receive the petitions of the insurgents. To the number of 10,000, with 2 banners of St. George and 60 pennons, they awaited his arrival at Rotherhithe. But their horrid yells and uncouth appearance so intimidated his attendants that instead of permitting him to land, they took advantage of the tide and returned with precipitation. Tyler and Straw, irritated by this disappointment, led their men into Southwark, where they demolished the houses belonging to the Marshalsea and the King's Bench, while another party forced their way into the palace of the Archbishop at Lambeth, and burned the furniture with the records belonging to the Chancery. The next morning they were allowed to pass in small companies, according to their different townships, over the bridge into the city. The populace joined them, and as soon as they had regaled themselves at the cost of the richer inhabitants, the work of devastation commenced. They demolished Newgate and liberated the prisoners, plundered and destroyed the magnificent palace of the Savoy belonging to the Duke of Lancaster, burned the temple with the books and records, and dispatched a party to set fire to the house of the Knights Hospitallers at Clerkenwell, which had been lately built by Sir Robert Hales. To prove, however, that they had no views of private emolument, a proclamation was issued forbidding anyone to secrete part of the plunder, and so severely was the prohibition enforced that the plate was hammered and cut into small pieces, the precious stones were beaten to powder, and one of the rioters who had concealed a silver cup in his bosom was immediately thrown with his prize into the river. To every man whom they met, they put the question, "With whom holdest thou?" And unless he gave the proper answer, "With King Richard and the Commons," he was instantly beheaded. But the principal objects of their cruelty were the natives of Flanders. They dragged 13 Flemings out of one church, 17 out of another, and 32 out of the Vintry, and struck off their heads with shouts of triumph and exultation. In the evening, wearied with the labor of the day, they dispersed through the streets and indulged in every kind of debauchery. During this night of suspense and terror, the Princess of Wales held a council with the ministers in the Tower. The king's uncles were absent. The garrison, though perhaps able to defend the place, was too weak to put down the insurgents, and a resolution was taken to try the influence of promises and concession. In the morning, the Tower Hill was seen covered with an immense multitude, who prohibited the introduction of provisions, and with loud cries demanded the heads of the Chancellor and Treasurer. In return, a herald ordered them by proclamation to retire to Mile End, where the king would assent to all their demands. Immediately, the gates were thrown open. In return, a herald ordered them by proclamation to retire to Mile End, where the king would assent to all their demands. Immediately the gates were thrown open. Richard, with a few unarmed attendants, rode forward. The best intentioned of the crowd followed him, and at Mile End he saw himself surrounded with 60,000 petitioners. Their demands were reduced to 4: the abolition of slavery, the reduction of the rent of land to 4d. the acre, the free liberty of buying and selling in all fairs and markets, and a general pardon for past offences. A charter to that effect was engrossed for each parish and township. During the night 30 clerks were employed in transcribing a sufficient number of copies. They were sealed and delivered in the morning, and the whole body, consisting chiefly of the men of Essex and Hertfordshire, retired, bearing the king's banner as a token that they were under his protection. But Tyler and Straw had formed other and more ambitious designs. The moment the king was gone, they rushed at the head of 400 men into the Tower. The Archbishop, who had just celebrated Mass, Sir Robert Hales, William Appledore, the king's confessor Legge, the farmer of the tax, and 3 of his associates were seized and led to immediate execution. As no opposition was offered, they searched every part of the Tower, burst into the private apartment of the princess, and probed her bed with their swords. She fainted, and was carried by her ladies to the river, which she crossed in a covered barge. The Royal Wardrobe, a house in Carter Lane, was selected for her residence. The king joined his mother at the Wardrobe, and the next morning, as he rode through Smithfield with 60 horsemen, encountered Tyler at the head of 20,000 insurgents. 3 different charters had been sent to that demagogue, who contemptuously refused them all. As soon as he saw Richard, he made a sign to his followers to halt, and boldly rode up to the king. A conversation immediately began. Tyler, as he talked, affected to play with his dagger. At last he laid his hand upon the bridle of his sovereign, but at the instant Walworth, the Lord Mayor, jealous of his design, plunged a short sword into his throat. He spurred his horse, rode about a dozen yards, fell to the ground, and was dispatched by Robert Standish, one of the king's esquires. The insurgents who had witnessed the transaction drew their bows to revenge the fall of their leader, and Richard would have inevitably lost his life had he not been saved by his own intrepidity. Galloping up to the archers, he exclaimed, "What are ye doing, my lieges? Tyler was a traitor. Come with me, and I will be your leader." Wavering and disconcerted, they followed him into the fields of Islington, whither a force of 1,000 men-at-arms, which had been collected by the Lord Mayor and Sir Robert Knowles, hastened to protect the young king, and the insurgents, falling on their knees, begged for mercy. Many of the royalists demanded permission to punish them for their past excesses, but Richard firmly refused, ordered the suppliants to return to their homes, and by proclamation forbade, under pain of death, any stranger to pass the night in the city. On the southern coast, the excesses of the insurgents reached as far as Winchester, on the eastern to Beverly and Scarborough, and if we reflect that in every place they rose about the same time, and uniformly pursued the same system, we may discover reason to suspect they acted under the direction of some acknowledged though invisible leader. The nobility and gentry, intimidated by the hostility of their tenants, and distressed by contradictory reports, sought security within the fortifications of their castles. The only man who behaved with promptitude and resolution was Henry Spencer, the young and warlike Bishop of Norwich. In the counties of Norfolk, Cambridge, and Huntingdon, tranquillity was restored and preserved by this singular prelate, who successively exercised the offices of general, judge, and priest. In complete armor, he always led his followers to the attack. After the battle, he sat in judgment on his prisoners, and before execution he administered to them the aids of religion. But as soon as the death of Tyler and the dispersion of the men of Kent and Essex were known, thousands became eager to display their loyalty, and knights and esquires from every quarter poured into London to offer their services to the king. At the head of 40,000 horse, he published proclamations, revoking the charters of manumission which he had granted, commanding the villeins to perform their usual services, and prohibiting illegal assemblies and associations. In several parts, the commons threatened to renew the horrors of the late tumult in defense of their liberties. But the approach of the royal army dismayed the disaffected in Kent. The loss of 500 men induced the insurgents of Essex to sue for pardon, and numerous executions in different counties effectually crushed the spirit of resistance. Among the sufferers were Lister and Westbrook, who had assumed the title and authority of kings in Norfolk and Suffolk, and Straw and Ball, the itinerant preachers who have already been mentioned, and whose sermons were supposed to have kindled and nourished the insurrection. When the Parliament met, the two houses were informed by the Chancellor that the king had revoked the charters of emancipation which he had been compelled to grant to the villeins, but at the same time wished to submit to their consideration whether it might not be wise to abolish the state of bondage altogether. The minds of the great proprietors were not, however, prepared for the adoption of so liberal a measure, and both lords and commons unanimously replied that no man could deprive them of the services of their villeins without their consent, that they had never given that consent, and never would be induced to give it, either through persuasion or violence. The king yielded to their obstinacy, and the charters were repealed by authority of Parliament. The commons next deliberated, and presented their petitions. They attributed the insurrection to the grievances suffered by the people from 1. The purveyors, who were said to have exceeded all their predecessors in insolence and extortion. 2. From the rapacity of the royal officers in the Chancery and Exchequer, and the courts of the King's Bench and Common Pleas. 3. From the banditti, called maintainers, who in different counties supported themselves by plunder, and arming in defense of each other set at defiance all the provisions of the law. And 4. From the repeated aids and taxes which had impoverished the people and proved of no service to the nation. To silence these complaints, a commission of inquiry was appointed. The courts of law and the king's household were subjected to regulations of reform, and severe orders were published for the immediate suppression of illegal associations. But the demand of a supply produced a very interesting altercation. The commons refused, on the ground that the imposition of a new tax would goad the people to a second insurrection. They found it, however, necessary to request of the king a general pardon for all illegal acts committed in the suppression of the insurgents, and receive for answer that it was customary for the commons to make their grants before the king bestowed his favors. When the subsidy was again pressed on their attention, they replied that they should take time to consider it, but were told that the king would also take time to consider of their petition. At last they yielded. The tax upon wool, wool fells, and leather was continued for 5 years. and in return a general pardon was granted for all loyal subjects who had acted illegally in opposing the rebels, and for the great body of the insurgents who had been misled by the declamations of the demagogues. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Wycliffe translates the Bible into English, A.D. 1382, by J. Patterson Smythe. It may safely be said that no greater service has been rendered at once to religion and to literature than the translation of the Bible into the English tongue. This achievement did not, indeed, like that of Luther's German translation, come as it were by a single stroke. Luther's Bible caused him to be regarded as the founder of the present literary language of Germany, New High German, which his translation permanently established. The English Bible, on the other hand, was the growth of centuries, but to the contributions of able hands, through many generations, during which the English language itself passed through a wonderful formative development, the incomparable beauty of King James Version owes its existence, and our literature its greatest ornaments. It is impossible to say when the first translation of any part of the Bible into English was made. No English Bible of earlier date than the 14th century has ever been found. But translations, even of the whole Bible, older than Wycliffe, are, by at least two eminent witnesses, said to have existed. As for old translations before Wycliffe's time, says Sir Thomas More, they remain lawful and be in some folks' hands. The Holy Bible, he declares, Dialogues, page 138, edition 1530, was long before Wycliffe's days, by virtuous and well-learned men, translated into the English tongue. And Cranmer, on his prologue to the second edition of the Great Bible, bears testimony equally explicit to the translation of Scripture in the Saxon's tongue. And when that language waxed old and out of common usage, he says, the Bible was again translated into the newer language. There has never been any means of testing these statements, which were probably due to some inexplicable error. Abundant evidence exists relating to many Saxon and later translations of various parts of the Bible before the time of Wycliffe. Among the most notable of the early translators were the Venerable Bede and Alfred the Great. Some portions of Scripture were likewise translated into Anglo-Norman in the 13th century. Some of the early fragments are still preserved in English libraries. 3 versions of the Psalter in English from the early years of the 14th century still exist, one of which was by Richard Rolle, the Yorkshire hermit, who also translated the New Testament. But so far as known, the first complete Bible in English was the work of John Wycliffe, assisted by Nicholas de Hereford, whom some would name first in this partnership, though the product of their joint labors is known as Wycliffe's Bible. John Wycliffe, the morning star of the Reformation, was born near Richmond, Yorkshire, about 1324. He became a fellow and later master of Balliol College, Oxford, afterward held several rectorships, the last being that of Lutterworth, upon which he entered in 1374. For opposing the papacy and certain church doctrines and practices, he was condemned by the university, and his followers, known as Lollards, were persecuted. Something of his life in connection with these matters is fitly dealt with by Smythe in connection with his account of the famous translation. After the early Anglo-Saxon versions came a long pause in the history of Bible translation. Amid the disturbance resulting from the Danish invasion, there was little time for thinking of translations and manuscripts, and before the land had fully regained its quiet, the fatal battle of Hastings had been fought, and England lay helpless at the Normans' feet. The higher Saxon clergy were replaced by the priests of Normandy, who had little sympathy with the people over whom they came, and the Saxon manuscripts were contemptuously flung aside as relics of a rude barbarism. The contempt shown to the language of the defeated race quite destroyed the impulse to English translation, and the Norman clergy had no sympathy with the desire for spreading the knowledge of the Scriptures among the people, so that for centuries those Scriptures remained in England a spring shut up, a fountain sealed. Yet this time must not be considered altogether lost, for during those centuries England was becoming fitted for an English Bible. The future language of the nation was being formed. The Saxon and Northern French were struggling side by side. Gradually the Old Saxon grew unintelligible to the people. Gradually the French became a foreign language, and with the fusion of the two races a language grew up which was the language of united England. Passing then from the quiet deathbeds of Alfred and of Bede, we transfer ourselves to the great hall of the Blackfriars Monastery, London, on a dull, warm May day in 1378, amid purple robes and gowns of satin and damask, amid monks and abbots, and bishops and doctors of the Church, assembled for the trial of John Wycliffe, the parish priest of Lutterworth. The great hall, crowded to its heavy oaken doors, witnesses to the interest that is centered in the trial, and all eyes are fixed on the pale, stern old man who stands before the dais, silently facing his judges. He is quite alone, and his thoughts go back with some bitterness to his previous trial, when the people crowded the doors shouting for their favorite, and John of Gaunt and the Lord Marshal of England were standing by his side. He has learned since then not to put his trust in princes. The power of his enemies has rapidly grown. Even the young King Richard II has been won over to their cause, and patrons and friends have drawn back from his side whom the Church has resolved to crush. The judges have taken their seats, and the accused stands awaiting the charges to be read, when suddenly there is a quick cry of terror. A strange rumbling sound fills the air, and the walls of the judgment hall are trembling to their base. The monastery and the city of London are being shaken by an earthquake. Friar and prelate grow pale with superstitious awe. Twice already has this arraignment of Wycliffe been strangely interrupted. Are the elements in league with this enemy of the Church? Shall they give up the trial? No, thunders Archbishop Courtenay, rising in his place. We shall not give up the trial. This earthquake but portends the purging of the kingdom. For as there are in the bowels of the earth noxious vapors which only by a violent earthquake can be purged away, so are these evils brought by such men upon this land which only by a very earthquake can ever be removed. Let the trial go forward. What think you, reader, were the evils which this pale ascetic had wrought, needing a very earthquake to cleanse them from the land? Had he falsified the divine message to the people in his charge? Was he turning men's hearts from the worship of God? Was his priestly office disgraced by carelessness or drunkenness or impurity of life? Oh, no! Such faults could be gently judged at the tribunal in the Blackfriars Hall. Wycliffe's was a far more serious crime. He had dared to attack the corruptions of the Church, and especially the enormities of the begging friars. He had indignantly denounced pardons and indulgences, and masses for the soul as part of a system of gigantic fraud. And worst of all, he had filled up the cup of his iniquity by translating the Scriptures into the English tongue, making it, as one of the chroniclers angrily complains, common and more mean to laymen and to women than it was wont to be to clerks well learned and of good understanding, so that the pearl of the gospel is trodden under foot of swine. The feeling of his opponents will be better understood if we notice the position of the Church in England at the time. The meridian of her power had been already passed. Her clergy as a class were ignorant and corrupt. Her people were neglected, except for the money to be extorted by masses and pardons. as if, to quote the words of an old writer, God has given his sheep not to be pastured, but to be shaven and shorn. This state of things had gone on for centuries, and the people, like dumb, driven cattle, had submitted. But those who could discern the signs of the times must have seen now that it could not go on much longer. The spread of education was rapidly increasing, several new colleges having been founded in Oxford during Wycliffe's lifetime. A strong spirit of independence, too, was rising among the people. Already Edward III and his Parliament had indignantly refused the Pope's demand for the annual tribute to be sent to Rome. It was evident that a crisis was near, and as if to hasten the crisis, the famous schism of the papacy had placed two popes at the head of the Church, and all Christendom was scandalized by the sight of the rival vicars of Jesus Christ anathematizing each other from Rome and Avignon, raising armies and slaughtering helpless women and children, each for the aggrandizing of himself. The minds of men in England were greatly agitated, and Wycliffe felt that at such a time the firmest charter of the Church would be the open Bible in her children's hands. The best exposure of the selfish policy of her rulers, the exhibiting to the people the beautiful, self-forgetting life of Jesus Christ as recorded in the Gospels. The sacred Scriptures, he said, are the property of the people, and one of which no one should be allowed to wrest from them. Christ and his apostles converted the world by making known the Scriptures to men in a form familiar to them, and I pray with all my heart that through doing the things contained in this book we may all together come to the everlasting life. This Bible translation he placed far the first in importance of all his attempts to reform the English Church, and he pursued his object with a vigor and against an opposition that remind one of the old monk of Bethlehem and his Bible 1,000 years before. The result of the Blackfriars Synod was that after 3 days' deliberation Wycliffe's teaching was condemned, and at a subsequent meeting he himself was excommunicated. He returned to his quiet parsonage at Lutterworth, for his enemies dared not yet proceed to extremities, and there with his pile of old Latin manuscripts and commentaries he labored on at the great work of his life, till the whole Bible was translated into the mother tongue. And England received for the first time in her history a complete version of the Scriptures in the language of the people. And scarce was this task well finished, when, like his great predecessor Bede, the brave old priest laid down his life. He himself had expected that a violent death would have finished his course. His enemies were many and powerful. The primate, the king, and the pope were against him, with the friars whom he had so often and so fiercely defiled, so that his destruction seemed but a mere question of time. But while his enemies were preparing to strike, the old man was not, for God took him. It was the close of the old year, the last Sunday of 1384, and his little flock at Lutterworth were kneeling in the hushed reverence before the altar, when suddenly, at the time of the elevation of the sacrament, he fell to the ground in a violent fit of the palsy, and never spoke again until his death on the last day of the year. In him England lost one of her best and greatest sons, a patriot sternly resenting all dishonor to his country, a reformer who ventured his life for the purity of the Church and the freedom of the Bible, an earnest, faithful parson of a country town, standing out conspicuously among the clergy of the time. For Christ's lore and his apostles 12, he taught, and first he followed it himself. Here is the choice specimen from one of the monkish writers of the time describing his death. On the feast of the Passion of St. Thomas of Canterbury, John Wycliffe, the organ of the devil, the enemy of the Church, the idol of heretics, the image of hypocrites, the restorer of schism, the storehouse of lies, the sink of flattery, being struck by the horrible judgment of God, was seized with a palsy throughout his whole body, and that mouth which was to have spoken huge things against God and his saints and holy Church was miserably drawn aside, and afforded a frightful spectacle to beholders. His tongue was speechless, and his head shook, showing painfully plainly that the curse which God had thundered forth against Cain was also inflicted on him. Some time after his death, a petition was presented to the Pope, which to his honor he rejected, praying him to order Wycliffe's body to be taken out of consecrated ground and buried in a dunghill. But 40 years after, by a decree of the Council of Constance, the old reformer's bones were dug up and burned, and the ashes flung into the little river Swift, which runneth hard by his church at Lutterworth. And so, in the often quoted words of old Fuller, as the Swift bare them into the Severn, and the Severn into the narrow seas, and they again into the ocean, thus the ashes of Wycliffe is an emblem of his doctrine, which is now dispersed all over the world. But it is with his Bible translation that we are specially concerned. As far as we can learn, the whole Bible was not translated by the Reformer. About half of the Old Testament is ascribed to Nicholas de Hereford, one of the Oxford leaders of the Lollards, the remainder, with the whole of the New Testament, being done by Wycliffe himself. About 8 years after its completion, the whole was revised by Richard Purvey, his curate and intimate friend, whose manuscript is still in the library of Trinity College, Dublin. Purvey's preface is a most interesting old document, and shows not only that he was deeply in earnest about his work, but that he thoroughly understood the intellectual and moral conditions necessary for its success. "A simple creature," he says, "hath translated the Scripture out of Latin into English. First, this simple creature had much travail with divers fellows and helpers to gather many old Bibles and other doctors and glosses to make one Latin Bible. Some deal true, and then to study it anew, the text and any other help he might get, specially Lyra on the Old Testament, which helped him much with this work. The third time to counsel with old grammarians and old divines of hard words and hard sentences, how they might be best understood and translated. The fourth time to translate as clearly as he could to the sense, and to have many good fellows and cunning at the correcting of the translation. A translator hath great need to study well the sense both before and after, and then also he hath need to live a clean life and be full devout in prayers, and have not his wit occupied with worldly things, that the Holy Spirit, author of all wisdom and cunning and truth, dress him for his work and suffer him not to err." And he concludes with the prayer, "God grant us all grace to ken well and keep well Holy Writ, and to suffer joyful some pain for it at the last." Like all the earlier English translations, Wycliffe's Bible was based on the Latin Vulgate of St. Jerome, and this is the great defect of his work, as compared with the versions that followed. He was not capable of consulting the original Greek and Hebrew, even if he had access to them. In fact, there was probably no man in England at the time capable of doing so. And therefore, though he represents the Latin faithfully and well, he of course handed on its errors as faithfully as its perfections. But such as it is a fine specimen of 14th century English. He translated not for scholars or for nobles, but for the plain people, and his style was such as suited those for whom he wrote, plain, vigorous, homely, and yet with all its homeliness full of a solemn grace and dignity which made men feel that they were reading no ordinary book. He uses many striking expressions, such as 2 Timothy 2:4, "No man holding knighthood to God wallopeth himself with worldly needs," and many of the best known phrases in our present Bible originated with him, e.g., "the beam and the mote," "the deep things of God," "Strait is the gate and narrow is the way," "No but a man shall be born again," "the cup of blessing which we blessen," etc. Here is a specimen from Wycliffe's Gospels. "In thilke days came John Baptist preaching in the desert of Jude, saying, Do ye penance, for the kingdom of heavens shall nigh. Forsooth this is he of whom it is said by Isaiah the prophet, A voice of a crying in desert, Make ye ready the ways of the Lord, make ye rightful the paths of him. Forsooth like John had cloth of berries and camelus, and a girdle of skin about his lindis. Soothly his meat were in locusts and honey of the wood. Then Jerusalem went out to him, and all Jude and all the country about Jordan. And they were christened of him in Jordan, knowledging their sins. It is somewhere recorded that at a meeting in Yorkshire, recently a long passage of Wycliffe's Bible was read, which was quite intelligible throughout to those who heard. It will be seen that this specimen, Matthew 3:1-6, is not divided into verses. First division belongs to a much later period, and though convenient for reference, it sometimes a good deal spoils the sense. The division into chapters appears in Wycliffe's as in our own Bibles. This chapter division had shortly before been made by Cardinal Hugo for the purpose of a Latin concordance, and its convenience brought it quickly into use. But like the verse division, it is often very badly done, the object aimed at seeming to be uniformity of length rather than any natural division of the subject. Sometimes a chapter breaks off in the middle of a narrative or an argument, and especially in St. Paul's epistles, the incorrect division often becomes misleading. The removal as far as possible of these divisions is one of the advantages of the Revised Version to be noticed later on. The book had a very wide circulation. While the Anglo-Saxon versions were confined for the most part to the few religious houses where they were written, Wycliffe's Bible, in spite of its disadvantage of being only manuscript, was circulated largely through the kingdom. And though the cost a good deal restricted its possession to the wealthier classes, those who could not hope to possess it gained access to it too, as well through their own efforts as through the ministrations of Wycliffe's poor priests. A considerable sum was paid for even a few sheets of the manuscript. A load of hay was given for permission to read it for a certain period, 1 hour a day. And those who could not afford even such expenses adopted what means they could. It is touching to read such incidents as that of Alice Collins, sent for to the little gatherings, to recite the 10 Commandments and parts of the epistles of Saints Paul and Peter, which she knew by heart. Certes, says old John Fox in his Book of Martyrs, the zeal of those Christian days seems much superior to this of our day, and to see the travail of them may well shame our careless times. But it was at a terrible risk such study was carried on. The appearance of Wycliffe's Bible aroused at once fierce opposition. A bill was brought into Parliament to forbid the circulation of the Scriptures in English. But the sturdy John of Gaunt vigorously asserted the right of the people to have the Word of God in their own tongue. For why, said he, are we to be the dross of the nations? However, the rulers of the Church grew more and more alarmed at the circulation of the book. At length Archbishop Arundel, a zealous but not very learned prelate, complained to the Pope of that pestilent wretch John Wycliffe, the son of the old serpent, the forerunner of the Antichrist, who had completed his inquiry by inventing a new translation of the Scriptures. And shortly after, the Convocation of Canterbury forbade such translations under penalty of the major excommunication. God grant us, runs the prayer in the old Bible preface, to ken and to keep well Holy Writ, and to suffer joyful some pain for it at the last. What a meaning that prayer must have gained when the readers of the book were burned with the copies round their necks, when men and women were executed for teaching their children the Lord's Prayer and 10 Commandments in English, when husbands were made to witness against their wives, and children forced to light the death fires of their parents, and possessors of the banned Wycliffe Bible were hunted down as if they were wild beasts. Thus did Wycliffe, in his efforts for the spread of the gospel of peace, bring, like his master 14 centuries before, not peace but a sword. Every bold attempt to let in the light on long-standing darkness seems to result first in a fierce opposition from the evil creatures that delight in the darkness, and the weak creatures weakened by dwelling in it so long. It is not till the driving back of the evil and the strengthening of the weak, as the light gradually wins its way, that the true results can be seen. It is, to use a simile of a graceful modern writer, as when you raise with your staff an old flat stone, when the grass forming a little hedge, as it were, round it as it lies. Beneath it what a revelation! Blades of grass flattened down, colorless, matted together, as if they had been bleached and ironed. Hideous crawling things, black crickets with their long filaments sticking out on all sides, motionless slug-like creatures, young larvae, perhaps more horrible in their pulpy stillness than in the infernal wriggle of maturity. But no sooner is the stone turned and the wholesome light of day let in on this compressed and blinded community of creeping things, than all of them that have legs rush blindly about, butting against each other and everything else in their way, and in a general stampede to underground retreats from the region poisoned by sunshine. Next year you will find the grass growing fresh and green where the stone lay. The ground birds build her nest where the beetle had his hole. The dandelion and the buttercup are growing there, and the broad fans of insect angels open and shut over their golden discs as the rhythmic waves of a blissful consciousness pulsate through their glorified being. The stone is ancient error. The grass is human nature, borne down and bleached of all its color by it. The shapes that are found beneath are the crafty beings that thrive in the darkness, and the weak organizations kept helpless by it. He who turns the stone is whosoever puts the staff of truth to the old line incubus, whether he do it with a serious face or a laughing one. The next year stands for the coming time. Then shall the nature which had lain blanched and broken rise in its full stature and native lines in the sunshine. Then shall God's minstrels build their nests in the hearts of a new-born humanity. Then shall beauty, divinity taking outline and color, light upon the souls of men as the butterfly, image of the beatified spirit rising from the dust, soars from the shell that held a poor grub, which would never have found wings unless that stone had been lifted. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Swiss win their independence. Battle of Sempach, A.D. 1386 to 1839, by F. Grenfell Baker. For 2 generations after the victory of the Swiss over the Austrians at Morgarten, 1315, which was followed by the renewal of the Swiss Confederation of 1291, the leagued cantons were favored with growth and internal development. To the original cantons, Uri, Schweiz, and Unterwalden, were added 1332 to 1353 Lucerne, Zurich, Glarus, Zug, and Bern. The Confederation acknowledged no superior but the Emperor of Germany. In 1375 there was an eruption into Switzerland of a horde of irregular soldiers under Enguerrand de Courcy, son-in-law of Edward III of England. The mother of de Courcy was a daughter of Leopold I, Duke of Austria, and through her de Courcy claimed several Swiss towns. As the present Austrian Duke, Leopold II, who held nominal suzerainty over Switzerland, refused to give them up, de Courcy invaded Swiss territory with a large force and a fury which at first threw the country into panic. But at last the Swiss recovered their old spirit of bravery, and in many severe encounters they either killed or chased out of the country the whole ruthless host of invaders. This war is known in Swiss chronicles as the Guglerkrieg, either from the pointed spikes on the helmets of the Swiss soldiers, or from the cowls which many of them wore. It is also called the English War, although de Courcy's men were nearly all from the Continent and Wales. The Swiss soon had need of their old military prowess, which this defense of their country against foreign invaders had freshly put to the proof. By the victory of Sempach, July 9, 1386, their independence was practically won, and by later acts of valor and statesmanship, they made it secure for many years. Austria's conduct soon began once more to disturb the Swiss, and to threaten a renewal of hostilities. Her first act of importance was the conquest of the Tyrol, after which, under pretense of benefiting the pilgrims to Einsiedeln, but in reality to separate Glarus from Zurich, she built a bridge across the lake at Rapperswil. The possession of this bridge by Austria acted as a perpetual hindrance to Zurich's trade with the south, and was accordingly greatly resented by the city. Austria's position as ruler in so many burghs that, from their situation and the nationality of their inhabitants, were essentially Swiss, also acted as a never-ending source of trouble. Her rule was both harsh and unjust, and as a result, her local governors were extremely unpopular. In 1386, the anti-Austrian feeling in Switzerland had grown to such a pitch that popular outbreaks against her authority were, in many centers, of frequent occurrence, and war appeared inevitable. From Lucerne came the final troubles that precipitated the country again into a conflict with Austria. Previous to the actual declaration of war, constant collisions in the neighborhood of Lucerne had for some time past taken place, with all the horrors and savagery of war. In 1385, a body of men from Lucerne attacked and demolished the castle town of Rothenburg, the residence of an Austrian bailey. Next, both Entlebuch and Sempach, at the instigation of Lucerne, revolted against her Austrian rulers, expelled the bailies, and entered into alliances with the city. Lucerne herself commenced extending her territories by the purchase of Vigus, and contrary to her treaty stipulations, admitted a number of Austrian subjects into the privileges of citizenship. Austria retaliated by attacking Rickensee, a small Lucerne town containing a garrison of some 200 soldiers. This she carried by assault and destroyed, massacring the inhabitants of all ages and of both sexes. Other reprisals on both sides followed in quick succession, in which immense numbers of victims perished. Soon both the Duke Leopold II and the Confederates were fully prepared, and the former took the field with a large army. After menacing Zurich, the Duke, accompanied by many nobles from Germany, France, and North Italy, headed some 6,000 picked men and marched upon Lucerne. On his way, he burned Willisau and several smaller towns, where his troops committed every form of excess. On July 9th, a portion of his forces appeared before the walls of Sempach, while another division menaced Zurich. At Sempach, the Confederates mustered to the help of Lucerne, but were only able to bring about 1,600 men, taken chiefly from the forest states. In spite of their disparity in numbers, the Confederates determined to risk an encounter. The decisive and brilliant Battle of Sempach, the second of the long roll of victories that marked the prowess of the Swiss, is thus described by an old writer. The Swiss order of battle was angular, 1 soldier followed by 2, these by 4, and so on. The Swiss were all on foot, badly armed, having only their long swords and their halberds, and boards on their left arms with which to parry the blows of their adversaries. And they could at first make no impression on the close ranks of the Austrians, all bristling with spears. But Anthony Zerpot of Uri cried to his men to strike with their halberds on the shafts of the spears, which he knew were made hollow to render them lighter, and at the same time Arnold von Winkelried, a knight from Unterwalden, devoting himself for his country, cried out, "I'll open a way for you, Confederates," and seizing as many spears as he could grasp in his arms, dragged them down with his whole weight and strength upon his own bosom, and thus made an opening for his countrymen to penetrate the Austrian ranks. This act of heroism decided the victory. The Swiss rushed into the gap made by Winkelried, and having now come to close quarters with their enemies, their bodily strength and the lightness of their equipment gave them a great advantage over the heavily armed Austrians, who were already fainting under the heat of a July sun. The very closeness of the array of the Austrian men-at-arms rendered them incapable either of advancing or falling back, and the grooms who held their horses having taken flight, panic seized them. They broke their ranks, and were hewed down by the Swiss halberds in frightful numbers. Duke Leopold was urged by those around him to save his life, but he scorned the advice, and seeing the banner of Austria in danger, rushed to save it, and was killed in the attempt. The rout then became general, but the Swiss had the humanity, or the policy, not to pursue their enemies, of whom otherwise not one, perhaps, would have escaped. The loss of the Austrians amounted to 2,000 men, including 676 noblemen, 350 of whom wore coroneted helmets. Most of them were buried at Königsfelden with their leader Leopold. The Swiss lost 200 men in this memorable battle, the second in which they had defeated a Duke of Austria at the head of his chivalry. After Sempach, the men of Glarus set about making themselves a free people. One of their first acts was the capture of Wesen and the expulsion of its Austrian soldiers. This was followed by a truce, which lasted till 1388, when Leopold's sons recommenced the war with fresh fury. Wesen was recaptured by the omission of a number of soldiers in disguise, who opened the gates to their comrades without and massacred all the chief Swiss leaders. Some months later, the men of Glarus inflicted a severe defeat on the Austrians at the little town of Nefels within their state. In this important combat, 350 men of Glarus, together with 50 from Schweitz, posted themselves on the heights above the town, and as the Austrians advanced, suddenly hurled down masses of stones that soon caused a panic. Then, following the successful tactics employed at Morgarten, the Swiss rushed down on the disordered mass, said to consist of 15,000 soldiers, but probably about half that number, and dealt death on every side. A precipitate flight of the invaders followed, but they were met near Wesen by a fresh body of 700 Glarus peasants who completed the victory. Though Bern took no part in the Battle of Sempach, after that victory she entered actively into the war, and overran the Austrian dependencies in Freiburg and Wallengrin. She drove the Duke's followers out of Rapperswil, annexed Nidau and Bueren, and conquered the upper Simmenthal. At length, both sides being weary of war and carnage, a peace was signed for 7 years in 1389, with the condition that Bern should restore Nidau and Bueren. This peace was in 1394 further prolonged for 20 years. These treaties brought great benefits to Switzerland in many ways. Glarus and Zug obtained their formal freedom from Austrian rule in payment of a moderate sum of money. Schweitz received the town and abbey of Einsiedeln, 1397. Lucerne purchased Sempach and Entlebuch from the Duke, as also other towns. But chief of all, the political power of the Habsburgs came to an end in Switzerland. An important feature of this period was the lessened influence of the Emperor of Germany in Swiss affairs, and the gradual withdrawal of the Swiss from the position they so long occupied as subject vassals of the empire. This was especially seen toward the close of the 14th century, when the emperor, being pressed for money, sold his rights over several important Swiss districts to their inhabitants, and thus forfeited all authority over them. But chief of all the memorable events of this time was the close it brought to the long and bloody struggle between Austria and Switzerland. At length, the heroism and preserving patriotism of the Swiss effected the liberation of their country from Austrian rule, and henceforth the dukes ceased to attempt to enforce their claims, and tacitly acknowledged their defeat. The Swiss states from this period, moreover, began to be known not as an unimportant portion of the German Empire, but as a separate country, die Schweiz, from the prominent part taken by Schweitz in initiating the freedom of the land. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in May 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 28, Union of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, A.D. 1397, by Paul C. Sinding. Canute the Great, King of England and Denmark, by successful wars added almost the whole of Norway to his dominions. At his death in 1035, his kingdoms were divided and fell into anarchy and discord for 2 centuries until the tyrant Black Geert, who had driven out Christopher II and had been 14 years the virtual sovereign of Denmark, was assassinated by the Danish patriot Niels Ebbesen. Christopher's third son, Waldemar, surnamed Atterdag, because he used to say when a misfortune happened, "Tomorrow it is again day," was recalled from Bavaria and crowned king as Waldemar IV. He commenced at once with vigor and marked success the improvement of the internal conditions of the country, and strove to encompass his chief ambition, the reunion of the ancient Danish possessions. By marrying his daughter Margaret to Hakon VI, King of Norway, and son of Magnus Smek, King of Sweden, Waldemar laid a basis for the junction of the three great Scandinavian kingdoms. The union was realized under the administration of his illustrious and sagacious daughter Margaret, known as the Semiramis of the North. Waldemar Atterdag left no direct male issue, but his two grandsons, Albert the Younger of Mecklenburg, a son of Ingeborg, Waldemar's eldest daughter, and of Henry of Mecklenburg, and Olaf, a son of Margaret, his younger daughter, and of Hakon VI of Norway, were now claiming the hereditary succession to the throne. One party declared for Olaf, but as he was the son of the younger daughter, his claim was very doubtful. But because the House of Mecklenburg had acted with hostility toward Denmark, and Olaf had expectation of Norway, and claims to the crown of Sweden as grandson of Magnus Smek, Denmark was, by his election, in hopes of one day seeing the three crowns united on the same head. It was therefore not long before this important affair was determined. The preference was given Olaf, who, although only 6 years of age, was under the name of Olaf V, elected King of Denmark, under the guardianship of Margaret, his mother, and after the death of his father, Hakon VI, he became also King of Norway, the two kingdoms thus being united. This union, till the expiration of 434 years, was not dissolved. When Olaf V, 7 years after, died in Falsterbo, both kingdoms elected Margaret their queen, though custom had not yet authorized the election of a female. During the reign of this great princess, who deservedly has been called the Semiramis of the North, Denmark and Norway exercised in Europe an influence, the effects of which were long felt throughout the Scandinavian countries, with their vast extent and rival races. She united wisdom and policy with courage and determination, had strength of mind to preserve her rectitude without deviation, and her efforts were crowned by divine providence with success. She is justly considered one of the most illustrious female rulers in history. Her renown even reached the Byzantine Emperor Emmanuel Palaeologus, who called her Regina sine exemplo maxima. But under her successors, destitute of her high sense of duty, great ability, and consistent virtue, her triumphs proved a snare instead of a blessing. The great union she created dissolved in a short time, and its downfall was as sudden as its elevation had been extraordinary. She was born in 1353. Her father was, as we have seen, Waldemar Atterdag, her mother Queen Hedevig, and she became Queen of Denmark and Norway in 1387. She was no sooner elected Queen of Denmark and homaged on the hill of Slipperhog near Lund, in Ringsted, Odense, and Wyborg, than she sailed to Norway to receive their homage. But a remarkable occurrence is mentioned by historians as occurring about this time. A report prevailed that King Olaf, the Queen's son, was not dead. It was propagated by the nobility, and very likely set on foot by them, in order to punish Margaret for her liberality to the clergy. An impostor claimed the crown of Denmark and Norway, and gained credit every day by making discoveries which could only be known to Olaf and his mother. Margaret, however, proved him to be a son of Olaf's nurse. Olaf had a large wart between his shoulders, a mark which did not appear on the impostor. The false Olaf was seized, broken on the wheel, and publicly burned at a place between Falsterbo and Skanor in Sweden, and Margaret continued uninterruptedly her regency. But the queen, not wishing to contract a new marriage, and comprehending the importance of having a successor elected to the throne, proposed her nephew Eric, Duke of Pomerania. This proposal the clergy and nobility approved, and they elected him to be King of Denmark and Norway after Margaret's death. Meanwhile, Albert, King of Sweden, having on account of his preference given to German favorites, incurred the hatred of his people, the Swedes requested Margaret to assist them against him, which she promised to do if they in return would make her Queen of Sweden. Moreover, Albert had highly offended the Danish queen, had, though hardly able to govern his own kingdom, assumed the title King of Denmark, and laid claim to Norway too, and when she blamed him for it, he had answered her disdainfully. In a letter he had used foul and abusive language, calling her a king without breeches, and the abbot's concubine, on account of her particular attachment to a certain abbot of Sorrow, who was her spiritual director. It is, however, true that her intimacy with this monk gave room for some suspicion that her privacies with him were not all employed about the care of her soul. Afterward, to ridicule her yet more, King Albert sent her a hone to sharpen her needles, and swore not to put on his nightcap until she had yielded to him. But under perilous circumstances, Margaret was never at a loss how to act. She acted here with her utmost prudence, trying first to gain the favor of the peers of the state, and solemnly promising to rule according to the Swedish laws. War now broke out between Albert and Margaret, whose army was commanded by Jacquerie. The encounter of the two armies, about 12,000 men on each side, took place at Falkoping, September 21, 1388. A furious battle was fought, in which the victory for a long while hung in suspense. But Margaret's good fortune prevailed. Albert was routed, and his army cut to pieces, and Margaret was now mistress of Sweden. While this was passing, the queen tarried in Vottingborg, Sjælland, ardently desiring to learn the result. But no sooner did she hear that the victory was gained, and the Swedish king and his son Eric taken prisoners, than she hastened to Bohus in Sweden, where the king and his son were brought before her. Lost in joy and amazement at having her enemy in her power, the queen now retorted upon King Albert with revilings, and she made him wear a large nightcap of paper, a retaliation proportioned to his offensive words. He and his son were thereupon brought to Lindholm, a castle in Skane, where they were kept prisoners for 7 years. When they entered the castle, a dark square room was assigned them, and when the king said, "I hope that this torture against a crowned head will only last a few days," the jailer replied, "I grieve to say that the queen's orders are to the contrary. Anger not the queen by any bravado, else you'll be placed in the irons, and if these fail, we can have recourse to sharper means." To the excessive self-love, intemperance, conceitedness, and want of foresight which had characterized all his actions, the unhappy Albert had to ascribe his present situation. The year following, the queen stormed the important city of Kalmar, yet siding with the imprisoned king. She made several wise alliances with Richard II of England and other potentates, and concluded a truce for 2 years with the princes of Mecklenburg and the cities of Rorschach and Wismar, which had begun to raise fresh levies in favor of the unfortunate Albert. This period expired. She laid siege to Stockholm and other fortified places, of which John, Duke of Mecklenburg, and other friends of the imprisoned king had become masters. But the cause of Albert was little forwarded, and Margaret gained ground every day. She compelled the capital to surrender to her and do homage to her as its sovereign, whereafter a peremptory peace was concluded on Good Friday, which restored tranquillity to the 3 kingdoms. The imprisoned king and his son were delivered up to the Hanseatic towns, and they obtained their liberty for 60,000 ounces of silver, upon condition that they should resign all claims to Sweden if the amount were not paid within 3 years. As soon as the king and his son were delivered to the deputies, they solemnly swore to a strict observance of this article. The Hanse towns engaged themselves to guarantee the treaty. The money, however, not being paid by the stipulated time, Margaret became undisputed sovereign of Sweden, the third Scandinavian kingdom. About this time, the Victuals Brethren, so called because they brought victuals from the Hanse towns to Stockholm while besieged, began to imperil Denmark, plundering the Danish and Norwegian coasts and destroying all commercial business along the Baltic. But Margaret ordered the harbors of the maritime towns to be blockaded, thus putting a quick stop to their cruelties and piracies. The Queen's principal care was now to visit the different provinces, to administer justice and redress grievances of every kind. Among other salutary regulations, the affairs of commerce were not forgotten. It was, for instance, decreed that all manner of assistance should be given to foreign merchants and sailors, particularly in case of misfortune and shipwreck, without expectation of reward, and that all pirates should be treated with the greatest rigor. Eric of Pomerania was, as we have said, elected to be King of Denmark and Norway after Margaret's death. But wishing to have him also elected her successor to the Swedish throne, Margaret brought him to Sweden and introduced him to the deputies one by one, whom she requested to confirm his election to the succession. The majesty of the Queen's person, the strength of her arguments, and the sweetness of her eloquence gained over the deputies, who on July 22, 1396, elected him at Morestone by Uppsala to succeed her also in Sweden. But Margaret, soon discovering his inability and impetuousness, took pains to remedy these defects as much as possible by procuring for him as a wife the intelligent and virtuous Princess Philippa, the daughter of Henry V of England, and shortly after had got Catherine, her niece and Eric's sister, married to Prince John, a son of the German Emperor Ruprecht. John being promised to the Scandinavian crowns if Eric of Pomerania should die childless. Thus, having strengthened and consolidated her power by influential connections and relationships, the Queen, upon whose head the three northern crowns were actually united, now proceeded to realize the great plan she had long cherished, to get a fundamental law established for a perpetual union of the three large Scandinavian kingdoms. The realization of this purpose immortalized her, securing for her the admiration of the world, whose most eminent historians do not hesitate to surname her the Great, and to compare her with the loftiest Greek and Roman heroes and statesmen. On June 17, 1397, Margaret summoned to an assembly at Kalmar, in the province of Småland, Sweden, the clergy and the nobility of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, and established by their aid and consent a fundamental law. This was the law so celebrated in the North under the name of the Union of Kalmar, and which afterward gave birth to wars between Sweden and Denmark that lasted a whole century. It consisted of 3 articles. The first provided that the 3 kingdoms should thenceforth have but one and the same king, who was to be chosen successively by each of the kingdoms. The second article imposed upon the sovereign the obligation of dividing his time equally between the 3 kingdoms. The third, and most important, decreed that each kingdom should retain its own laws, customs, senate, and privileges of every kind, that the highest officers should be natives, that any alliance concluded with foreign potentates should be obligatory upon all 3 kingdoms when approved by the council of one kingdom, and that after the death of the king, his eldest son, or if the king dies childless, another wise, intelligent, and able prince, should be chosen common monarch, and if anyone, because of high treason, was banished from one kingdom, then he should be banished from all 3. A month after, on the Queen's birthday, July 13th, a legitimate charter was drawn up, to which the Queen subscribed and put her seal, on which occasion Eric of Pomerania was anointed and crowned by the archbishops of Uppsala and Lund as King of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. The Te Deum was sung in the churches of Kalmar, the assembly crying out, Haesia unio esto perpetua, long, long, long viva Margaret, Regina Dania, Norvegia, and Svicia. This strict union of the three large states became a potent bulwark for their security, and made them, in more than 1 century, the arbiter of the European system, the three nations of the northern peninsula presenting a compact and united front that could bid defiance to any foreign aggression. Although Eric of Pomerania was elected king, and in 1407 passed his minority, Margaret continued governing until the day of her death. You have done all well, wrote the people to her, and we value your services so highly that we would gladly grant you everything. The union of the 3 Scandinavian kingdoms having been established in Kalmar, all her efforts were now aimed at regaining the Duchy of Schleswig, which circumstances had compelled her to resign to Gerhard IV, Count of Holstein. For such ever union with Schleswig, a favorable opportunity appeared when Gerhard was killed in an expedition against the Ditmarshes, leaving behind 3 sons in minority. Elizabeth, Gerhard's widow, fled to Margaret for succor against her violent brother-in-law, Bishop Henry of Osnabrück. Margaret, fond of fishing in foul water, was very willing to help her, but availed herself of the opportunity to annex successively different parts of Schleswig. The dethroned Swedish king, Albert, never able to forget his anger toward Margaret or her severity against him, and continually cherishing a hope of rescinding the Swedish throne, and considering the union of Kalmar a breach of peace, contrived to make the Swedish people displeased with her, and thought it a suitable time to revolt from her dominion. He established a strong camp before Visby, the capital of the island of Gulland, having 6,000 foot, and at some distance 9,000 horse. Determined to engage before their junction could take place, the Queen's commander-in-chief, Abraham Broder, immediately advanced until in sight of the enemy, and then endeavored to gain possession of Visby and the ground nearby. In this he was so far successful that Albert and his army had to leave the camp and conclude a truce. But nevertheless he did not, till after the lapse of 7 years, give up his hope of remounting the throne of Sweden, making a final peace with Margaret, and henceforward living in Gadebusch, Mecklenburg, where in 1412 he closed his inglorious life. Soon after October 27th, Queen Margaret died on board a ship in the harbor of Flensburg at the age of 59, after an active and notable reign of 37 years. Her funeral was attended with the greatest solemnity, and her corpse was brought to the cathedral of Roskilde, where Eric of Pomerania, her successor, in 1423, caused her likeness to be carved in alabaster. Her acts show her character. She displayed judiciousness, united with circumspection, wisdom in devising plans, and perseverance in executing them, skill in gaining the confidence of the clergy and peasantry, and thereby counterbalancing the imperious nobility. On the whole, she applied herself to the civilization of her 3 kingdoms, and to their improvement by excellent laws, the great aim of which was to undermine the nobility. She pursued the plan of her great father to recall all rights to the crown lands, which during the reign of her weak and inefficient predecessors had been granted to the nobility. The prosecution of this plan for the perfect subversion of the feudal aristocracy was unfortunately interrupted by her death, her imprudent and weak successor having no power to restrain the turbulent spirit of a factious nobility. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Deposition of Richard II. Henry IV begins the line of Lancaster, A.D. 1399, by John Lingard. Richard II, son of Edward the Black Prince, succeeded his grandfather Edward III on the throne of England in 1377, when Richard was but 10 years old. During his minority, the government was entrusted to a council of 12, but for some years it was mainly controlled by Richard's uncles, John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, and Thomas of Woodstock, Duke of Gloucester. War with France, then in progress, entailed great expenditures, which were increased by court extravagance, and at length burdensome taxes led to popular uprisings. These became most serious in the Great Revolt of the Peasants, led by Wat Tyler in 1381. Richard appeared amongst the insurgents and granted them concessions. From this time the king became more active in his government, and in 1386 John of Gaunt withdrew to the continent. About the same time the Duke of Gloucester headed a coalition of the baronial party in opposition to the sovereign. But in 1389 Richard suddenly declared himself of age and gave a check to their designs. For 8 years he ruled with moderation as a constitutional monarch, but in 1396 Richard married Isabella, daughter of Charles VI of France, and henceforth seems to have adopted French ideas and to have made pretensions in the direction of absolutism. He proceeded to arbitrary prosecutions, which led to the violent death of several leading nobles. Richard also quarrelled with Henry, son of John of Gaunt, whom as Duke of Lancaster he succeeded in 1399. The year before, Richard had banished Henry for 10 years, fearing him as a possible rival. The history of the remaining months of Richard's reign is crowded with the events which rapidly led to the ending of the direct line of the Plantagenets and the beginning of the line of Lancaster. In Shakespeare's Richard II, the first of his historical plays, the poet, following Holinshed's chronicle, presents not only a skilful dramatic construction of the recorded incidents of the reign, but also a finely discriminated portrait of Richard's much debated character as man and monarch. Richard now saw himself triumphant over all his opponents. Even his uncles, through affection or fear, seconded all his measures. He had attained what seems for some time to have been the great object of his policy. He had placed himself above the control of the law. By the grant of a subsidy for life, he was relieved from the necessity of meeting his Parliament, with the aid of his committee, the members of which proved the obsequious ministers of his will. He could issue what new ordinances he pleased, and a former declaration by the two houses that he was as free as any of his predecessors was conveniently interpreted to release him from the obligations of those statutes which he deemed hostile to the royal prerogative. But he had forfeited all that popularity which he had earned during the last 10 years, and the security in which he indulged hurried him on to other acts of despotism, which inevitably led to his ruin. He raised money by forced loans. He compelled the judges to expound the law according to his own prejudices or caprice. He required the former adherents of Gloucester to purchase and repurchase charters of pardon, and, that he might obtain a more plentiful harvest of fines and amercements, put at once 17 counties out of the protection of the law, under the pretence that they had favoured his enemies. The Duke of Lancaster did not survive the banishment of his son more than 3 months, and the exile expected to succeed by his attorneys to the ample estates of his father. But Richard now discovered that his banishment, like an outlawry, had rendered him incapable of inheriting property. At a great council, including the Committee of Parliament, it was held that the patents granted both to him and his antagonist were illegal and therefore void, and all the members present were sworn to support that determination. Henry Boet, who had procured the patent for the Duke of Hereford, was even condemned, for that imaginary offence, to suffer the punishment of treason, though on account of his character his life was spared on condition that he should abjure the kingdom for ever. This iniquitous proceeding seems to have exhausted the patience of the nation. Henry, on the death of his father, he had assumed the title of Duke of Lancaster, had long been the idol of the people, and the voluntary assemblage of thousands to attend him on his last departure from London might have warned Richard of the approaching danger. The feeling of their own wrongs had awakened among them a spirit of resistance. The new injury offered to their favourite pointed him out to them as their leader. Consultations were held, plans were formed, the dispositions of the great lords were sounded, and the whole nation appeared in a ferment. Yet it was in this moment, so pregnant with danger, that the infatuated monarch determined to leave his kingdom. His cousin and heir, the Earl of March, had been surprised and slain by a party of Irish, and in his eagerness to revenge the loss of a relation, he despised the advice of his friends, and wilfully shut his eyes to the designs of his enemies. Having appointed his uncle, the Duke of York, regent during his absence, the king assisted at a solemn mass at Windsor, chanted a collect himself, and made his offering. At the door of the church he took wine and spices with his young queen, and lifting her up in his arms, repeatedly kissed her, saying, "Adieu, madame, adieu till we meet again." From Windsor, accompanied by several noblemen, he proceeded to Bristol, where the report of plots and conspiracies reached him, and was received with contempt. At Milford Haven he joined his army, and embarking in a fleet of 200 sail, arrived in a few days in the port of Waterford. His cousin, the Duke of Albemarle, had been ordered to follow with 100 more, and 3 weeks were consumed in waiting for that nobleman, whose delay was afterward attributed to a secret understanding with the king's enemies. At length Richard led his forces from Kilkenny against the Irish. Several of the inferior chiefs hastened barefoot and with halters round their necks to implore his mercy, but MacMurchard spurned the idea of submission, and boasted that he would extirpate the invaders. He dared not indeed meet them in open combat, but it was his policy to flee before them, and draw them into woods and morasses, where they could neither fight with advantage nor procure subsistence. The want of provisions and the clamour of the soldiers compelled the king to give up the pursuit, and to direct his march toward Dublin, and MacMurchard, when he could no longer impede their progress, solicited and obtained a parley with the Earl of Gloucester, the commander of the rear guard. The chieftain was an athletic man. He came to the conference mounted on a grey charger, which had cost him 400 head of cattle, and brandished with ease and dexterity a heavy spear in his hand. He seemed willing to become the nominal vassal of the King of England, but refused to submit to any conditions. Richard set a price on his head, proceeded to Dublin, and at the expiration of a fortnight was joined by the Duke of Albemarle with men and provisions. This seasonable supply enabled him to recommence the pursuit of MacMurchard. But while he was thus occupied with objects of inferior interest in Ireland, a revolution had occurred in England, which eventually deprived him both of his crown and his life. When the king sailed to Ireland, Henry of Bolingbroke, the new Duke of Lancaster, resided in Paris, where he was hospitably entertained, but at the same time narrowly watched, by the French monarch. About Christmas he offered his hand to Marie, one of the daughters of the Duke of Berry. The jealousy of Richard was alarmed. The Earl of Salisbury hastened to Paris to remonstrate against the marriage of a daughter of France with an English traitor, and suiting his conduct to his words, the envoy, having accomplished his object, returned without deigning to speak to the exile. While Henry was brooding over these injuries, the late primate or nominal bishop of St. Andrews secretly left his house at Cologne, and in the disguise of a friar procured an interview with the Duke at the Hotel de Winchester. The result of their meeting was a determination to return to England during the king's absence. To elude the suspicions of the French ministers, Henry procured permission to visit the Duke of Bretagne, and on his arrival at Nantes, hired 3 small vessels with which he sailed from Vannes to seek his fortune in England. His whole retinue consisted only of the Archbishop, the son of the late Earl of Arundel, 15 lancers and a few servants. After hovering for some days on the eastern coast, he landed at Ravenspur in Yorkshire, and was immediately joined by the 2 powerful Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, before whom, in the Whitefriars at Doncaster, he declared upon oath that his only object was to recover the honours and estates which had belonged to his father, and bound himself not to advance any claim to the crown. The Duke of York, to whom the king had entrusted the government during his absence, was accurately informed of his motions, and had summoned the retainers of the crown to join the royal standard at St. Albans. There is, however, reason to believe that he was not hearty in the cause which it was his duty to support. He must have viewed with pity the unmerited misfortunes of one nephew, and have condemned the violent and thoughtless career of the other. And from the fate of his brother Gloucester, and the cruel and unjust treatment of the only son of his brother, John of Gaunt, he could not draw any very flattering conclusion with respect to the stability of his own family. Whether it was from suspicion of his fidelity, or from the disinclination of the chief barons to draw the sword against one who demanded nothing more than his right, the favourites of Richard became alarmed for their own safety. The Earl of Wiltshire, with Bussy and Green, members of the Committee of Parliament, had been appointed to wait on the young Queen at Wallingford, but they suddenly abandoned their charge and fled with precipitation to Bristol. York himself followed with the army in the same direction. It might be that, to relieve himself from responsibility, he wished to be in readiness to deliver up the command on the expected arrival of Richard from Ireland, but at the same time he left open the road from Yorkshire to the metropolis, and allowed the adventurer to pursue his object without impediment. Henry was already on his march. The snowball increased as it rolled along, and the small number of 40 followers with whom he had landed swelled by the time he had reached St. Albans to 60,000 men. He was preceded by his messengers and letters, stating not only his own wrongs, but also the grievances of the people, and affirming that the revenue of the kingdom had been let out to farm to the rapacity of Scrope, Bussy, and Green. In all those lordships which had been the inheritance of his family, he was received with enthusiasm. In London by a procession of the clergy and people, with addresses of congratulations and presents, and offers of service. His stay in the capital was short. Having flattered the citizens and confirmed them in their attachment to his person, he turned to the west and entered Evesham, on the same day on which York reached Berkeley. After an interchange of messages, they met in the church of the castle, and before they separated, the doom of Richard was sealed. That the regent consented to the actual deposition of his nephew does not necessarily follow. He might only have sought his reformation by putting it out of his power to govern amiss. But he betrayed the trust which had been reposed to him, united his force with that of Henry, and commanded Sir Peter Courtenay, who held the castle of Bristol for the king, to open its gates. That officer, protesting that he acknowledged no authority in the Duke of Lancaster, obeyed the mandate of the regent. The next morning the 3 fugitives, the Earl of Wiltshire, Bussy, and Green, were executed by order of the constable and marshal of the host. The Duke of York remained at Bristol. Henry with his forces proceeded to Chester to secure that city, and all the men of Cheshire, the most devoted adherents of the king. We may now return to Richard in Ireland. It must appear strange, but Henry had been in England a fortnight before the king, in consequence, it was said, of the tempestuous weather, had heard of his landing. The intelligence appears to have provoked indignation as much as alarm. "Ha!" he exclaimed, "fair uncle of Lancaster, God reward your soul! Had I believed you, this man would not have injured me. Thrice have I pardoned him. This is his 4th offence. But he referred the matter to his council, and was advised to cross over to England immediately with the ships which had brought the reinforcement under the Duke of Albemarle. That nobleman, however, insidiously, as it was afterwards pretended, diverted him from this intention. The Earl of Salisbury received orders to sail immediately with his own retainers, a body of 100 men, and to summon to the royal standard the natives of Wales. Richard promised to follow in the fleet from Waterford in the course of 6 days. The Earl obeyed. The men of Wales and Cheshire answered the call, and a gallant host collected at Conway. But Richard appeared not according to his promise. Distressing reports were circulated among the troops, and the Royalists, having waited for him almost a fortnight, disbanded in spite of the fears and entreaties of their commander. At last, on the 18th day, the king arrived in Milford Haven with the Dukes of Albemarle, Exeter and Surrey, the Earl of Worcester, the Bishops of London, Lincoln and Carlisle, and several thousands of the troops who had accompanied him to Ireland. With such a force, had it been faithful, he might have made a stand against his antagonist. But on the 2nd morning, when he arose, he observed from his window that the greater part had disappeared. A council was immediately summoned, and a proposal made that the king should flee by sea to Bordeaux. But the Duke of Exeter objected that to quit the kingdom in such circumstances was to abdicate the throne. Let them proceed to the army at Conway. There they might bid defiance to the enemy, or at all events, as the sea would still be open, might thence set sail to Guienne. His opinion prevailed, and at nightfall the king, in the disguise of a Franciscan friar, his 2 brothers of Exeter and Surrey, the Earl of Gloucester, the Bishop of Carlisle, Sir Stephen Scrope and Sir William Ferreby, with 8 others, stole away from the army, and directed their route toward Conway. Their flight was soon known. The royal treasure which Richard left behind him was plundered. Albemarle, Worcester, and most of the leaders hastened to pay their court to Henry. The rest attempted in small bodies to make their way to their own counties, but were in most instances plundered and ill-treated by the Welsh. The royal party, with some difficulty, but without any accident, reached Conway, where, to their utter disappointment, instead of a numerous force, they found only the Earl of Salisbury with 100 men. In this emergency the king's brothers undertook to visit Henry at Chester, and to sound his intentions, and during their absence Richard, with the Earl of Salisbury, examined the castles of Beaumaris and Carnarvon. But finding them without garrisons or provisions, the disconsolate wanderers returned to their former quarters. When the 2 dukes were admitted into the presence of Henry, they bent the knee and acquainted him with their message from the king. He took little notice of Surrey, whom he afterward confined in the castle, but leading Exeter aside, spoke with him in private, and gave him, instead of the Hart, the king's livery, his own badge of the rose. But no entreaties could induce him to allow them to return. Exeter was observed to drop a tear when the Duke of Albemarle said to him tauntingly, "Fair cousin, be not angry. If it please God, things shall go well." The immediate object of Henry was to secure the royal person. He was gratified to learn from the envoys the place of Richard's retreat, and detained them at Chester, that the king, instead of making his escape, might await their return. His first care was to take possession of the treasure which the king had deposited in the strong castle of Holt. His next, to dispatch the Earl of Northumberland at the head of 400 men-at-arms and 1,000 archers to Conway, with instructions not to display his force, lest the king should put to sea, but by artful speeches and promises to draw him out of the fortress and then make him prisoner. The Earl took possession in his journey of the castles of Flint and Rutland, and a few miles beyond the latter, placing his men in concealment under a rock, rode forward with only 5 attendants to Conway. He was readily admitted, and to the king's anxious inquiries about his brothers, replied that he had left them well at Chester, and had brought a letter from the Duke of Exeter. In it that nobleman said, or rather was made to say, that full credit might be given to the offers of the bearer. These offers were that Richard should promise to govern and judge his people by law, that the Dukes of Exeter and Surrey, the Earl of Salisbury, the Bishop of Carlisle, and Magdalen, the king's chaplain, should submit to a trial in Parliament on the charge of having advised the assassination of Gloucester, that Henry should be made Grand Justiciary of the kingdom, as his ancestors had been for 100 years, and that, on the concession of these terms, the Duke should come to Flint, ask the king's pardon on his knees, and accompany or follow him to London. Richard consulted his friends apart. He expressed his approbation of the articles, but bade them secretly be assured that no consideration should induce him to abandon them on their trial, and that he would grasp the first opportunity of being revenged on his and their enemies. For there were some among them whom he would flay alive, whom he would never spare for all the gold in the land. Northumberland was then sworn to the observance of the conditions. He took his oath on the host, and, like Judas, says the writer, perjured himself on the body of our Lord. As Northumberland departed to make arrangements for the interview at Flint, the king said to him, "I rely, my lord, on your faith. Remember your oath, and the God who heard it." Soon afterward he followed with his friends and their servants, to the number of 22. They came to a steep declivity, to the left of which was the sea, and on the right a lofty rock overhanging the road. The king dismounted, and was descending on foot, when he suddenly exclaimed, "I am betrayed! God of Paradise, assist me! Do you not see banners and pennons in the valley?" Northumberland, with 11 others, met them at the moment, and affected to be ignorant of the circumstance. "Earl of Northumberland," said the king, "if I thought you capable of betraying me, it is not too late to return." "You cannot return," the earl replied, seizing the king's bridle. "I have promised to conduct you to the Duke of Lancaster." By this time he was joined by 100 lancers and 200 archers on horseback, and Richard, seeing it impossible to escape, exclaimed, "May the God on whom you laid your hand reward you and your accomplices at the last day." And then turning to his friends added, "We are betrayed, but remember that our Lord was also sold and delivered into the hands of his enemies." They dined at Rhuddlan and reached Flint in the evening. The king, as soon as he was left with his friends, abandoned himself to the reflections which his melancholy situation inspired. He frequently upbraided himself with his past indulgence to his present opponent. "Fool that I was," he exclaimed, "thrice did I save the life of this Henry of Lancaster. Once my dear uncle his father, on whom the Lord have mercy, would have put him to death for his treason and villainy. God of Paradise! I rode all night to save him, and his father delivered him to me, to do with him as I pleased. How true is the saying that we have no greater enemy than the man whom we have preserved from the gallows." Another time he drew his sword on me in the chamber of the Queen, on whom God have mercy. He was also the accomplice of the Duke of Gloucester and the Earl of Arundel. He consented to my murder, to that of his father, and all of my council. By St. John, I forgave him all, nor would I believe his father, who more than once pronounced him deserving of death. The unfortunate king rose after a sleepless night, heard mass, and ascended the tower to watch the arrival of his opponent. At length he saw the army, amounting to 80,000 men, winding along the beach till it reached the castle and surrounded it from sea to sea. He shuddered and wept, and cursed the Earl of Northumberland, but was called down by the arrival of Archbishop Arundel, the Duke of Albemarle, and the Earl of Worcester. They knelt to Richard, who, drawing the prelate apart, held a long conversation with him. After their departure he again mounted the tower, and surveying the host of his enemies, exclaimed, Good Lord God, I commend myself into thy holy keeping, and cry thee mercy, that thou wouldst pardon all my sins. If they put me to death, I will take it patiently, as thou didst for us all. Northumberland had ordered dinner, and the Earl of Salisbury, the Bishop and the 2 knights, Sir Stephen Scrope and Sir William Ferreby, sat with the king at the same table by his order, for since they were all companions in misfortune, he would allow no distinction among them. While he was eating, unknown persons entered the hall, insulting him with sarcasms and threats. As soon as he rose, he was summoned into the court to receive the Duke of Lancaster. Henry came forward in complete armour, with the exception of his helmet. As soon as he saw the king, he bent his knee, and advancing a few paces, he repeated his obeisance with his cap in his hand. Fair cousin of Lancaster, said Richard, uncovering himself, you are right welcome. My lord, answered the Duke, I am come before my time, but I will show you the reason. Your people complain that for the space of 20 or 22 years you have ruled them rigorously, but if it please God, I will help you to govern better. The king replied, Fair cousin, since it pleaseth you, it pleaseth us well. Henry then addressed himself successively to the bishop and to the knights, but refused to notice the earl. The king's horses were immediately ordered, and 2 lean and miserable animals were brought out, on which Richard and Salisbury mounted, and amid the flourish of trumpets and shouts of triumph followed the Duke into Chester. At Chester writs were issued in the king's name for the meeting of Parliament and the preservation of the peace. Henry dismissed the greater part of his army, and prepared to conduct his prisoner to the capital. At Lichfield Richard seized a favourable moment to let himself down from his window, but was retaken in the garden, and from that moment was constantly guarded by 10 or 12 armed men. In the neighbourhood of London they separated. Henry, accompanied by the mayor and principal citizens, proceeded to St. Paul's, prayed before the high altar, and wept a few minutes over the tomb of his father. The king was sent to Westminster, and thence on the following day to the Tower, and as he went along was greeted with curses and the appellation of the Bastard, a word of ominous import and prophetic of his approaching degradation. When the Duke first landed in England, he had sworn on the Gospels that his only object was to vindicate his right to the honours and possessions of the House of Lancaster. If this was the truth, his ambition had grown with his good fortune. He now aspired to exchange the coronet of a duke for the crown of a king. Can we believe that he would meet with opposition from his associates, the Percy family? Yet so we are assured. They, however, by their perfidy, had given themselves a master. Their retainers had been already dismissed, and the friends of Richard abhorred them as the worst of traitors. They had therefore no resource but to submit, and to second the design of Lancaster. After several consultations, it was resolved to combine a solemn renunciation of the royal authority on the part of Richard, with an act of deposition on the part of the 2 houses of Parliament, in the hope that those whose scruples should not be satisfied with the one might acquiesce in the other. To obtain the first, the royal captive was assailed with promises and threats. Generally he abandoned himself to lamentation and despair. Occasionally he exerted that spirit which he had formerly displayed. "Why am I thus guarded?" he asked one day. "Am I your king or your prisoner?" "You are my king, sir," replied the Duke with coolness, "but the council of your realm has thought proper to place a guard about you." On the day before the meeting of Parliament, a deputation of prelates, barons, knights, and lawyers waited on the captive in the Tower, and reminded him that in the castle of Conway, while he was perfectly his own master, he had promised to resign the crown on account of his own incompetency to govern. On his reply that he was ready to perform his promise, a paper was given to him to read, in which he was made to absolve all his subjects from their fealty and allegiance, to renounce of his own accord all kingly authority, to acknowledge himself incapable of reigning and worthy for his past demerits to be deposed, and to swear by the holy Gospels that he would never act, nor, as far as in him lay, suffer any other person to act in opposition to this resignation. He then added, as from himself, that if it were in his power to name his successor, he would choose his cousin of Lancaster, who was present, and to whom he gave his ring, which he took from his own finger. Such is the account of this transaction, inserted by the order of Henry in the Rolls of Parliament, an account the accuracy of which is liable to strong suspicion. It is difficult to believe that Richard had so much command over his feelings as to behave with that cheerfulness which is repeatedly noticed in the record, and the assertion that he had promised to resign the crown when he saw Northumberland in the castle of Conway is not only contradictory to the statement of the two eyewitnesses, but also in itself highly improbable. From the fate of Edward II, with which he had so often been threatened, he must have known that it was better to flee to his transmarine dominions, which were still open to him, than to resign his crown and remain a prisoner in the custody of his successor. The next day the two houses met amid a great concourse of people in Westminster Hall. The Duke occupied his usual seat near the throne, which was empty and covered with cloth of gold. The resignation of the king was read. Each member, standing in his place, signified his acceptance of it aloud, and the people with repeated shouts expressed their approbation. Henry now proceeded to the second part of his plan, the act of deposition. For this purpose the coronation oath was first read. 33 articles of impeachment followed, in which it was contended that Richard had violated that oath, and thence it was concluded that he had by his misconduct forfeited his title to the throne. Of the articles, those which bear the hardest on the king are the part which he was supposed to have had in the death of the Duke of Gloucester, his revocation of the pardons formerly granted to that prince and his adherents, and his despotic conduct since the dissolution of Parliament. Of the remainder, some are frivolous, many might, with equal reason, have been objected to each of his predecessors, and the others rest on the unsupported assertion of men whose interest it was to paint him in the blackest colours. No opposition had been anticipated, nor is any mentioned on the rolls, but we are told that the Bishop of Carlisle, to the astonishment of the Lancastrians, rose and demanded for Richard what ought not to be refused to the meanest criminal, the right of being confronted with his accusers, and for Parliament what it might justly claim, the opportunity of learning from the king's own mouth whether the resignation of the crown, which had been attributed to him, were his own spontaneous act. If Merks actually made such a speech, he must have stood alone. No one was found to second it. The House voted the deposition of Richard, and 8 commissioners, assenting a tribunal erected before the throne, pronounced him degraded from the state and authority of king, on the ground that he notoriously deserved such punishment, and had acknowledged it under his hand and seal on the preceding day. Sir William Thurnig, Chief Justice, was appointed to notify the sentence to the captive, who meekly replied that he looked not after the royal authority, but hoped his cousin would be good lord to him. The rightful possessor was now removed from the throne, but supposing it to be vacant, what pretensions could Henry of Lancaster advance to it? By the law of succession it belonged to the descendants of Lionel, the 3rd son of Edward III, and their claim, it is said, had been formally recognised in Parliament. All waited in anxious suspense till the Duke, rising from his seat and forming with great solemnity the sign of the cross on his forehead and breast, pronounced the following words: In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I, Henry of Lancaster, challenge this realm of England and the Crown, with all the members and appurtenances, as that I am descended by right line of blood, coming from the good Lord King Henry III, and through that right that God of his grace hath sent me with help of my kin and of my friends to recover it, the which realm was in point to be undone for default of governance and undoing of good laws. In these extraordinary terms did Lancaster advance his pretensions, artfully intermixing an undefined claim of inheritance with those of conquest and expediency, and rather hinting at each than insisting on either. But however difficult it might be to understand the ground, the object of his challenge was perfectly intelligible. Both houses admitted it unanimously, and, as a confirmation, Henry produced the ring and seal which Richard had previously delivered to him. The Archbishop of Canterbury now took him by the hand and led him to the throne. He knelt for a few minutes in prayer on the steps, arose, and was seated in it by the two archbishops. As soon as the acclamations had subsided, the primate, stepping forward, made a short harangue, in which he undertook to prove that a monarch in the vigour of manhood was a blessing. A young and inexperienced prince was a curse to a people. At the conclusion the king rose. "Sirs," said he, "I thank God and you, spiritual and temporal, and all estates of the land, and do you to wit, it is not my will that no man think that by way of conquest I would disinherit any man of his heritage, franchises, or other rights that him ought to have, nor put him out of that he has and has had by the good laws and customs of the realm, except those persons that have been against the good purpose and the common profit of the realm." With the authority of Richard had expired that of the Parliament and of the royal officers. Henry immediately summoned the same Parliament to meet again in 6 days, appointed new officers of the Crown, and as soon as he had received their oaths, retired in state to the royal apartments. Thus ended this eventful day, with the deposition of Richard of Bordeaux, and the succession of his cousin, Henry of Bolingbroke. End of section 29. Read by Florence Russell.
Section 30 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Discovery of the Canary Islands and the African Coast, A.D. 1402, by Sir Arthur Helps, Part 1. The Canary Islands, the Elysian Fields and Fortunate Islands of antiquity, have perhaps figured in fabulous lore more extensively than any others, and have been discovered, invaded, and conquered more frequently than any country in the world. There has scarcely been a nation of any maritime enterprise that has not had to do with them and in one manner or another made its appearance in them. During the period following the death of ancient empires, the Canary Islands lay hidden in the general darkness which fell upon the world. With the modern revival came new and greater mariners, and the islands were once more discovered. It is well to note the connection between these modern rediscoveries and the origin of Negro slavery. In Europe the old pagan slavery existed in many nations, and in the early Christian centuries underwent many modifications through the advance of the new religion and civilization. The modern form of slavery began with the first importation of Negroes into Europe, as shown in the following account, from which it appears that the history of modern slavery begins with the history of African discovery. Petrarch is referred to by Viera to prove that the Genoese sent out an expedition to the Canary Islands. Las Casas mentions that an English or French vessel bound from France to England or Spain was driven by contrary winds to these islands, and on its return spread abroad in France an account of the voyage. The information thus obtained, or perhaps in other ways of which there is no record, stimulated Don Luis de la Cerda, Count of Clermont, great-grandson of Don Alonso the Wise of Castile, to seek for the investiture of the crown of the Canaries, which was given to him with much pomp by Clement VI at Avignon in 1344, Petrarch being present. This sceptre proved a barren one. The affairs of France, with which state the new King of the Canaries was connected, drew off his attention, and he died without having visited his dominions. The next authentic information that we have of the Canary Islands is that, in the times of Don Juan I of Castile and of Don Enrique, his son, these islands were much visited by the Spaniards. In 1399, we are told, certain Andalusians, Biscayans, Guipuzcoans, with the consent of Don Enrique, fitted out an expedition of 5 vessels, and making a descent on the island of Lanzarote, one of the Canaries, took captive the King and Queen and 170 of the islanders. Hitherto there had been nothing but discoveries, rediscoveries, and invasions of these islands, but at last a colonist appears upon the scene. This was Juan de Betancourt, a great Norman baron, lord of Saint Martin de Gaillard in the country of Eu, of Betancourt, of Granville, of Sancerre, and other places in Normandy, and chamberlain to Charles VI of France. Those who are at all familiar with the history of that period, and with the mean and cowardly barbarity which characterized the long continued contests between the rival factions of Orleans and Burgundy, may well imagine that any Frenchman would then be very glad to find a career in some other country. Whatever was the motive of Juan de Betancourt, he carried out his purpose in the most resolute manner. Leaving his young wife, and selling part of his estate, he embarked at Rochelle in 1402, with men and means for the purpose of conquering and establishing himself in the Canary Islands. It is not requisite to give a minute description of this expedition. Suffice it to say that Betancourt met with fully the usual difficulties, distresses, treacheries, and disasters that attach themselves to this race of enterprising men. After his arrival at the Canaries, finding his means insufficient, he repaired to the court of Castile, did acts of homage to the King Enrique III, and afterward renewed them to his son Juan II, thereby much strengthening the claim which the Spanish monarchs already made to the dominion of these islands. Betancourt, returning to the islands with renewed resources, made himself master of the greater part of them, reduced several of the natives to slavery, introduced the Christian faith, built churches, and established vassalage. On the occasion of quitting his colony in A.D. 1405, he called all his vassals together, and represented to them that he had named for his lieutenant and governor Monsieur de Betancourt, his relation; that he himself was going to Spain and to Rome to seek for a bishop for them, and he concluded his oration with these words: "My loved vassals, great or small, plebeians or nobles, if you have anything to ask me or to inform me of, if you find in my conduct anything to complain of, do not fear to speak. I desire to do favour and justice to all the world." The assembly he was addressing contained none of the slaves he had made. We are told, however, and that by eyewitnesses, that the poor natives themselves bitterly regretted his departure, and, wading through the water, followed his vessel as far as they could. After his visit to Spain and to Rome, he returned to his paternal domains in Normandy, where, while meditating another voyage to his colony, he died in 1425. Monsieur de Betancourt ruled for some time successfully, but afterward, falling into disputes with the bishop, and his affairs generally not prospering, he sold his rights to Prince Henry of Portugal, also, as it strangely appears, to another person, and afterwards settled in Madeira. The claims to the government of the Canaries were, for many years, in a most entangled state, and the right to the sovereignty over these islands was a constant ground of dispute between the crowns of Spain and Portugal. Thus ended the enterprise of Juan de Betancourt, which, though it cannot be said to have led to any very large or lasting results, yet, as it was the first modern attempt of the kind, deserves to be chronicled before commencing with Prince Henry of Portugal's long continued and connected efforts in the same direction. The events also which preceded and accompanied Betancourt's enterprise need to be recorded, in order to show the part which many nations, especially the Spaniards, had in the first discoveries on the coast of Africa. We now turn to the history of the discoveries made, or rather caused to be made, by Prince Henry of Portugal. This prince was born in 1394. He was the third son of John I of Portugal and Philippa, the daughter of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. That good Plantagenet blood on the mother's side was, doubtless, not without avail to a man whose life was to be spent in continuous and insatiate efforts to work out a great idea. Prince Henry was with his father at the memorable capture of Ceuta, the ancient Septem, in 1415. This town, which lies opposite to Gibraltar, was of great magnificence, and one of the principal marts in that age for the production of the East. It was here that the Portuguese nation first planted a firm foot in Africa, and the date of this town's capture may, perhaps, be taken as that from which Prince Henry began to meditate further and far greater conquests. His aims, however, were directed to a point long beyond the range of the mere conquering soldier. He was especially learned for that age of the world, being skilled in mathematical and geographical knowledge, and it may be noticed here that the greatest geographical discoveries have been made by men conversant with the book knowledge of their own time. A work, for instance, often seen in the hands of Columbus, which his son mentions as having had much influence with him, was the learned treatise of Cardinal Petro de Ayaco, Pierre de Imago Mundi. But to return to Prince Henry of Portugal, we learn that he had conversed much with those who had made voyages in different parts of the world, and particularly with Moors from Fez and Morocco, so that he came to hear of the Azenegis, a people bordering on the country of the Negroes of Jallo. Such was the scanty information of a positive kind which the Prince had to guide his endeavours. Then there were the suggestions and the inducements which to a willing mind were to be found in the shrewd conjectures of learned men, the fables of chivalry, and perhaps in the confused records of forgotten knowledge once possessed by Arabic geographers. The story of Prester John, which had spread over Europe since the Crusades, was well known to the Portuguese Prince. A mysterious voyage of a certain wandering saint, called St. Brendan, was not without its influence upon an enthusiastic mind. Moreover, there were many sound motives urging the Prince to maritime discovery, among which a desire to fathom the power of the Moors, a wish to find a new outlet for traffic, and a longing to spread the blessings of the faith may be enumerated. The special reason which impelled Prince Henry to take the burden of discovery on himself was that neither mariner nor merchant would be likely to adopt an enterprise in which there was no clear hope of profit. It belonged therefore to great men and princes, and among such he knew of no one but himself who was inclined to it. The map of the world being before us, let us reduce it to the proportions it filled in Prince Henry's time. Let us look at our infant world. First, take away those two continents, for so we may almost call them, each much larger than a Europe, to the far east. Then counsel that square, massive-looking piece to the extreme south-east. Happily there are no penal settlements there yet. Then turn to Africa. Instead of that form of inverted cone which it presents, and which we now know there are physical reasons for its presenting, make a scimitar shape of it, by running a slightly curved line from Juba on the eastern side to Cape Nam on the western. Declare all below that line unknown. Hitherto we have only been doing the work of destruction, but now scatter emblems of hippogriffs and anthropophagi on the outskirts of what is left in the map, obeying a maxim, not confined to the ancient geographers only, where you know nothing, place terrors. Looking at the map thus completed, we can hardly help thinking to ourselves, with a smile, what a small space, comparatively speaking, the known history of the world has been transacted in, up to the last 400 years. The idea of the universality of Roman dominions shrinks a little, and we begin to fancy that Ovid might have escaped his tyrant. The ascertained confines of the world were now, however, to be more than doubled in the course of 1 century, and to Prince Henry of Portugal, as to the first promoter of these vast discoveries, our attention must be directed. This prince, having once the well-grounded idea in his mind that Africa did not end where it was commonly supposed, namely at Cape Nam, but that there was a world beyond that forbidding negative, seems never to have rested until he had made known that quarter of the globe to his own. He fixed his abode upon the promontory of Sagres at the southern end of Portugal, whence for many a year he could watch for the rising specks of white sail bringing back his captains to tell him of new countries and new men. We may wonder that he never went himself, but he may have thought that he served the cause better by remaining at home and forming a centre whence the electric energy of enterprise was communicated to many discoverers, and then again collected from them. Moreover, he was much engaged in the public affairs of his country. In the course of his life he was 3 times in Africa, carrying on war against the Moors, and at home, besides the care and trouble which the state of the Portuguese court and government must have given him, he was occupied in promoting science and encouraging education. In 1415, as before noticed, he was at Ceuta. In 1418 he was settled on the promontory of Sagres. One night in that year he is thought to have had a dream of promise, for on the ensuing morning he suddenly ordered 2 vessels to be got ready forthwith, and to be placed under the command of 2 gentlemen of his household, Joam Gonçalves Zarco and Tristam Vaz, whom he ordered to proceed down the Barbary coast on a voyage of discovery. A contemporary chronicler, Asurara, whose work has recently been discovered and published, tells the story more simply, and merely states that these captains were young men, who, after the ending of the Ceuta campaign, were as eager for employment as the Prince for discovery, and that they were ordered on a voyage having for its object the general molestation of the Moors, as well as that of making discoveries beyond Cape Nam. The Portuguese mariners had a proverb about this cape: "He who would pass Cape Not, either will return or not," intimating that, if he did not turn before passing the cape, he would never return at all. On the present occasion it was not destined to be passed, for these captains, Joam Gonçalves Zarco and Tristam Vaz, were driven out of their course by storms, and accidentally discovered a little island, where they took refuge, and from that circumstance called the island Porto Santo. They found there a race of people living in no settled polity, but not altogether barbarous or savage, and possessing a kindly and most fertile soil. We come now to the year 1419. Perestrello, for some unknown cause, returned to Portugal at that time. After his departure, Joam Gonçalves Zarco and Tristam Vaz, seeing from Porto Santo something that seemed like a cloud, but yet different, the origin of so much discovery, noting the difference in the likeness, built 2 boats, and making for this cloud, soon found themselves alongside a beautiful island, abounding in many things, but most of all in trees, on which account they gave it the name of Madeira, wood. The 2 discoverers entered the island at different parts. The Prince, their master, afterwards rewarded them with the captaincies of those parts. To Perestrello he gave the island of Porto Santo to colonize it. Perestrello, however, did not make much of his captaincy, but after a strenuous contest with the rabbits, having killed an army of them, died himself. This captain has a place in history as being the father-in-law of Columbus, who indeed lived at Porto Santo for some time, and here, on Newfoundland, meditated far bolder discoveries. Joam Gonçalves Zarco and Tristam Vaz began the cultivation of their island of Madeira, but met with an untoward event at first. In clearing the wood they kindled a fire among it, which burned for 7 years, we are told; and in the end that which had given its name to the island, and which, in the words of the historian, overshadowed the whole island, became the most deficient commodity. The captains founded churches in the island, and the King of Portugal, Don Duarte, gave the temporalities to Prince Henry, and all the spiritualities to the Knights of Christ. While these things were occurring at Madeira and at Porto Santo, Prince Henry had been prosecuting his general scheme of discovery, sending out 2 or 3 vessels each year, with orders to go down the coast from Cape Nam and make what discoveries they could; but these did not amount to much, for the captains never advanced beyond Cape Bojador, which is situated 70 leagues to the south of Cape Nam. This Cape Bojador was formidable in itself, being terminated by a ridge of rocks with fierce currents running round them, but was much more formidable from the fancies which the mariners had formed of the sea and land beyond it. It is clear, they were wont to say, that beyond this cape there is no people whatever, the land is as bare as Libya, no water, no trees, no grass in it, the sea so shallow that at a league from the land it is only a fathom deep, the currents so fierce that the ship which passes the cape will never return. And thus their theories were brought in to justify their fears. This outstretcher, for such is the meaning of the word Bojador, were, therefore, as a bar drawn across that advance in maritime discovery which had for so long a time been the first object of Prince Henry's life. The Prince had now been working at his discoveries for 12 years, with little approbation from the generality of persons. The discovery of these islands, Porto Santo and Madeira, serving to whet his appetite for further enterprise, but not winning the common voice in favour of prosecuting discoveries on the coast of Africa. The people at home, improving upon the reports of the sailors, said that the land which the Prince sought after was merely some sandy place like the deserts of Libya, that princes had possessed the empires of the world, and yet had not undertaken such designs as his, nor shown such anxiety to find new kingdoms; that the men who arrived in those foreign parts, if they did arrive, turned from white into black men; that the King Don John, the Prince's father, had endowed foreigners with land in his kingdom to break it up and cultivate it, a thing very different from taking the people out of Portugal, which had need of them, to bring them among savages to be eaten, and to place them upon lands of which the mother country had no need; that the Author of the world had provided these islands solely for the habitation of wild beasts, of which an additional proof was that those rabbits the discoverers themselves had introduced were now dispossessing them of the island. There is much here of the usual captiousness to be found in the criticism of bystanders upon action, mixed with a great deal of false assertion and premature knowledge of the ways of Providence. Still it were to be wished that most criticism upon action was as wise, for that part of the common talk which spoke of keeping their own population to bring out their own resources had a wisdom in it which the men of future centuries were yet to discover throughout the peninsula. Prince Henry, as may be seen by his perseverance up to this time, was not a man to have his purposes diverted by such criticism, much of which must have been, in his eyes, worthless and inconsequent in the extreme. Nevertheless, he had his own misgivings. His captains came back one after another with no good tidings of discovery, but with petty plunder gained, as they returned from incursions of the Moorish coast. The Prince concealed from them his chagrin at the fruitless nature of their attempts, but probably did not feel it less on that account. He began to think, was it for him to hope to discover that land which had been hidden from so many princes? Still he felt within himself the excitement of a virtuous obstinacy, which would not let him rest. Would it not, he thought, be ingratitude to God, who thus moved his mind to these attempts, if he were to desist from his work or be negligent in it? He resolved therefore to send out again Gil Janisch, one of his household, who had been sent the years before, but had returned, like the rest, having discovered nothing. He had been driven to the Canary Islands, and had seized upon some of the natives there, whom he brought back. With this transaction the Prince had shown himself dissatisfied, and Gil Janisch, now entrusted again with command, resolved to meet all dangers rather than to disappoint the wishes of his master. Before his departure the Prince called him aside and said: "You cannot meet with such peril that the hope of your reward shall not be much greater, and in truth I wonder what imagination this is that you have all taken up, in a matter too of so little certainty. For if these things which are reported had any authority, however little, I would not blame you so much. But you quote to me the opinions of 4 mariners, who, as they were driven out of their way to Flanders, or to some other ports to which they commonly navigated, had not, and could not have used, the needle and the chart. But do you go, however, and make your voyage without regard to their opinion, and by the grace of God you will not bring out of it anything but honour and profit." We may well imagine that these stirring words of the Prince must have confirmed Żylianisch in his resolve to efface the stain of his former misadventure, and he succeeded in doing so, for he passed the dreaded Cape Bojador, a great event in the history of African discovery, and one that in that day was considered equal to a labour of Hercules. Żylianisch returned to a grateful and most delighted master. He informed the Prince that he had landed, and that the soil appeared to him unworked and fruitful, and, like a prudent man, he could not tell of foreign plants, but had brought some of them home with him in a barrel of the newly found earth, plants much like those which bear in Portugal the roses of Santa Maria. The Prince rejoiced to see them, and gave thanks to God, as if they had been the fruit and sign of the promised land, and besought Our Lady, whose name the plants bore, that she would guide and set forth the doings in this discovery to the praise and glory of God, and to the increase of His holy faith. Section 31 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Discovery of the Canary Islands and the African coast, A.D. 1402, by Sir Arthur Helps, Part 2. After passing the Cape of Bojador there was a lull in Portuguese discovery, the period from 1434 to 1441 being spent in enterprises of very little distinctness of importance. Indeed, during the latter part of this period, the Prince was fully occupied with the affairs of Portugal. In 1437 he accompanied the unfortunate expedition to Tangier, in which his brother Ferdinand was taken prisoner, who afterwards ended his days in slavery to the Moor. In 1438, King Duarte dying, the troubles of the Regency occupied Prince Henry's attention. In 1441, however, there was a voyage which led to very important consequences. In that year Antonio Gonçalves, Master of the Ropes to Prince Henry, was sent out with a vessel to load it with skins of sea wolves, a number of them having been seen, during a former voyage, in the mouth of a river about 54 leagues beyond Cape Bojador. Gonçalves resolved to signalise his voyage by a feat that should gratify his master more than the capture of sea wolves, and he accordingly planned and executed successfully an expedition for capturing some Agenegi Moors, in order, as he told his companions, to take home "some of the language of that country." Nuño Tristam, another of Prince Henry's captains, afterward falling in with Gonçalves, a further capture of Moors was made, and Gonçalves returned to Portugal with his spoil. In the same year Prince Henry applied to Pope Martin V, praying that His Holiness would grant to the Portuguese crown all that it could conquer, from Cape Bojador to the Indies, together with plenary indulgence for those who should die while engaged in such conquests. The Pope granted these requests, and now, says a Portuguese historian, with this apostolic grace, with the breadth of royal favour, and already with the applause of the people, the Prince pursued his purpose with more courage and with greater outlay. In 1442 the Moors whom Antonio Gonçalves had captured in the previous year promised to give black slaves in ransom for themselves if he would take them back to their own country, and the Prince, approving of this, ordered Gonçalves to set sail immediately, insisting, as the foundation of the matter, that if Gonçalves should not be able to obtain so many negroes as had been mentioned in exchange for the 3 Moors, yet that he should take them, for whatever number he should get, he would gain souls, because the negroes might be converted to the faith which could not be managed with the Moors." Gonçalves obtained 10 black slaves, some gold dust, a target of buffalo hide, and some ostrich eggs, in exchange for 2 of the Moors, and returning with his cargo, excited general wonderment on account of the colour of the slaves. These, then, we may presume, were the first black slaves that had made their appearance in the Peninsula since the extinction of the old slavery. I am not ignorant that there are reasons for alleging that negroes had before this era been seized and carried to Seville. The ecclesiastical and secular annals of that city, under the date 1474, record that negro slaves abounded there, and that the fifths levied on them produced considerable gains to the royal revenue. It is also mentioned that there had been traffic of this kind in the days of Don Enrique III, about 1399, but that it had since then fallen into the hands of the Portuguese. The chronicler states that the negroes of Seville were treated very kindly from the time of King Enrique, being allowed to keep their dances and festivals, and that one of them was named Mayoral of the rest, who protected them against their masters and before the courts of law, and also settled their own private quarrels. There is a letter from Ferdinand and Isabella in the year 1474 to a celebrated negro, Juan de Valladolid, commonly called the Negro Count, nominating him to this office of Mayoral of the Negroes, which runs thus: "For the many good, loyal, and signal services which you have done us, and do each day, and because we know your sufficiency, ability, and good disposition, we constitute you Mayoral and Judge of all the Negroes and Mulattoes, free or slave, which are in the very loyal and noble city of Seville, and throughout the whole archbishopric thereof, and that the said Negroes and Mulattoes may not hold any festivals nor pleadings among themselves except before you, Juan de Valladolid, Negro, our Judge and Mayoral of the said Negroes and Mulattoes, and we command that you, and you only, should take cognizance of the disputes, pleadings, marriages, and other things which may take place among them, forasmuch as you are a person sufficient for that office, and deserving of your power, and you know the laws and ordinances which ought to be kept, and we are informed that you are of noble lineage among the said Negroes." But the above merely shows that in the year 1474 there were many Negroes in Seville, and that laws and ordinances had been made about them. These Negroes might all, however, have been imported into Seville since the Portuguese discoveries. True it is that in the times of Don Enrique III, and during Betancourt's occupation of the Canary Islands, slaves from thence had been brought to France and Spain, but these islanders were not Negroes, and it certainly may be doubted whether any Negroes were imported into Seville previous to 1443. Returning to the course of Portuguese affairs, a historian of that nation informs us that the gold obtained by Gonçalves "awakened, as it always does, covetousness," and there is no doubt that it proved an important stimulus to further discovery. The next year Nuño Tristam went farther down the African coast, and off Adaguet, one of the Arguin Islands, captured 80 natives, whom he brought to Portugal. These, however, were not Negroes but Azeneguis. The tide of popular opinion was now not merely turned, but was rushing in full flow in favour of Prince Henry and his discoveries. The discoverers were found to come back rich in slaves and other commodities, whereas it was remembered that, in former wars and undertakings, those who had been engaged in them had generally returned in great distress. Strangers too now came from afar, scenting the prey. A new mode of life, as the Portuguese said, had been found out, and "the greater part of the kingdom was moved with a sudden desire to follow this way to Guinea." In 1444 a company was formed at Lagos who received permission from the Prince to undertake discovery along the coast of Africa, paying him a certain portion of any gains which they might take. This has been considered as a company founded for carrying on the slave trade, but the evidence is by no means sufficient to show that its founders meant such to be its purpose. It might rather be compared to an expedition sent out, as we should say in modern times, with letters of marque, in which, however, the prizes chiefly hoped for were not ships nor merchandise, but men. The only thing of any moment, however, which the expedition accomplished was to attack successfully the inhabitants of the islands Nar and Tider, and to bring back about 200 slaves. I grieve to say that there is no evidence of Prince Henry's putting a check to any of these proceedings, but on the contrary it appears that he rewarded with large honours Lanzarote, one of the principal men of this expedition, and received his own fifth of the slaves. Yet I have scarcely a doubt that the words of the historian are substantially true, that discovery, not gain, was still the Prince's leading idea. We have an account from an eyewitness of the partition of the slaves brought back to Lanzarote, which, as it is the first transaction of the kind on record, is worthy of notice, more especially as it may enable the reader to understand the motives of the Prince and of other men of those times. It is to be found in the chronicle before referred to of Asurara. The merciful chronicler is smitten to the heart at the sorrow he witnesses, but still he believes it to be for good, and that he must not let his mere earthly commiseration get the better of his piety. "O thou heavenly Father," he exclaims, "who with thy powerful hand, without movement of thy divine essence, governest all the infinite company of thy holy city, and who drawest together all the axles of the upper world, divided into 9 spheres, moving the times of their long and short periods as it pleases thee. I implore thee that my tears may not condemn my conscience, for not its law but our common humanity constrains my humanity to lament piteously the sufferings of these people (slaves). And if the brute animals, with their mere bestial sentiments, by a natural instinct, recognize the misfortunes of their like, what must this by human nature do, seeing thus before my eyes this wretched company, remembering that I myself am of the generation of the sons of Adam? The other day, which was the 8th of August, very early in the morning, by reason of the heat, the mariners began to bring to their vessels, and, as they had been commanded, to draw forth those captives to take them out of the vessel, whom, placed together on that plain, it was a marvellous sight to behold, for among them there were some of a reasonable degree of whiteness, handsome and well made, others less white, resembling leopards in their colours, others as black as Ethiopians, and so ill formed, as well in their faces as in their bodies, that it seemed to the beholders as if they saw the forms of a lower hemisphere. But what heart was that, how hard soever, which was not pierced with sorrow, seeing that company? For some had sunken cheeks, and their faces bathed in tears, looking at each other. Others were groaning very dolorously, looking at the heights of the heavens, fixing their eyes upon them, crying out loudly, as if they were asking succour from the Father of Nature. Others struck their faces with their hands, throwing themselves on the earth. Others made their lamentations in songs, according to the customs of their country, which, although we could not understand their language, we saw corresponded well to the height of their sorrows. But now, for the increase of their grief, came those who had the charge of the distribution, and they began to put them apart one from the other, in order to equalize the portions, wherefore it was necessary to part children and parents, husbands and wives, and brethren from each other. Neither in the partition of friends and relations was any law kept, only each fell where the lot took him. O powerful Fortune, who goest hither and thither with thy wheels, compassing the things of the world as it pleaseth thee, if thou canst, place before the eyes of this miserable nation some knowledge of the things that are to come after them, that they may receive some consolation in the midst of their great sadness. And you others who have the business of this partition, look with pity on such great misery, and consider how can those be parted whom you cannot disunite. Who will be able to make this partition without great difficulty? For while they were placing in one part the children that saw their parents in another, the children sprang up perseveringly and fled to them, the mothers enclosed their children in their arms and threw themselves with them on the ground, receiving wounds with little pity for their own flesh, so that their offspring might not be torn from them. And so, with labour and difficulty, they concluded the partition, for besides the trouble they had with the captives, the plain was full of people, as well of the place as of the villages and neighbourhood around, who in that day gave rest to their hands, the mainstay of their livelihood, only to see this novelty. And as they looked upon these things, some deploring, some reasoning upon them, they made such a riotous noise as greatly to disturb those who had the management of this distribution. The Infante was there upon a powerful horse, accompanied by his people, looking out his share, but as a man who for his part did not care for gain, for, of the 46 souls which fell to his fifth, he speedily made his choice, as all his principal riches were in his contentment, considering with great delight the salvation of those souls which before were lost. And certainly his thought was not vain, for as soon as they had knowledge of our language, they readily became Christians. And I, who have made this history in this volume, have seen in the town of Lagos young men and young women, the sons and grandsons of those very captives born in this land, as good and as true Christians as if they had lineally descended, since the commencement of the law of Christ, from those who were first baptized. The good Azuara wished that these captives might have some foresight of the things to happen after their death. I do not think, however, that it would have proved much consolation to them to have foreseen that they were almost the first of many millions to be dealt with as they had been, for in this year 1444 Europe may be said to have made a distinct beginning in the slave trade, henceforth to spread on all sides, like the waves upon stirred water, and not, like them, to become fainter and fainter as the circles widen. In 1445 an expedition was fitted out by Prince Henry himself, and the command given to Gonsalvo de Sintra, who was unsuccessful in an attack on the natives near Cape Blanco. He and some other of the principal men of the expedition lost their lives. These were the first Portuguese who died in battle on that coast. In the same year the Prince sent out 3 other vessels. The captains received orders from the Infante Don Pedro, who was then Regent of Portugal, to enter the river Douro, and make all endeavours to convert the natives to the faith, and even, if they should not receive baptism, to make peace and alliance with them. This did not succeed. It is probable that the captains found negotiation of any kind exceedingly tame and apparently profitless in comparison with the pleasant forays made by their predecessors. The attempt, however, shows much intelligence and humanity on the part of those in power in Portugal. That the instructions were sincere is proved by the fact of this expedition returning with only 1 negro gained in ransom, and a Moor who came of his own accord to see the Christian country. This same year, 1445, is signalized by a great event in the progress of discovery along the African coast. Diniz Diaz, called by Barros and the historians who followed him Diniz Fernandez, sought employment from the Infante, and being entrusted by him with the command of a vessel, pushed boldly down the coast and passed the river Sanaga (Senegal), which divides the Azeneguis, whom the first discoverers always called Moors, from the negroes of Jalof. The inhabitants were much astonished at the presence of the Portuguese vessel on their coasts, and at first took it for a fish or a bird or a phantasm, but when in their rude boats, hollowed logs, they neared it, and saw that there were men in it, judiciously concluding that it was a more dangerous thing than fish or bird or phantasm, they fled. Diniz Fernandez, however, captured 4 of them off that coast, but as his object was discovery, not slave hunting, he went on till he discovered Cape Verde, and then returned to his country to be received with much honour and favour by Prince Henry. These 4 negroes taken by Diniz Fernandez were the first taken in their own country by the Portuguese. That the Prince was still engaged in high thoughts of discovery and conversion, we may conclude from observing that he rewarded and honoured Diniz Fernandez as much as if he had brought him large booty, for the Prince "thought little of whatever he could do for those who came to him with these signs and tokens of another greater hope which he entertained." In this case, as in others, we should do great injustice if we supposed that Prince Henry had any of the pleasure of a slave trader in obtaining these negroes. It is far more probable that he valued them as persons capable of furnishing intelligence, and perhaps of becoming interpreters for his future expeditions. Not that, without these special motives, he would have thought it anything but great gain for a man to be made a slave, if it were the means of bringing him into communion with the Church. After this, several expeditions, which did not lead to much, occupied the Prince's time till 1447. In that year a fleet, large for those times, of 14 vessels, was fitted out at Lagos by the people there, and the command given by Prince Henry to Lanzarote. The object seems to have been, from a speech that is recorded of Lanzarote's, to make war upon the Azenegui Moors, and especially to take revenge for the defeat before mentioned which Gonsalvo de Sintra suffered in 1445 near Capo Blanco. That purpose effected, Lanzarote went southward, extending the discovery of the coast to the Gambia. In the course of his proceedings on that coast we find again that Prince Henry's instruction insisted much upon the maintenance of peace with the natives. Another instance of the same disposition on his part deserves to be especially recorded. The expedition had been received in a friendly manner at Gomera, one of the Canary Islands. Notwithstanding this kind reception, some of the natives were taken prisoners. On their being brought to Portugal, Prince Henry had them clothed and afterwards set at liberty in the place from which they had been taken. This expedition under Lanzarote had no great result. The Portuguese went a little farther down the coast than they had ever been before, but they did not succeed in making friends of the natives, who had already been treated in a hostile manner by some Portuguese from Madeira. Neither did the expedition make great spoil of any kind. They had got into feuds with the natives, and were preparing to attack them, when a storm dissipated their fleet and caused them to return home. It appears, I think, from the general course of proceedings of the Portuguese in those times, that they considered there was always war between them and the Azenegui Moors, that is, in the territory from Ceuta as far as the Senegal River, but that they had not declared hostility against the negroes of Jalof, or of any country farther south. Those skirmishes would be sure to happen from ill-understood attempts at friendship on the one side, and just or needless fears on the other. The last public enterprise of which Prince Henry had the direction was worthy to close his administration of the affairs relating to the Portuguese discovery. He caused 2 ambassadors to be dispatched to the King of the Cape Verde territory, to treat of peace and to introduce the Christian faith. One of the ambassadors, a Danish gentleman, was treacherously killed by the natives, and upon that the other returned, having accomplished nothing. Don Alfonso V, the nephew of Prince Henry, now took the reins of government, and the future expeditions along the coast of Africa proceeded in his name. Still it does not appear that Prince Henry ceased to have power and influence in the management of African affairs, and the first thing that the King did in them was to enact that no one should pass Cape Bojador without a licence from Prince Henry. Sometime between 1448 and 1454 a fortress was built in one of the islands of Arguin, which islands had already become a place of bargain for gold and negro slaves. This was the first Portuguese establishment on the coast of Africa. It seems that a system of trade was now established between the Portuguese and the negroes. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Council of Constance, A.D. 1414, Richard Lodge. During the 40 years of the Second Great Schism in the Roman Catholic Church, 1378 through 1417, different parties adhered to different popes, of whom there were sometimes 2 or more simultaneously in office. The French cardinals preferred Avignon, to which the whole see had been removed in 1309, as the seat of the Pope. The Italian cardinals preferred Rome, and 2 lines of popes were consequently chosen. This division proved extremely injurious to the papal power and authority. Meanwhile, there were various efforts for reform in the Church, among the most notable movements being those led by John Wycliffe in England and John Huss on the continent. At last, a council was called to decide who was the rightful claimant to the papal throne. The council assembled at Pisa, Italy, in 1409, but recognized neither of the then rival popes, Gregory XII and Benedict XIII, Alexander V being elected in their stead. The deposed popes, however, would not give up their rule, and so the action of the council added to the difficulty, since there were now 3 popes instead of 2. Alexander V died 10 months after his election, and the cardinals chose as his successor Cardinal Cosa, who took the name of John XXIII. The Church remained as much divided as before. In 1412, Pope John, who was a shrewd and politic man, opened at Rome a council for the reformation of the Church. But there seems to have been little serious purpose either on the part of John himself or of the ecclesiastics who assembled, and practically nothing was done. John was more concerned about his political relations with various sovereigns. He was at war with Ladislaus, king of Naples, who soon drove him from Rome. John fled to Florence and appealed to Sigismund, emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, for assistance. But the emperor would aid him only on condition that the pope should summon a new council to some German city in order to end the schism. At last, John issued a formal summons for the council to meet at Constance on November 1st, 1414. Before it assembled, Ladislaus died, and Sigismund determined to conduct the council in the interest of his imperial dignity and that of the German kingship, which he also held. The Council of Constance, like that of Pisa, had two very obvious questions to consider. One, the restoration of unity, and two, if the reforming party could have its way, the reform of the Church in its head and members. But circumstances forced the council to consider a third question, which had never been even touched in the discussions at Pisa. This was reformation in its widest sense, not merely a constitutional change in the relations of pope and hierarchy, but a vital change in dogma and ritual. This question was brought to the front by the so-called Hussite movement in Bohemia. The fundamental issues involved were those which have been at the bottom of most subsequent disputes in the Christian Church. How far was the Christianity of the day unlike the Christianity to be found in the record of Christ and his apostles? And the difference, if any, was it a real and necessary difference consequent on the development of society, or was it the result of abuses and innovations introduced by fallible men? The Orthodox took their stand upon the unity and authority of the Church. The Church was the true foundation of Christ and the inheritor of his Spirit. Therefore, what the Church believed and taught, that alone was the true Christian doctrine, and the forms and ceremonies of the Church were the necessary aids to faith. The Reformers, on the other hand, looked to Scripture for the fundamental rules of life and conduct. Any deviation from these rules, no matter on what authority, must be superfluous and might very probably be harmful. The Council of Constance is one of the most notable assemblies in the history of the world. In the number and fame of its members, in the importance of its objects, and above all, in the dramatic interest of its records, it has few rivals. It is like the meeting of two worlds, the old and the new, the medieval and the modern. We find there represented views which have hardly yet been fully accepted, which have occupied the best minds of succeeding centuries. At the same time, the Council itself and its ceremonial carry us back to the times of the Roman Empire, when Church and State were scarcely yet dual, and when Christianity was coextensive with one united empire. At Constance, all the ideas, religious and political, of the Middle Ages seemed to be put upon their trial. If that trial had ended in condemnation, there could be no fitter point to mark the division between medieval and modern history. But the verdict was acquittal, or at least a partial acquittal, and the old system was allowed, under modified conditions, a lease of life for another century. It must not be forgotten that there were great secular as well as ecclesiastical interests involved in the council. Princes and nobles were present, as well as cardinals and prelates. The council may be regarded not only as a great assembly of the Church, but also as a great diet of the medieval empire. The man who had done more than anyone to procure the summons of the council, and whose interests were most closely bound up in its success, was Sigismund, king of the Romans and potential emperor. He was eager to terminate the schism and to bring about such a reform in the Church as would prevent the recurrence of similar scandals. But his motive in this was not merely disinterested devotion to the interests of the Church. He wished to revive the prestige of the Holy Roman Empire and to gratify his own personal vanity by posing as the secular head of Christendom and the arbiter of its disputes. More especially, he wished to restore the authority of the monarchy in Germany and to put an end to that anarchic independence of the princes of which the recent schism was both the illustration and the result. In pursuing this aim, he was confronted by the champions of liberty and princely interests, who were represented at Constance by the Archbishop of Mainz and Frederick of Habsburg, Count of Tyrol. The Archbishop, John of Nassau, had been prominent in effecting and prolonging the schism in the empire. He was a firm supporter of John XXIII and had no interest in attending the council, except to thwart the designs of the king, whom he had been the last to accept. Frederick of Tyrol was the youngest son of that Duke Leopold who had fallen at Sempach in the war with the Swiss. Of his father's possessions, Frederick had inherited Tyrol and the Swabian lands, and the propinquity of his territories made him a powerful personage at Constance. His family was the chief rival of the House of Luxembourg for ascendancy in eastern Germany, and he himself seems to have cherished a personal grudge against Sigismund. To these enemies, Sigismund could oppose two loyal allies, the Elector Palatine Louis, who had completely abandoned the anti-Luxembourg policy pursued by his father Rupert, and Frederick of Hohenzollern, the most prominent representative of national sentiment in Germany, who had already given in Brandenburg an example of that restoration of order which he wished Sigismund to effect throughout his dominions. Of the clerical members of the council, the most prominent at the commencement was the Pope, John XXIII. He had been forced by his difficulties in Italy to issue the summons, but as the time for the meeting approached, he felt more and more misgiving. His object was to maintain himself in office, but he was conscious that neither Sigismund nor the cardinals would hesitate to throw him over if he stood in the way of the restoration of unity. He therefore allied himself with Sigismund's opponents, the Elector of Mainz and Frederick of Tyrol, and spared no pains to bring about dissension between Sigismund and the council. The assembled clergy may be divided roughly into two parties, the Reformers and the Conservative or Ultramontane party. The Reformers were not in favor of any radical change in the Church. They were, if anything, more vehemently opposed than their antagonists to the doctrines of Wycliffe and Huss. Such reform as they desired was aristocratic rather than democratic. They had no intention of weakening the authority of the Church, but within the Church they desired to remove gross abuses and to strengthen the hierarchy as against the papacy. Their chief contention was that a general council has supreme authority even over the Pope, and they wished such councils to meet at regular intervals. By this means, papal absolution would be limited by a sort of oligarchical parliament within the Church. The Conservatives, on the other hand, consisting chiefly of the cardinals and Italian prelates, had no wish to alter a system under which they enjoyed material advantages. Their object, as it had been at Pisa, was to restore the union of the Church, but to defeat, or at any rate postpone, any schemes of reform. The council was opened on November the 5th, but the meeting was only formal, and no real business was transacted for a month. Meanwhile, Huss had been followed to Constance by the representatives of the Orthodox party in Bohemia, who brought a formidable list of charges against the reformer. John XXIII at once saw in this an opportunity for embroiling the council with Sigismund. Adroitly keeping himself in the background, he allowed the cardinals to take the lead in the matter. They summoned Huss to appear before them, and in spite of his protests that he was only answerable to the whole council, they committed him to prison. The news that his safe conduct had been so insultingly disregarded reached Sigismund as he was starting for Constance after the coronation ceremony at Aachen. He arrived on Christmas Day and at once demanded that Huss should be released. The Pope excused himself and threw the blame on the cardinals. To the king's right to protect his subject, the cardinals opposed their duty to suppress heresy. In high dudgeon, Sigismund declared that he would leave the council to its fate and actually set out on his return journey. The Pope was jubilant at the success of his wiles, but Sigismund's friends, and especially Frederick of Hohenzollern, urged him not to sacrifice the interests of Germany and of Christendom for the sake of a heretic. This advice, and the feeling that his personal reputation was staked on the success of the council, triumphed. Sigismund returned to Constance, and Huss remained a prisoner. From this moment John the 23rd began to despair. The Pope's position became worse when the council, copying the procedure of the universities, began to discuss matters, not in a general assembly, but each nation separately. This deprived John of the advantage which he hoped to gain from the numerical majority of Italian prelates attending the council. 4 nations organized themselves: Italians, French, Germans, and English. Over the last 3, John the 23rd had no hold whatever. To his disgust, they treated him not as the legitimate pope, whose authority was to be vindicated against his rivals, but as one of 3 schismatic popes whose retirement was a necessary condition of the restoration of unity. When he tried to evade their demand, they brought unanswerable charges against his personal character and threatened to depose him. He tried to disarm hostility by declaring his readiness to resign if the other popes would do the same. His promise was welcomed with enthusiasm, but neither Sigismund nor his supporters were softened by it. In spite of the vehement protests of the Elector of Mainz that he would obey no pope but John the 23rd, the proposal was made to proceed to a new election. John had to fall back upon his last expedient. If he departed from Constance, he might throw the council into fatal confusion. At the worst, he could maintain himself as the Antipope, as Gregory and Benedict had done against the Council of Pisa. His ally, Frederick of Tyrol, was prepared to assist him. Frederick arranged a tournament outside the walls, and while this absorbed public interest, the Pope escaped from Constance in the disguise of a groom and made his way to Schaffhausen, a strong castle of the Habsburg court. For the moment, John the 23rd seemed not unlikely to gain his end. Constance was thrown into confusion by the news of his flight. The mob rushed to pillage the papal residence. The Italian and Austrian prelates prepared to leave the city, and the council was on the verge of dissolution. But Sigismund's zeal and energy succeeded in averting such a disaster. He restored order to the city, persuaded the prelates to remain, and took prompt measures to punish his rebellious vassal. An armed force under Frederick of Hohenzollern succeeded in capturing not only John the 23rd, but also Frederick of Tyrol. The latter was compelled to undergo public humiliation and to hand over his territories to the suzerain on condition that his life should be spared. No such exercise of imperial power had been witnessed in Germany since the days of the Hohenstaufen, and Sigismund chose this auspicious moment to secure a powerful supporter within the Electoral College by handing over the electorate of Brandenburg to Frederick of Nuremberg, April 30th, 1415. He thus established a dynasty which was destined to play a great part in German history and ultimately to create a new German empire. The unsuccessful flight of John the 23rd not only enabled Sigismund to assume a more authoritative position in the council and in Germany, it also sealed his own fate. The council had no longer any hesitation in proceeding to the formal deposition of the Pope, May 29th, 1415. As the 2 popes who had been deposed at Pisa had never been recognized at Constance, the Church was now without a head. But instead of hastening to fill the vacancy, the council turned aside to the suppression of heresy and the trial of Huss. On 3 occasions, the 5th, 7th, and 8th of June, Huss was heard before a general session. No point in his teaching excited greater animadversion than his contention that a priest, whether pope or prelate, forfeited his office by the commission of mortal sin. With great cunning, his accusers drew him on to extend this doctrine to temporal princes. This was enough to complete the alienation of Sigismund, and after the third day's trial he was the first to pronounce in favor of condemnation. The last obstacle in the way of the prosecution was thus removed, and Huss was burned in a meadow outside the city walls on July 6, 1415. With the death of Huss ends the first and most eventful period of the Council of Constance. Within these 7 or 8 months, Sigismund and the reforming party, thanks to the division of the council into nations, seemed to have gained a signal success. Sigismund had purchased his triumph by breaking his pledge to Huss, and for this he was to pay a heavy penalty in the subsequent disturbances in Bohemia. But for the moment these were not foreseen, and Sigismund was jubilantly eager to prosecute his scheme. Warned by the experience of its predecessor at Pisa, the Council of Constance was careful not to put too much trust in paper decrees. John XXIII was not only deposed, but a prisoner. Gregory XII had given a conditional promise of resignation, and had so few supporters as to be of slight importance. But Benedict XIII was still strong in the allegiance of the Spanish kingdoms, and unless they could be detached from his cause, there was little prospect of ending the schism. This task Sigismund volunteered to undertake, and he also proposed to avert the impending war between England and France, to reconcile the Burgundian and Armagnac parties in the latter country, and to negotiate peace between the King of Poland and the Teutonic Knights. It would indeed be a revival of the imperial idea if its representative could thus act as a general mediator in European quarrels. The council welcomed the offer with enthusiasm and showed their loyalty to Sigismund by deciding to postpone all important questions till his return. And this decision was actually adhered to. During the 16 months of Sigismund's absence, July 15, 1415, to January 27, 1417, only 2 prominent subjects were considered by the council. One was the trial of Jerome of Prague, which was a mere corollary of that of Huss, and ended in a similar sentence. The other was the thorny question raised by the proposed condemnation of the writings of Jean Petit, a Burgundian partisan who had defended the murder of the Duke of Orleans. The leader of the attack upon Jean Petit was Gerson, the learned and eloquent chancellor of the University of Paris. But so completely had the matter become a party question, and so great was the influence of the Duke of Burgundy, that the council could not be induced to go further than a general condemnation of the doctrine of lawful tyrannicide, and Gerson's activity in the matter provoked such ill will that after the close of the council he could not venture to return to France, which was then completely under Burgundian and English domination. It is impossible to narrate here the story of Sigismund's journey, though it abounds with illustrations of his impulsive character and of the attitude of the Western states toward the imperial pretensions. It furnished conclusive proofs, if any were needed, that however the council for its own ends might welcome the authority of a secular head, national sentiment was far too strongly developed to give any chance of success to a projected revival of the medieval empire. As regards his immediate object, Sigismund was able to achieve some results. He failed to induce Benedict XIII to abdicate, but the quibbles of the veteran intriguer exhausted the patience of his supporters, and at a conference at Narbonne the Spanish kings agreed to desert him and to adhere to the Council of Constance, December 1415. But Sigismund's more ambitious schemes came to nothing. So far from preventing a war between England and France, he only forwarded an alliance between Henry V and the Duke of Burgundy, and though he may have done this in the hope of forcing peace upon France, the result was to make the war more disastrous and prolonged. When Sigismund reappeared in Constance, January 27, 1417, he found that the state of affairs both in Germany and in the council had altered for the worse. Frederick of Tyrol had returned to his dominions and had been welcomed by his subjects. The Archbishop of Mainz had renewed his intrigues, and an attempt had even been made to release John XXIII. With the Elector Palatine, formerly his loyal supporter, Sigismund had quarreled on money matters, and it seemed possible that the four Rhenish electors would form a league against Sigismund as they had done against Wenceslas in 1400. Still more galling was his loss of influence in the council. The adhesion of the Spanish kingdoms had been followed by the arrival of Spanish prelates who formed a fifth nation and strengthened the party opposed to reform. The war between England and France had created a quarrel between the two nations at Constance, and the French deserted the cause they had once championed rather than vote with their enemies. Sigismund could only rely on the English and the Germans, and the question which agitated the council was one of vital importance. Which was to come first, the election of a new pope or the adoption of a scheme of ecclesiastical reform? The conservatives contended that the Church could hardly be said to exist without its head, that no reform would be valid until the normal constitution of the Church was restored. On the other hand, it was urged that no reform was possible unless the supremacy of a general council was fully recognized, that certain questions could be more easily discussed and settled during a vacancy, that if the reforms were agreed upon, a new pope could be pledged to accept them, whereas a pope elected at once could prevent all reform. Party spirit ran extremely high, and it seemed almost impossible to effect an agreement. Sigismund was openly denounced as a heretic, while he in turn threatened to imprison the cardinals for contumacy. But gradually the balance turned against the reformers. Some of the leading German bishops were bribed to change their votes. The head of the English representatives, Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury, died at the critical moment, and the influence of Henry Beaufort, the future cardinal, induced the English nation to support an immediate election. It was agreed that a new pope should be chosen at once, and that the council should then proceed to the work of reform. But the only preliminary concession that Sigismund and his party could obtain was the issue of a decree in October 1417 that another council should meet within 5 years, a second within 7 years, and that afterward a council should be regularly held every 10 years. For the new election, it was decided that the 23 cardinals should be joined by 33 delegates of the council, 6 from each nation. The conclave met on November 8th, and 3 days later their choice fell upon Cardinal Odo Colonna, who took the name of Martin V. Even the defeated party could not refrain from sharing in the general enthusiasm at the restoration of unity after 40 years of schism. But their fears as to the ultimate fate of the cause of reform were fully justified. Soon after his election, Martin declared that it was impious to appeal to a council against a papal decision. Such a declaration, as Gerson said, nullified the acts of the councils of Pisa and Constance, including the election of the Pope himself. In their indignation, the members made a strong appeal to the Pope to fulfill the conditions agreed upon before his election. But Martin had a weapon to hand, which had been furnished by the council itself. It was the division into nations that had led to the fall of John XXIII, and it was the same division into nations that had ruined the prospects of reform. The Pope now drew up a few scanty articles of reform, which he offered as separate concordants to the French, German, and English. It was a dangerous expedient for a pope to adopt, because it seemed to imply the separate existence of national churches, but it answered its immediate purpose. Martin could contend that there was no longer any work for the council to do, and he dissolved it in May 1418. He set out for Italy, where a difficult task awaited him. Papal authority in Rome had ceased with the flight of John XXIII in 1414. Sigismund offered the Pope a residence in some German city, but Martin wisely refused. The support of his own family, the Colonnas, enabled him to re-enter Rome in 1421. By that time, almost all traces of the schism had disappeared. Gregory XII was dead. John XXIII had recently died in Florence. Benedict XIII still held out in his fortress of Pensacola, but was impotent in his isolation. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Trial and Burning of John Huss, the Hussite Wars, A.D. 1415, by Richard Chenevix Trench. Among the heralds of the Reformation, John Wycliffe, the English Protestant who antedated Protestantism by a century and a half, holds the first position in order of time. For many years after the death of Wycliffe, the movement which he began continued to be, as it was at first, confined to England. But at length it was to acquire a wider significance and to enter upon its European extension. Not long after his own day, the spirit of Wycliffe, even before knowledge of his work had crossed the Channel, had come to a new birth on the continent. And when some sparks of Wycliffe's own fire were blown over the half of Europe, even as far as Bohemia, the kindred fires which had long burned in spite of all suppression were quickened into a living and a spreading flame. While then there was a direct and vital influence from the work of the English reformer which gave to his teachings partial identity with those of his Bohemian successors, the movement led by these was still quite independent and national. The central figure of the Bohemian Reformation was John Huss, or Huss, the son of a peasant. He was born in 1369 at Hussenetz, of which his own name is a contraction, in southern Bohemia. The principal events of his life, from the time that he took his degree at the University of Prague until his death at the stake, July 6, 1415, will be found in Trench's sympathetic but discriminating narrative. If we look for the proper forerunners of Huss, his true spiritual ancestors, we shall find them in his own land, in a succession of earnest and faithful preachers. Among these, Militz, 1374, and Janau, 1394, stand out the most prominently, who had sown seed which could hardly have failed to bear fruit sooner or later, though no line of Wycliffe's writings had ever found its way to Bohemia. This land, not German, however it may have been early drawn into the circle of German interests, with the population Slavonic in the main, had first received the faith through the preaching of Greek monks. The Bohemian Church probably owed to this fact that, though incorporated from the first with the churches of the West, uses and customs prevailed in it, as the preaching in the mother tongue, the marriage of the clergy, communion in both kinds, which it only slowly and unwillingly relinquished. It was not till the 14th century that its lines were drawn throughout in exact conformity with those of Rome. All this deserves to be kept in mind, for it helps to account for the kindly reception which the seed sown by the later Bohemian reformers found, falling as it did in a soil to which it was not altogether strange. John Huss took in the year 1394 his degree as Bachelor of Theology in that University of Prague, upon the fortunes of which he was destined to exercise so lasting an influence, and 4 years later, in 1398, he began to deliver lectures there. Huss had early taken his degree in a school higher than any school of man's. He himself has told us how he was once careless and disobedient, how the word of the cross had taken hold of him with strength, and penetrated him through and through as with a mighty purifying fire. What he had learned in the school of Christ he could not keep to himself. Holding, in addition to his academical position, a lectureship founded by 2 pious laymen for the preaching of the word in the Bohemian tongue, 1401, he soon signalized himself by his diligence in breaking the bread of life to hungering souls, and his boldness in rebuking vice in high places as in low. So long as he confined himself to reproving the sins of the laity, he found little opposition, nay, rather support and applause. But when he brought the clergy and monks also within the circle of his condemnation, and began to upbraid them for their covetousness, their ambition, their luxury, their sloth, and for other vices, they turned resentfully upon him, and sought to undermine his authority everywhere, spreading reports of the unsoundness of his teaching. Let us see on what side he mainly exposed himself to charges such as these. Many things had recently wrought together to bring into nearness countries geographically so remote from one another as Bohemia and England. Anne, wife of our second Richard, was a sister of Wenceslaus, king of Bohemia. The two flourishing universities of Oxford and Prague were bound together by their common zeal for realism. This may seem to us but a slight and fantastic bond. It was in those days a very strong one indeed. Young English scholars studied at Prague, young Bohemian at Oxford. Now Oxford, long after Wycliffe's death, was full of interest for his doctrine, and among the many strangers sojourning there, it could hardly fail that some should imbibe opinions and bring back with them books of one whom they had there learned to know and to honor. Thus Jerome, called of Prague, on his return from the English university, gave a new impulse to the study of Wycliffe's writings, bearer as he was of several among these which had not hitherto travelled so far. This man, whose fortunes were so tragically bound up with those of Huss, who should share with him in the same fiery doom, was his junior by several years. His superior in eloquence, in talents and gifts, for certainly Huss was not a theologian of the first order. Speculative theologian he was not at all, but notably his inferior in moderation and practical good sense. Huss never shared in his friend's indiscriminate admiration of Wycliffe. When, in 1403, some 45 theses, which either were or professed to be drawn from the writings of the English reformer, were brought before the university, that they might be condemned as heretical, Huss expressed himself with extreme caution and reserve. Many of these, he affirmed, were true when a man took them aright, but he could not say this of all. For first, at the Council of Constance, but long before, he had refused to undertake the responsibility of Wycliffe's teaching on the Holy Eucharist. But he did not conceal what he had learned from Wycliffe's writings. By these there had been opened to him a deeper glimpse into the corruptions of the Church, and its need of reformation in the head and in the members, than ever he had before obtained. His preaching, with the new accesses of insight which now were his, more than ever exasperated his foes. While matters were in this strained condition, events took place at Prague which are too closely connected with the story that we are telling, exercised too great an influence in bringing about the issues that lie before us, to allow us to pass them by, even though they may prove somewhat long to relate. The University of Prague, though recently founded, it only dated back to the year 1348, was now next after those of Paris and Oxford, the most illustrious in Europe. Saying this, I say much, for we must not measure the influence and authority of a university at that day by the influence and authority, great as these are, which it may now possess. This university, like that of Paris, on the pattern of which it had been modeled, was divided into 4 nations, 4 groups, that is, or families of scholars, each of these having in academical affairs a single collective vote. These nations were the Bavarian, the Saxon, the Polish, and the Bohemian. This does not appear at first an unfair division, 2 German and 2 Slavonic, but in practical working the Polish was so largely recruited from Silesia and other German or half-German lands that its vote was in fact German also. The Teutonic votes were thus as 3-1, and the Bohemians in their own land and in their own university, on every important matter, hopelessly outvoted. When, by aid of this preponderance, the university was made to condemn the teaching of Wycliffe in those 45 points, matters came to a crisis. Urged by Huss, who, as a stout patriot and an earnest lover of the Bohemian language and literature, had more than a theological interest in the matter; by Jerome, by a large number of the Bohemian nobility, King Wenceslas published an edict whereby the relations of natives and foreigners were completely reversed. There should be henceforth 3 votes for the Bohemian nation, and only 1 for the 3 others. Such a shifting of the weight certainly appears as a redressing of one inequality by creating another. At all events, it was so earnestly resented by the Germans, by professors and students alike, that they quitted the university in a body, some say of 5,000 and some of 30,000, and founded the rival university of Leipzig, leaving no more than 2,000 students at Prague. Full of indignation against Huss, whom they regarded as the prime author of this affront and wrong, they spread throughout Germany the most unfavorable reports of him and of his teaching. This exodus of the foreigners had left Huss, who was now rector of the university, with a freer field than before. But church matters at Prague did not mend. They became more confused and threatening every day, until presently Huss stood in open opposition with the hierarchy of his time. Pope John XXIII, having a quarrel with the King of Naples, proclaimed a crusade against him, with what had become a constant accompaniment of this, indulgences to the crusaders. But to denounce indulgences, as Huss with fierce indignation did now, was to wound Pope John in a most sensitive part. He was excommunicated at once, and every place which should harbor him stricken with an interdict. While matters were in this frame, the Council of Constance was opened, which should appease all the troubles of Christendom and correct whatever was amiss. The Bohemian difficulty could not be omitted, and Huss was summoned to make answer at Constance for himself. He had not been there 4 weeks when he was required to appear before the Pope and Cardinals. November 18, 1414. After a brief informal hearing, he was committed to a harsh durance, from which he never issued as a free man again. Sigismund, the German king and emperor-elect, who had furnished Huss with a safe conduct which should protect him, going to the council, tarrying at the council, returning from the council, was absent from Constance at the time, and heard with real displeasure how lightly regarded this promise and pledge of his had been. Some big words, too, he spoke, threatening to come himself and release the prisoner by force. But being waited on by a deputation from the council, who represented to him that he, as a layman, in giving such a safe conduct, had exceeded his powers, and intruded into a region which was not his, Sigismund was convinced, or affected to be convinced. Doubtless the temptations to be convinced were strong. Had he insisted on the liberation of Huss, the danger was imminent that the council, for which he had labored so earnestly, would be broken up on the plea that its rightful freedom was denied it. He did not choose to run this risk, preferring to leave an everlasting blot upon his name. Some modern sophists assure us that this safe conduct, or free pass as they prefer to call it, engaged the imperial word for Huss' safety in going to the council, but for nothing more, a most perfidious document, if this is all which it undertook. For the words, I quote the more important of them in the original Latin, are as follows: ut e transire, stare, morari, redire permitatis. But the treachery was not in the document, and nobody at the time attempted to find it there. If this had not engaged the honor of the emperor, what cause of complaint would he have had against the cardinals as having entangled him in a breach of his word? What need of their solemn embassage to him? Untrue also is the assertion that this was so little regarded by Huss himself as a safe conduct covering the whole period during which he should be exposed to the malice of his enemies, that he never appealed to it or claimed protection from it. He did so appeal at this second formal hearing, June 7th, the first of which Sigismund was present. I am here, he there said, under the king's promise that I should return to Bohemia in safety. While at his last, by a look and by a few like words, he brought the royal word-breaker to a blush, evident to all present, July 6th. But to return a little. More than 7 months elapsed before Huss could obtain a hearing before the council. This was granted to him at last. Thrice heard, June 5th, 7th, 8th, 1415. If indeed such tumultuary sittings, where the man speaking for his life, and for much more than his life, was continually interrupted and overborne by hostile voices, by loud cries of "Recant! Recant!" may be reckoned as hearings at all. He bore himself, by the confession of all, with courage, meekness, and dignity. The charges brought against him were various, some so far-fetched as that urged by a nominalist from the University of Paris, for Paris was nominalist now, namely that as a realist he could not be sound on the doctrine of the Eucharist. Others were vague enough, as that he had sown discord between the Church and the State. Nor were accusations wanting which touched a really weak point in his teaching, namely the subjective aspect, which undoubtedly some aspects of it were, as when he taught that not the baptized, but the predestined to life, constituted the Church. Beset as he was by the most accomplished theologians of the age, the best or the worst advantage was sure to be made of any vulnerable side which he exposed. But there were charges against him with more in them of danger than these. The point which was really at issue between him and his adversaries concerned the relative authority of the Church and of Scripture. What they demanded of him was a retraction of all the articles brought against him, with an unconditional submission to the council. Some of the articles, he replied, charged him with teaching things which he had never taught, and he could not by this formal act of retraction admit that he had taught them. Let any doctrine of his be shown to be contrary to God's holy word, and he would retract it. But such unconditional submission he could not yield. His fate was now sealed, that is, unless he could be induced to recant, in which event, though he did not know it, his sentence would have been degradation from the priesthood and a lifelong imprisonment. Many efforts up to the last moment were made by friend and foe to persuade him to this, but in vain. And now, once more, July 6th, he is brought before the council, but this time for sentence and for doom. The sentence passed, his suffering begins. The long list of his heresies, among which they are not ashamed to include many which he has distinctly repudiated, is read out in his hearing. He is clothed with priestly garments, that these, piece by piece, and each with an appropriate insult malediction, may be stripped from him again. The sacred vessels are placed in his hands, that from him, accursed Judas that he is, they may be taken again. There is some difficulty in erasing his tonsure, but this difficulty with a little violence and cruelty is overcome. A tall paper cap, painted over with flames and devils, and inscribed Heresiarch, is placed upon his head. This done, and his soul having been duly delivered to Satan, his body is surrendered to the secular arm. One last touch is not wanting. As men bind him to the stake, attention is called to the fact that his face is turned to the east. This honor must not be his, upon whom no sun of righteousness shall ever rise. He is unfastened and refastened anew. All is borne with perfect meekness, in the thought and in the strength of him who had borne so much more for sinners, the just for the unjust. And so, in his fire chariot of a painful martyrdom, Huss passes from our sight. Some may wonder that he, a reformer, should have been so treated by a council, itself also reforming, and with a man like Gerson, Dr. Christianissimus was the title he bore, virtually at its head. But a little consideration will dispel this surprise, and lead us to the conclusion that a council less earnestly bent on reforms of its own would probably have dealt more mildly with him. His position and theirs, however we may ascribe alike to him and to them a desire to reform the Church, were fundamentally different. They, when deposed by a pope, where they proclaimed the general superiority of councils over popes, had no intention of diminishing one jot the Church's authority in matters of faith, but only of changing the seat of that authority, substituting an ecclesiastical aristocracy for an ecclesiastical monarchy, or despotism, as long since it had grown to be. And thus the more earnest the council was to carry out a reformation in discipline, the more eager was it also to make evident to all the world that it did not intend to touch doctrine, and would uphold this as it had received it. It is not then uncharitable to suspect that the leading men of the council, like those reformers at Geneva, who a century and a half later, 1553, sent Servetus to the stake, were not sorry to be able to give so signal an evidence of their zeal for the maintenance of the faith which they had received, as thus in the condemnation of Huss they had the opportunity of doing. Nor may we leave altogether out of account that the German element must of necessity have been strong in a council held on the shores of the Bodensee, while in his vindication of Bohemian nationality, perhaps an excessive vindication, Huss had offended and embittered the Germans to the uttermost. If any had flattered themselves that with the death of Huss the Reformation of Bohemia had also received its death blow, they had not long to wait for a painful undeception. Words fail to describe the tempest of passionate indignation with which the tidings of his execution, followed within a year by that of Jerome, were received there. Both were honored as martyrs, and already in the fierce exasperation of men's spirits against the authors of their doom, there was a prophecy of the unutterable woes which were even at the door. Some watchword by which his followers could know and be known, this watchword, if possible, a spell of power like that which Luther had found in the doctrine of justification by faith, was still wanting. One, however, was soon found, which indeed had this drawback, that it concerned a matter disciplinary rather than doctrinal, yet having a real value as a visible witness for the rights of the laity in the Church of Christ. So far as we know, Huss had not himself laid any special stress on communion under both kinds. But in 1414 he was then already at Constance. The subject had come to the forefront at Prague, and being consulted, Huss had entirely approved of such communion, as most conformable to the original institution and to the practice of the primitive Church. On the other hand, the council, learning the agitation of men's spirits in this direction, had declared what is called the concomitance, that is, that wherever one kind was present, there was also the other, which being so, nothing was, indeed, withholden from the communicant through the withholding of the cup. At the same time, the council had solemnly condemned as a heretic every one who refused to submit himself to the decision of the Church in this matter, June 15, 1415. But there was no temper of submission in Bohemia, least of all when the University of Prague gave its voice in favor of this demand. Wenceslaus, the well-intentioned but poor-spirited king, was quite unable to keep peace between the rival factions, and could only slip out of his difficulties by dying, August 16, 1419. Sigismund, his brother, was also his successor, but of one thing the Bohemians were at this time resolved, namely, that the royal betrayer of his word should not reign over them, and thus a condition of miserable anarchy followed, and in the end of open war, which, lasting for 11 years, could be matched by few wars in the cruelties and atrocities by which on both sides it was disgraced. In Ziska, their blind chief, the Hussites had a leader with a born genius for war. It was he who invented the movable wagon fortress, whereof we hear so much, against which the German chivalry would break as idle waves upon a rock, 3 times crushing armies. For this name they bore, thinking with no serious opposition to enforce the decrees of the council, invaded Bohemia, to be thrice driven back with utter defeat, disgrace, and loss. The Hussites, who for a long while were content with merely repelling the invaders, after a while, as the only way of conquering a peace, turning the tables and wasting with fire and sword all neighboring German lands. A conflict so hideous could not long be waged without a rapid deterioration of all who were engaged in it. The spirit of Huss more and more departed from those who called themselves by his name. Intestine strifes devoured their strength. There were first the moderates, Calixtines, Ultraquists, or those of Prague they were called, who, weary of the long struggle, were willing to return to the bosom of the Church, if only the cup, calyx, and thus communion under both kinds, sub utraque, were guaranteed to them, with 2 or 3 secondary matters. Not so the Taborites, who drew their name from a mountain fastness which they fortified and called Mount Tabor. These, the Ultras, the Democratic Radical Party, separating themselves off as early as 1419, had left Huss and his teaching very far behind. Ignoring the whole historical development of Christianity, they demanded that a clean sweep should be made of everything in the Church's practice for which an express and literal warrant in Scripture could not be found. When at the Council of Basel an agreement was patched up with the Calixtines, on the footing of which I have just named, 1433, a few further promises being thrown in which might mean anything, and as the issue proved, did mean nothing, the Taborites would not listen to the compromise. Again they appealed to arms, but now their old comrades and allies had passed to the other side, and defeated in battle, 1434, their stronghold taken and destroyed, 1453, their political power forever broken, they too, as so many before and since, were doomed to learn that violence is weakness in disguise, and that the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God. Whether the Church of Rome made the concessions to the Calixtines, which she did, with the intention of retracting them at first opportunity, it is impossible to say. This, however, is certain, that 6 years had scarcely elapsed before these concessions were brought into question and dispute, while in less than 30 Pope Pius II formally withdrew altogether the papal recognition of them, 1462. Though a struggle for their maintenance, not always unsuccessful, lasted on into the century ensuing. It was in truth a melancholy close of a movement so hopefully begun, and yet not altogether the close. For indeed nothing in which any elements of true heroism are mingled so disappears as to leave no traces of itself behind. If it does no more, it serves to feed the high tradition of the world, that most precious of all bequests to the present age from the ages which are behind it. But there is more than this. If much was consumed, yet not all. Something, and that the best worth the saving, was saved from the fires, having first been purified in them. The stormy zealots, as many had taken the sword, had for the most part perished by the sword. But there were some who made for themselves a better future than the sword could ever have made. A feeble remnant, extricating themselves from the wreck and ruin of their party, and having been taught of God in his severe school, pious Calixtines too that were little content with the compacts of Basel, a few stray Waldensians mingling with them, all these drawing together in an evil time, refashioned and reconstituted themselves in humblest guise, though not in guise so humble that they could escape the cruel attentions of Rome, seeking to build on a true scriptural foundation, with a scheme of doctrine, it may be, dogmatically incomplete, even as that of Huss himself had been, with their episcopate lost and never since recovered, the Unitas, Fratrum, the Moravian brethren, trampled and trodden down, but overcoming now, not by weapons of carnal warfare, but by the blood of the cross, lived on to hail the breaking of a fairer dawn, and to be themselves greeted as witnesses for God, who in the dark and gloomy day, and having but little strength, had kept his word and not denied his name. End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The House of Hohenzollern, established in Brandenburg, A.D. 1415, by Thomas Carlyle. The German princely family of Hohenzollern, which ruled over Brandenburg from 1415, has furnished the kings of Prussia since 1701, and since 1871, those kings have also been German emperors. The Hohenzollerns were originally owners of a castle on the upper Danube, at no great distance from the ancestral seat of the Habsburg family. They acquired influence at the court of Swabia, and in 1192 had established themselves in Nuremberg, where, in that year, Frederick I became Burggraf. When Rudolf I, founder of the House of Habsburg, finally defeated his rival, Ottokar of Bohemia, in 1278, his cause was saved by the assistance of a Hohenzollern, Frederick of Nuremberg. The Hohenzollerns made fortunate marriages and shrewd purchases, and the descendants of Frederick I, succeeding to his Burggrafate, in the course of time acquired great estates in Franconia, Moravia, and Burgundy. Through their increasing wealth, whereby in the 15th century they had gained a position similar to that of the present Rothschilds, and by use of their political abilities, they attained commanding influence in the councils of the German princes. Such was the eminence of this powerful family at the time when they acquired the electorate of Brandenburg, the nucleus of the present kingdom of Prussia. Brandenburg was a district formerly inhabited by the Wends, a Slavic people, from whom it was taken in 926 by Henry the Fowler, King of Germany, of which kingdom it afterward became a margravate. Its first margrave was Albert the Bear, under whom, about 1150, it was made an electorate. From Albert's line it passed to Louis the Bavarian in 1319, and in 1371 it was transferred to Charles, Karl IV. On the death of Charles, his son and successor, Wenceslaus, relinquished Brandenburg to his brothers, as told by Carlyle, who, in his own pictorial manner, describes the subsequent complications which finally resulted in giving them possession to the ancestors of the present ruling house of Germany. Karl left 3 young sons, Wenzel, Sigismund, Johann, and also a certain nephew much older, all of whom now more or less concern us in this unfortunate history. Wenzel, the oldest son, heritable Kurfürst of Brandenburg, as well as King of Bohemia, was as yet only 17, who nevertheless got to be Kaiser, and went wildly astray. Poor soul. The nephew was no other than Margrave Jobst of Moravia, now in the vigor of his years and a stirring man. To him, for a time, the chief management in Brandenburg fell, in these circumstances. Wenzel, still a minor, and already Kaiser and King of Bohemia, gave up Brandenburg to his 2 younger brothers, most of it to Sigismund, with a cutting for Johann to help their appanages, and applied his own powers to govern the Holy Roman Empire at that early stage of life. To govern the Holy Roman Empire, poor soul, or rather, to drink beer and dance with the girls, in which, if defective in other things, Wenzel had an eminent talent. He was one of the worst Kaisers and the least victorious on record. He would attend to nothing in the Reich. The Prague white beer and girls of various complexion being much preferable, as he was heard to say, he had to fling his poor queen's confessor into the river Moldau, Johann of Nepomuk, saint so-called, if he is not a fable altogether, whose statue stands on bridges ever since in those parts. Wenzel's Bohemians revolted against him, put him in jail, and he broke prison, a boatsman's daughter helping him out, with adventures. His Germans were disgusted with him, deposed him from the Kaisership, and chose Rupert of Pfalz, and then, after Rupert's death, chose Wenzel's own brother, Sigismund, in his stead. Left Wenzel to jumble about in his native Bohemian element as king there for 19 years longer, still breaking pots to a ruinous extent. He ended by apoplexy, or sudden spasm of the heart, terrible Ziska, as it were, killing him at a second hand, For Ziska, stout and furious, blind of one eye, and at last of both, a kind of human rhinoceros driven mad, had risen out of the ashes of murdered Huss and other bad papistic doings in the interim, and was tearing up the world at a huge rate. Rhinoceros Ziska was on the Weissenberg, or a still nearer hill of Prague, since Ziskaberg, the Ziska Hill, and none durst whisper of it to the king. A servant waiting at dinner inadvertently let slip the word, "Ziska there?" "Deny it, slave," cried Wenzel, frantic. Slave durst not deny. Wenzel drew his sword to run at him, but fell down dead. That was the last pot broken by Wenzel. The hapless royal ex-imperial phantasm self-broken in this manner. Poor soul, he came to the Kaisership too early, was a thin, violent creature, sensible to the charms and horrors of created objects, and had terrible rhinoceros Ziskas and unruly horned cattle to drive. He was one of the worst Kaisers ever known. Could have done opera singing much better, and a sad sight to Bohemia. Let us leave him there. He was never actual Elector of Brandenburg, having given it up in time. Never did any ill to that poor country. The real Kurfürst of Brandenburg all this while was Sigismund, Wenzel's next brother, under tutelage of cousin Jobst, or otherwise. A real and yet imaginary, for he never himself governed, but always had Jobst of Merim or some other in his place there. Sigismund was to have married a daughter of Burggraf Friedrich V, and he was himself, as was the young lady, well inclined to this arrangement. But the old people being dead, and some offer of a king's daughter turning up for Sigismund, Sigismund broke off, and took the king's daughter, King of Hungary's, not without regret then and afterward, as is believed. At any rate, the Hungarian charmer proved a wife of small merit, and a Hungarian successor she had was a wife of light conduct even. Hungarian charmers and Hungarian affairs were much other than a comfort to Sigismund. As for the disappointed princess, Burggraf Friedrich's daughter, she said nothing that we hear, silently became a nun, an abbess, and through a long life looked out with her thoughts to herself upon the loud whirlwind of things, where Sigismund, oftenest an imponderous rag of conspicuous color, was riding and tossing. Her two brothers also, joint burgraves after their father's death, seem to have reconciled themselves without difficulty. The elder of them was already Sigismund's brother-in-law, married to Sigismund's and Wenzel's sister by such predestination as we saw. Burggraf Johann III was the name of this one, a stout fighter and manager for many years, much liked and looked to by Sigismund, as indeed were both the brothers for that matter, always together or in succession, a kind of right hand to Sigismund. Friedrich, the younger Burggraf, and ultimately the survivor and inheritor, Johann having left no sons, is the famed Burggraf Friedrich VI, the last and notablest of all the burgraves. A man of distinguished importance, extrinsic and intrinsic, chief or among the very chief of German public men in his time, and memorable to posterity, and to his history, on still other grounds. But let us not anticipate. Sigismund, if appanaged with Brandenburg alone, and wedded to his first love, not a king's daughter, might have done tolerably well there, better than Wenzel, with the Empire and Bohemia, did. But delusive fortune threw her golden apple at Sigismund too, and he in the wide high world had to play strange pranks. His father-in-law died in Hungary, Sigismund's first wife his only child. Father-in-law bequeathed Hungary to Sigismund, who plunged into a strange sea thereby, got troubles without number, beatings not a few, and had even to take boat and sail for his life down to Constantinople at one time. In which sad adventure, Burggraf Johann escorted him, and as it were tore him out by the hair of the head. These troubles and adventures lasted many years, in the course of which Sigismund, trying all manners of friends and expedients, found in the burgraves of Nuremberg, Johann and Friedrich, with their talents, possessions, and resources, the main or almost only sure support he got. no end of troubles to Sigismund, and to Brandenburg through him, from this sublime Hungarian legacy, like a remote fabulous golden fleece, which you have to go and conquer first, and which is worth little when conquered. Before ever setting out, 1387, Sigismund saw too clearly that he would have cash to raise, an operation he had never done with all his life afterward. He pawned Brandenburg to cousin Jobst of Mähren, got 20,000 Bohemian gulden, I guess a most slender sum, if Dryasdust would but interpret it. This was the beginning of pawnings to Brandenburg, of which when will the end be? Jobst thereby came into Brandenburg on his own right for the time, not as tutor or guardian, which he had hitherto been, into Brandenburg, and there was no chance of repayment to get him out again. Jobst tried at first to do some governing, but finding all very anarchic, grew unhelpful, took to making matters easy for himself, took, in fact, to turning a penny on his pawn ticket, alienating crown domains, winking hard at robber barons and the like, and after a few years went home to Moravia, leaving Brandenburg to shift for itself under a Statthalter, vice-regent, more like a Hungary land steward, whom nobody took the trouble of respecting. Robber castles flourished, all else decayed. No highway not unsafe, many a Turpin with 16 quarters, and styling himself edel Herr, noble gentleman, took to living from the saddle. What are Hamburg peddlers made for but to be robbed? The towns suffered much, any trade they might have had going to wreck in this manner, not to speak of private feuds which abounded ad libitum. Neighboring potentates, Archbishop of Magdeburg and others, struck in also at discretion, as they had gradually got accustomed to do, and snapped away some convenient bit of territory, or, more legitimately, they came across to coerce, at their own hand, this or the other edel Herr of the Turpin sort, who there was no other way of getting at, when he carried matters quite too high. Droves of 600 swine, I have seen by reading in these old books certain noble gentlemen of Putlitz, I think, driving them openly, captured by the stronger hand, and have heard the short querulous squeak of the bristly creatures. What is the use of being a pig at all, if I am to be stolen in this way, and surreptitiously made into ham? Pigs do continue to be bred in Brandenburg, but it is under such discouragements. Agriculture, trade, well-being, and well-doing of any kind is not encouragement they are meeting here. Probably few countries, not even Ireland, have a worse outlook, unless help come. Jobst came back in 1398 after 8 years' absence, but no help came with Jobst. The Neumark of Brandenburg, which was Brother Johann's portion, had fallen home to Sigismund, Brother Johann having died, but Sigismund, far from redeeming old pawn tickets with the Neumark, pawned the Neumark too, the second pawnage of Brandenburg, pawned the Neumark to the Deutsch Ritters for 63,000 Hungarian gulden, I think about 30,000 pounds, and gave no part of it to Jobst, had not nearly enough for himself and his Hungarian occasions. Seeing which, and hearing such squeak of pigs, surreptitiously driven, with little but discordant sights and sounds everywhere, Jobst became disgusted with the matter, and resolved to wash his hands of it, at least to have his money out of it again. Having sold what of the domains he could to persons of quality at an uncommonly easy rate, and so pocketed what ready cash there was among them, he made over his pawn ticket, or properly he himself repawned Brandenburg, to the Saxon potentate, a speculative moneyed man, Markgraf of Meissen, Wilhelm the Rich, so called, pawned it to Wilhelm the Rich, some not named, and went home to Moravia, there to wait events. This is the third Brandenburg pawning. Let us hope there may be a fourth and last. And so we now have reached that point in Brandenburg history when, if some help does not come, Brandenburg will not long be a country, but will either get dissipated in pieces or stuck to the edge of others where some government is, or else go waste again and fall to the bisons and wild bears. Who now is Kurfürst of Brandenburg might be a question. I, unquestionably, Sigismund would answer, with astonishment. Soft, your Hungarian Majesty, thinks Hopst. Still my cash is paid, may it not probably be another? This question has its interest. The electors, just now 1,400, are about deposing Wenzel, must choose some better Kaiser. If they wanted another scion of the House of Luxembourg, a mature old gentleman of 60, full of plans, plausibilities, and pretensions, Jobst is their man. Jobst and Sigismund were of one mind as to Wenzel's going. At least Sigismund voted clearly so, and Jobst said nothing counter. But the Kurfürsts did not think of Jobst for a successor. After some stumbling, they fixed upon Rupert Kurpfalz, Elector Palatine Ruprecht von der Pfalz, as Kaiser. Rupert of the Pfalz proved a highly respectable Kaiser, lasted for 10 years, 1400 to 10, with honor to himself and the Reich, a strong heart, strong head, but short of means. He chastised petty mutiny with vigor, could not bring down the Milanese Visconti who had perched themselves so high on money paid to Wenzel, could not heal the schism of the Church, double or triple Pope, Rome-Avignon affair, or waken the Reich to a sense of its old dignity and present loose condition. In the late loose times, as antiquaries remark, most members of the empire, petty princes even, and imperial towns, had been struggling to set up for themselves, and were now concerned chiefly to become sovereign in their own territories. As Schilter informs us, it was about this period that most of them attained such rather unblessed consummation. Rupert of himself, not able to help it, with all his willingness. The people called him Rupert Clem, Rupert Smith's Vice, from his resolute ways, which nickname, giving him, not in hatred, but partly in satirical goodwill, is itself a kind of history. From historians of the Reich he deserves honorable, regretful mention. He had for empress a sister of Burgraf Friedrichs, which high lady, unknown to us otherwise, except by her tomb at Heidelberg, we remember for her brother's sake. Kaiser Rupert, great-grandson of that Kurpfalz who was Kaiser Ludwig's elder brother, is the culminating point of the Elector's Palatine, the highest that Heidelberg produced. Ancestor of those famed Protestant Palatines, all of the Palatines or Pfalzes that reign in these late centuries. Ancestor of the present Bavarian Majesty, Kaiser Ludwig's race having died out. Ancestor of the unfortunate Winterkönig, Friedrich, King of Bohemia, who is too well known in English history. Ancestor also of Charles VII of Sweden, a highly creditable fact of the kind to him. Fact indisputable. A cadet of Pfalz-Zweibrück, du Pons, direct from Rupert, went to serve in Sweden in his soldier's business. Distinguished himself in soldiering, had a sister of the great Gustav Adolf to wife, and from her a renowned son, Karl Gustav, Christiana's cousin, who succeeded as king, who again had a grandson made in his own likeness, only still more of iron in his composition. Enough now of Rupert Smith's Vyse, who died in 1410, and left the Reich again vacant. Rupert's funeral is hardly done, when over in Prussia, far off in the Memel region, place called Tannenberg, where there is still a churchyard to be seen, if little more, the Teutsch-Ritters had unexpectedly a terrible defeat, a consummation of their Polish miscellaneous quarrels of long standing, and the end of their high courses in this world. A ruined Teutsch-Ritterdom, as good as ruined ever henceforth, Kaiser Rupert died May 18th, and on July 15th, within 2 months, was fought that dreadful Battle of Tannenberg, Poland and Polish king, with miscellany of savage Tartars and revolted Prussians, versus Teutsch-Ritterdom, all in very high mood of mutual rage. The very elements, wild thunder, tempest, and rain deluges, playing chorus to them on their occasion. Ritterdom fought lion-like, but with insufficient strategic and other wisdom, and was driven nearly distracted to see its pride tripped into the ditch by such a set. Vacant Reich could not in the least attend to it, nor can we further at present. Jobst and Sigismund were competitors for the Kaisership. Wenzel, too, striking in with claims for reinstatement the House of Luxembourg divided against itself. Wenzel, finding reinstatement not to be thought of, threw his weight, such as it was, into the scale of cousin Jobst. The contest was vehement, and like to be lengthy. Jobst, though, had made over his pawn ticket, claimed to be Elector of Brandenburg, and voted for himself. The like, with still more emphasis, did Sigismund, or Burggraf Friedrich, acting for him. Sigismund sure is Kerr Brandenburg, foe under pawn, argued Friedrich, and I almost guess, though that is not said, produced from his own purse, at some stage of the business, the actual money for Jobst to close his Brandenburg pretension. Both were elected, majority contested in this manner, and old Jobst, then above 70, was like to have given much trouble. But happily in 3 months he died, and Sigismund became indisputable. In his day Jobst made such noise in the world, but little or no good in it. He was thought a great man, says one satirical old chronicler, and there was nothing great about him but the beard. The cause of Sigismund's success with the electors, says Kohler, or of his having any party among them, was the faithful and unwearied diligence which had been used for him by the above-named Burggraf Friedrich VI of Nuremberg, who took extreme pains to forward Sigismund to the empire, pleading that Sigismund and Wenzel would be sure to agree well henceforth, and that Sigismund, having already such extensive territories, Hungary, Brandenburg, and so forth, by inheritance, would not be so exact about the Reich tolls and other imperial incomes. This same Friedrich also, when the election fell out doubtful, was Sigismund's best support in Germany, nay, almost his right hand, though whom he did whatever was done. Sigismund is Kaiser then, in spite of Wenzel. King of Hungary, after unheard of troubles and adventures, ending some years ago in a kind of peace and conquest, he has long been. King of Bohemia, too, he at last became, having survived Wenzel, who was childless. Kaiser of the Holy Roman Empire, and so much else, is not Sigismund now a great man? Truly, the loom he weaves upon in this world is very large, but the weaver was of headlong, high-pacing, flimsy nature, and both warp and woof were gone dreadfully entangled. This is the Kaiser Sigismund who held the Council of Constance, and blushed visibly when Huss, about to die, alluded to the letter of safe conduct granted him, which was issuing in such fashion. Sigismund blushed, but could not conveniently mend the matter, so many matters pressing on him just now, as they perpetually did and had done. And always hoping, never resting, unsuccessful, vain, and empty Kaiser. Specious, speculative, given to eloquence, diplomacy, and the windy instead of the solid arts, always short of money for one thing, he roamed about and talked eloquently, aiming high, and generally missing. Hungary and even the Reich have at length become his, but have brought small triumph in any kind, and instead of ready money, debt on debt. His Majesty has no money, and His Majesty's occasions need it more and more. He is now, 1414, holding this Council of Constance by way of healing the Church, which is sick of 3 simultaneous popes, and of much else. He finds the problem difficult, finds he will have to run into Spain to persuade a refractory pope there, if eloquence can, as it cannot, all which requires money, money. At opening of the council, he officiated as deacon, actually did some kind of litanying with a surplice over him, though Kaiser and King of the Romans. But this passage of his opening speech is what I recollect best of him there. Right Reverend Fathers, date operum ut illa nefanda schisma eradicator, exclaims Sigismund, intent on having the Bohemian schism well dealt with, which he reckons to be of the feminine gender. To which a cardinal mildly remarking, Domine, schisma est generis nutrius. Schisma is new to your Majesty. Sigismund loftily replies, Ego sum rex Romanus et super grammaticam. I am king of the Romans and above grammar. For which reason I call him in my notebooks Sigismund super grammaticam, to distinguish him in the imbroglio of Kaisers. How Jobst's pawn ticket was settled I never clearly heard, but can guess it was by Burgraf Friedrich's advancing the money, in the pinch above indicated, or paying it afterward to Jobst's heirs, whoever they were. Thus much is certain. Burgraf Friedrich, these 3 years and more, ever since July 8, 1411, holds Sigismund's deed of acknowledgment for 100,000 gulden lent at various times, and has likewise got the electorate of Brandenburg in pledge for that sum, and does himself administer the said electorate till he be paid. This is the important news, but this is not all. The new journey into Spain requires new money. This council itself, with such a pomp as suited Sigismund, has cost him endless money. Brandenburg, torn to ruins in the way we saw, is a sorrowful matter, and, except the title of it, as a feathers in one's cap, is worth nothing to Sigismund, and he is still short of money, and will forever be. Why could not he give up Brandenburg altogether, since instead of paying he is still making new loans from Burgraf Friedrich, and the hope of ever paying were mere lunacy? Sigismund revolves these sad thoughts too, amid his worldwide diplomacies and efforts to heal the church. Pledged for 100,000 gulden, sadly ruminates Sigismund, and 50,000 more borrowed since, by little and little, and ever more needed, especially for this grand Spanish journey. These were his sad thoughts. Advance me in a round sum 250,000 more, said he, to Burgraf Friedrich. 250,000 more for my manifold occasions in this time. That will be 400,000 in whole, and take the electorate of Brandenburg to yourself. Land, titles, sovereign, electorship, and all, and make me rid of it. That was the settlement adopted in Sigismund's apartment at Constance on April 30th, 1415, signed, sealed, and ratified, and the money paid. A very notable event in world history, virtually completed on the day we mention. The ceremony of investiture did not take place till 2 years afterward, when the Spanish journey had proved fruitless, when much else of fruitless had come and gone, and Kaiser and Council were probably more at leisure for such a thing. Done at length it was by Kaiser Sigismund in almost gala, with the grandees of the empire assisting, and august members of the council and world in general looking on. In the big square, or marketplace of Constance, April 17th, 1417, is to be found described in Wrench, from Nauclerus and the old newsmongers of the times. Very grand indeed, much processioning on horseback, under powerful trumpet peals and flourishes, much stately kneeling, stately rising, stepping backward, done well, Zierlich, on the Kurfürst's part, liberal expenditure of cloth and pomp, in short, above 100,000 people looking on from roofs and windows, and Kaiser Sigismund in all his glory. He was on a high platform in the marketplace, with stairs to it, the illustrious Kaiser, with scarlet mantle and crown of gold, a treat to the eyes of simple mankind. What sum of modern money and real purchasing power this 400,000 Hungarian gulden is, I have inquired in the likely quarters without result, and it is probable no man exactly knows. The last existing representative of the ancient gulden is the ducat, worth generally a half-sovereign in English. Taking the sum at that latest rate, it amounts to 200,000 pounds, and the reader can use that as a note of memory for the sale price of Brandenburg, with all its lands and honors, multiplying it perhaps by 4 or 6 to bring out its effective amount in current coin. Dog cheap, it must be owned for size and capability, but in the most waste condition, full of mutiny, injustice, anarchy, and highway robbery, a purchase that might have proved dear enough to another man than Burgraf Friedrich. But so at any rate, moribund Brandenburg has got its Hohenzollern Kurfürst, and started on a new career it little dreamt of. And we can now right willingly quit Sigismund and the Reich's history, leave Kaiser Sigismund to sink or swim at his own will henceforth. His grand feat in life, the wonder of his generation, with this same Council of Constance, which proved entirely a failure, one of the largest wind eggs ever dropped with noise and travail in this world. 200,000 human creatures, reckoned and reckoning themselves the elixir of the intelligent and dignity of Europe. 200,000 nay, some counting the lower menials and numerous unfortunate females, say 400,000, were got congregated into that little Swiss town, and there, as an economical council, or solemnly distilled elixir of what pious intellect and valor could be scraped together in the world, they labored with all their select might for 4 years' space. That was the Council of Constance. And except this transfer of Brandenburg to Friedrich of Hohenzollern, resulting from said council, in the quite reverse and involuntary way, one sees not what good result it had. They did indeed burn Huss, but that could not be called a beneficial incident. That seemed to Sigismund and the council a most small and insignificant one, and it kindled Bohemia, and kindled Rhinoceros Ziska into never-imagined flame of vengeance, brought mere disaster, disgrace, and defeat on defeat to Sigismund, and kept his hands full for the rest of his life, however small he had thought it. As for the sublime 4 years' deliberations and debates of the Sanhedrin of the universe, eloquent debates conducted, we may say, under such extent of Whig as was never seen before or since, they have fallen wholly to the domain of dry as dust, and amount, for mankind at this time, to 0 plus the burning of Huss. On the whole, Burggraf Friedrich's electorship in the first Hohenzollern to Brandenburg is the one good result. Burggraf Friedrich, on his first coming to Brandenburg, found but a cool reception as Statthalter. He came as a representative of law and rule, and there had been many helping themselves by a ruleless life of late. Industry was at a low ebb, violence was rife, plunder, disorder everywhere, too much the habit for baronial gentlemen to live by the saddle, as they termed it, that is, by highway robbery in modern phrase. The towns harried and plundered to skin and bone were glad to see a Statthalter, and did homage to him with all their heart. But the baronage or squirearchy of the country were of another mind. These, in the late anarchies, had set up for a king of kings in their own right. They had their feuds, made war, made peace, levied tolls, transit dues, lived much at their own discretion in these solitary countries, rushing out from their stone towers, walls 14 feet thick, to seize any herd of 600 swine, and convoy of Lübeck or Hamburg merchant goods that had not contented them in passing. What were peddlers and mechanic fellows made for, if not to be plundered when needful? Arbitrary rule on the part of these nobler robber lords, and then much of the crown domains had gone to the chief of them, pawned, and the pawn ticket lost, so to speak, or sold for what trifle of ready money was to be had, in Jobst and Company's time. To these gentlemen, a Statthalter coming to inquire into matters was no welcome phenomenon. Your elder Herr, noble lord, or Putlitz, noble lords of Quitzau, Rochau, Maltitz, and others, supreme in their grassy solitudes this long while, and accustomed to nothing greater than themselves in Brandenburg, how should they obey a Statthalter? Such was more or less the universal humor in the squirearchy of Brandenburg, not of good omen to Burggraf Friedrich. But the chief seat of contumacy had seemed to be among the Quitzaus Pulitzes above spoken of, big squires in the district they called Prignitz, in the country of the sluggish Havel River, northwest from Berlin, a 40 or 50 miles. These refused homage, very many of them, said they were incorporated with Böhmen, said this and that, much disinclined to homage, and would not do it. Stiff, surly fellows, much deficient in discernment of what is above them and what is not, a thick-skinned set, bodies clad in buff leather, minds also cased in ill habits of long continuance. Friedrich was very patient with them, hoped to prevail by gentle methods. He invited them to dinner, had them often at dinner for a year or more, but could make no progress in that way. "Who is this we have got for a governor?" said the noble lords privately to each other. "A Nuremberger Tand," Nuremberger, plaything, wooden image, such as they make at Nuremberg, said they, grinning in a thick-skinned way. "If it rained Burgraves all the year round, none of them would come to luck in this country," and continued their feuds, toll-levyings, plunderings, and other contumacies. Seeing matters come to this pass after above a year, Burggraf Friedrich gathered his Frankish men-at-arms, quietly made league with the neighboring potentates, Thuringen and others, got some munitions, some artillery together, especially one huge gun, the biggest ever seen, a 24-pounder no less, to which the peasants, dragging her with difficulty through the clayey roads, gave the name of Folle Greta, lazy or heavy peg, a remarkable piece of ordnance. Lazy peg he had got from the Landgraf of Thuringen on loan merely, but he turned her to excellent account of his own. I have often inquired after Lazy Peg's fate in subsequent times, but could never learn anything distinct. The German Dryasdus is a dull dog, and seldom carries anything human in those big wallets of his. Equipped in this way, Burggraf Friedrich, he was not yet Kurfürst, only coming to be, marches for the Havel country, early days of 1414, makes his appearance before Quitzau's strong house of Friesack, walls 14 feet thick. You, Dietrich von Quitzau, are you prepared to live as a peaceable subject henceforth, to do homage to the laws and me? Never, answered Quitzau, and pulled up his drawbridge. Whereupon Heavy Peg opened upon him, Heavy Peg and other guns, and in some 48 hours shook Quitzau's impregnable Friesack about his ears. This was in the month of February, 1414, day not given. Friesack was the name of the impregnable castle, still discoverable in our time, and it ought to be memorable and venerable to every Prussian man. Burggraf Friedrich VI, not yet quite become Kurfürst Friedrich I, but in a year's space to become so. He, in person, was the beneficent operator. Heavy Peg and steady human insight, those were clearly the chief implements. Quitzau being settled, for the country is in military occupation of Friedrich and his allies, and except in some stone castle a man has no chance, straightly Putlitz or other mutineer with his drawbridge up was battered to pieces, and his drawbridge brought slamming down. After this manner, in an incredibly short period, mutiny was quenched, and it became apparent to noble lords and to all men that here at length was a man come who would have the laws obeyed again, and could and would keep mutiny down. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 35, Battle of Agincourt, A.D. 1415, by James Guerney. Battle of Agincourt, English Conquest of France, A.D. 1415 to 1420, James Guerney. King Henry V of England, son of Henry IV, was born in 1387, and 2 years later was made Prince of Wales. In 1401 through 1408 he was engaged against the Welsh rebels under Owen Glendower, and in 1410 became captain of Calais. His youthful period was represented, probably with much exaggeration, to which Shakespeare in Henry IV contributed, as full of wild and dissolute conduct, but as king he was distinguished for his courage, ability, and enterprise. Henry was crowned in 1413, about 75 years after the beginning of the 100 Years' War between England and France, which arose from the claim of Edward III to the French throne. For some years a feud had been raging in France between the houses of Burgundy and Orleans, the rival parties being known as Burgundians and Armagnacs. Led by Simonet Caboche, a butcher, adherents of the Armagnacs rose with great fury against the Burgundians. This was in the first year of Henry's reign, and to him and other rulers Charles VI of France appealed in order to prevent them from aiding the outbreak, which was soon quelled by the Princes of the Blood and the University of Paris. Order in France was restored by the Duke of Orleans, and the Duke of Burgundy withdrew to Flanders. But war between the two factions was soon after renewed, and both sides sought the alliance of England. In these contentions and appeals for his interference, Henry saw an opportunity for pressing his designs to recover what he claimed as the French inheritance of his predecessors. In 1414, as the heir of Isabella, mother of his great-grandfather Edward, he formally demanded the crown of France. The French princes refused to consider his claim. Henry modified his demands, but after several months of negotiation, with no promise of success, he prepared for a renewal of the ancient war. The claim made by Edward III to the French crown had been questionable enough. That of Henry was certainly most unreasonable. Edward had maintained that though the Salique law which governed the succession in France excluded females from the throne, it did not exclude their male descendants. On this theory, Edward himself was doubtless the true heir to the French monarchy. But even admitting the claims of Edward, his rights had certainly not descended to Henry V, seeing that even in England neither he nor his father was true to the throne by lineal right. The war with France, however, was sure to be popular with his subjects, and the weakness of that country from civil discord seemed a favorable opportunity for urging the most extreme pretensions. To give a show of fairness and moderation, the English ambassadors at Paris lessened their demands more than once, and appeared willing for some time to renew negotiations after their terms had been rejected. But in the end they still insisted on a claim which in point of equity was altogether preposterous, and rejected the compromise which would have put Henry in possession of the whole of Guienne, and given him the hand of the French king's daughter Catherine, with a marriage portion of 800,000 crowns. Meanwhile, Henry was making active preparations for war, and at the same time carried on secret negotiations with the Duke of Burgundy, trusting to have him for an ally in the invasion of France. At length, in the summer of 1415, the king had collected an army and was ready to embark at Southampton. But on the eve of his departure, a conspiracy was discovered, the object of which was to dethrone the king and set aside the house of Lancaster. The conspirators were Richard, Earl of Cambridge, Henry, Lord Scrope of Masham, and a knight of Northumberland named Sir Thomas Grey. The Earl of Cambridge was the king's cousin german, and had been recently raised to that dignity by Henry himself. The Lord Scrope was, to all appearance, the king's most intimate friend and counsellor. The design seems to have been formed upon the model of similar projects in the preceding reign. Richard II was to be proclaimed once more, as if he had been still alive, but the real intention was to procure the crown for Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, the true heir of Richard, whom Henry IV had set aside. At the same time, the Earl of March himself seems hardly to have countenanced the attempt, but the Earl of Cambridge, who had married his sister, wished, doubtless, to secure the succession for his son Richard, as the Earl of March had no children. Evidently it was the impression of some persons that the house of Lancaster was not even yet firmly seated upon the throne. Perhaps it was not even yet apparent that the young man who had so recently been a gamesome reveller was capable of ruling, with a firm hand, a king. But all doubt on this point was soon terminated. The commissioners were tried by a commission hastily issued, and were summarily condemned and put to death. The Earl of March, it was said, revealed the plot to the king, sat as one of the judges of his two brother peers, and was taken into the king's favour. The Earl of Cambridge made a confession of his guilt. Lord Scrope, though he repudiated the imputation of disloyalty, admitted having had a guilty knowledge of the plot, which he said it had been his purpose to defeat. The one nobleman, in consideration of his royal blood, was simply beheaded. The other was drawn and quartered. We hear of no more attempts of the kind during Henry's reign. With a fleet of 1,500 sail, Henry crossed the sea and landed without opposition at Chef-de-Corps, near Harfleur, at the mouth of the Seine. The force that he brought with him was about 30,000 men, and he immediately employed it in laying siege to Harfleur. The place was strong, so far as walls and bulwarks could make it, but it was not well victualled, and after 5 weeks' siege it was obliged to capitulate. But the forces of the besieged were thinned by disease as well as actual fighting. Dysentery had broken out in camp, and though it was only September, they suffered bitterly from the coldness of the nights, so that, when the town had been won and garrisoned, the force available for further operations amounted to less than half the original strength of the invading army. Under the circumstances, it was hopeless to expect to do much before the winter set in, and many counseled the king to return to England. But Henry could not tolerate the idea of retreat or even of apparent inaction. He sent a challenge to the Dauphins, offering to refer their differences to single combat, and when no notice was taken of this proposal, he determined to cut his way, if possible, through the country to Calais, along with the remainder of his forces. It was a difficult and hazardous march. Hunger, dysentery, and fever had already reduced the little band to less than 9,000 men, or, as good authorities say, to little more than 6,000. The country people were unfriendly. Their supplies were cut off on all sides, and the scanty stock of provisions with which they set out was soon exhausted. For want of bread, many were driven to feed on nuts, while the enemy harassed them upon the way and broke down the bridges in advance of them. On 1 or 2 occasions, having repulsed an attack from a garrison town, Henry demanded and obtained from the governor a safe conduct and a certain quantity of bread and wine, under threat of setting fire to the place if refused. In this manner he and his army gradually approached the river Somme at Blanche-Teche, where there was a ford by which King Edward III had crossed before the Battle of Crecy. But while yet some distance from it, they received information from a prisoner that the ford was guarded by 6,000 fighting men, and though the intelligence was untrue, it deterred him from attempting the passage. They accordingly turned to the right and went up the river as far as Amiens, where they were still unable to cross, till, after following the course of the river about 50 miles farther, they fortunately came upon an undefended ford and passed over before their enemies were aware. Hitherto their progress had not been without adventures and skirmishes in many places, but the main army of the French only overtook them when they had arrived within about 45 miles of Calais. On the night of October 24th, they were posted at the village Maisoncelles, with an enemy before them 5 or 6 times their number, who had resolved to stop their further progress. Both sides prepared for battle on the following morning. The English, besides being so much inferior in numbers, were wasted by disease and famine, while their adversaries were fresh and vigorous, with a plentiful commissariat. But the latter were overconfident. They spent the evening in dice-playing and making wagers about the prisoners they should take, while the English, on the contrary, confessed themselves and received the sacrament. Heavy rain fell during the night, from which both armies suffered, but Henry availed himself of a brief period of moonlight to have the ground thoroughly surveyed. His position was an admirable one. His forces occupied a narrow field hemmed in on either side by hedges and thickets, so that they could only be attacked in front, and were in no fear of being surrounded. Early on the following morning Henry arose and heard Mass, but the two armies stood facing each other for some hours, each waiting for the other to begin. The English archers were drawn up in front in form of a wedge, and each man was provided with a stake, shod with iron at both ends, which being fixed into the ground before him, the whole line formed a kind of hedge, bristling with sharp points, to defend them from being ridden down by the enemy's cavalry. At length, however, Henry gave orders to commence the attack, and the archers advanced, leaving their stakes behind them fixed in the ground. The French cavalry on either side endeavored to close them in, but were soon obliged to retire before the thick showers of arrows poured in upon them, which destroyed 4/5 of their numbers. Their horses then became unmanageable, being plagued with a multitude of wounds, and the whole army was thrown into confusion. Never was a more brilliant victory won against more overwhelming odds. One sad piece of cruelty alone tarnished the glory of that day's action, but it seems to have been dictated by fear as a means of self-preservation. After the enemy had been completely routed in front, and a multitude of prisoners taken, the king, hearing that some detachments had got round to his rear and were endeavoring to plunder his baggage, gave orders to the whole army to put their prisoners to death. The order was executed in the most relentless fashion. 1 or 2 distinguished prisoners afterward were taken from under heaps of slain, among whom were the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon. Altogether, the slaughter of the French was enormous. There is a general agreement that it was upward of 10,000 men, and among them were the flower of the French nobility. That of the English was disproportionately small. Their own writers reckon it was not more than 100 altogether, some absurdly stating it as low as 20 or 30, while the French authorities estimate it variously from 300 to 1,600. Henry called his victory the Battle of Agincourt, from the name of a neighboring castle. The army proceeded in excellent order to Calais, where they were triumphantly received, and after resting there a while, recrossed to England. The news of such a splendid victory caused them to be welcomed with an enthusiasm that knew no bounds. At Dover, the people rushed into the sea to meet the conquerors, and carried the king in their arms in triumph from his vessel to the shore. From thence to London, his progress was like one continued triumphal procession, and the capital itself received him with every demonstration of joy. The progress of the English arms in France did not, for a long time, induce the rival factions in that country to suspend the civil war among themselves, but at length some feeble efforts were made toward a reconciliation. The Council of Constance, having healed the divisions in the Church by the election of Martin V as Pope, in place of the 3 rival popes deposed, the new pontiff dispatched 2 cardinals to France to aid in this important object. By their mediation, a treaty was concluded between the Queen, the Duke of Burgundy, and the Dauphin, but it was no sooner published than the Count of Armagnac and his partisans made a vehement protest against it, and accused of treason all who had promoted it. On this, Paris rose in anger, took part with the Burgundians, fell upon all the leading Armagnacs, put them in prison, and destroyed their houses. The Dauphin was only saved by one of Armagnac's principal adherents, Tanneguy du Châtel, who carried him to the Bastille. The Bastille, however, was a few days after stormed by the populace, and du Châtel was forced to withdraw his charge to Melun. The Armagnac party, except those in prison, were entirely driven out of Paris. But even this did not satisfy the rage of the multitude. Riots continued from day to day, and a report being spread that the king was willing to ransom the captives, the people broke open the prisons and massacred every one of the prisoners. The Count of Armagnac, his chancellor, and several bishops and officers of state were the principal victims, but no one, man or woman, was spared. State prisoners, criminals, and debtors, even women great with child, perished in this indiscriminate slaughter. Almost the whole of Normandy was by this time in possession of the English, but Rouen, the capital of the duchy, still held out. It was a large city, strongly fortified, but Henry closed it in on every side until it was reduced to capitulate by hunger. At the beginning of the siege, the authorities took measures to expel the destitute class of the inhabitants, and several thousands of poor people were thus thrown into the hands of the besiegers, who endeavored to drive them back into the town. But the gates being absolutely shut against them, they remained between the walls and the trenches, pitifully crying for help and perishing for want of food and shelter, until on Christmas Day, when the siege had continued nearly 5 months, Henry ordered food to be distributed to them in the honor of Christ's nativity. Those within the town, meanwhile, were reduced to no less extremities. Enormous prices were given for bread, and even for the bodies of dogs, cats, and rats. The garrison at length were induced to offer terms, but Henry for some time insisted on their surrendering at discretion. Hearing, however, that a desperate project was entertained of undermining the wall and suddenly rushing out upon the besiegers, he consented to grant them conditions, and the city capitulated on January 19th. The few places that remained unconquered in Normandy then opened their gates to Henry. Others in Maine and the Isle of France did the same, and the English troops entered Picardy on a further career of conquest. Both of the rival factions were now seriously anxious to stop the progress of the English, either by coming at once to terms with Henry or by uniting together against him, and each in turn first tried the former course. The Dauphin offered to treat with the King of England, but Henry, demanding the whole of those large possessions in the north and south of France, which had been secured to Edward III by the Treaty of Bretigny, he felt that it was impossible to prolong the negotiation. The Duke of Burgundy then arranged a personal interview at Moulins between Henry on the one side and himself and the French Queen on behalf of Charles, at which terms of peace were to be adjusted. The Queen brought with her the Princess Catherine, her daughter, whose hand Henry himself had formerly demanded as one of the conditions on which he would have consented to forbear from invading France. It was now hoped that if he would take her in marriage, he would moderate his other demands. But Henry, for his part, was altogether unyielding. He insisted on the terms of the Treaty of Bretigny, and on keeping his own conquests besides, with Anjou, Maine, Touraine, and the sovereignty over Brittany. Demands so exorbitant the Duke of Burgundy did not dare to accept, and as a last resource, he and the Dauphin agreed to be reconciled and to unite in defense of their country against the enemy. They held a personal interview, embraced each other, and signed a treaty by which they promised each to love the other as a brother, and to offer a joint resistance to the invaders. A further meeting was arranged to take place about 7 weeks later, to complete matters and to consider their future policy. France was delighted at the prospect of internal harmony and the hope of deliverance from her enemies. But at the second interview an event occurred which marred all her prospects once more. The meeting had been appointed to take place at Montereau, where the river Yonne falls into the Seine. The Duke, remembering doubtless how he had perfidiously murdered the Duke of Orleans, allowed the day originally appointed to pass by, and came to the place at last after considerable misgivings, which appear to have been overcome by the exhortations of treacherous friends. When he arrived, he found a place railed in with barriers for the meeting. He nevertheless advanced, accompanied by 10 attendants, and being told that the Dauphin waited for him, he came within the barriers, which were immediately closed behind him. The Dauphin was accompanied by 1 or 2 gentlemen, among whom was his devoted servant Tanneguy du Châtel, who had saved him from the Parisian massacre. This Tanneguy had been formerly a servant of Louis, Duke of Orleans, whose murder he had been eagerly seeking an opportunity to revenge. And as the Duke of Burgundy knelt before the Dauphin, he struck him a violent blow on the head with a battle-axe. The attack was immediately followed up by 2 or 3 others, who, before the Duke was able to draw his sword, had closed in around him and dispatched him with a multitude of wounds. The effect of this crime was what might have been anticipated. Nothing could have been more favorable to the aggressive designs of Henry, or more ruinous to the party of the Dauphin, with whose complicity it had been too evidently committed. Philip, the son and heir of the murdered Duke of Burgundy, at once sought means to revenge his father's death. The people of Paris became more than ever enraged against the Armagnacs, and entered into negotiations with the King of England. The new Duke, Philip, and Queen Isabel did the same, the latter being no less eager than the former for the punishment of her own son. Within less than 3 months they made up their minds to waive every scruple as to the acceptance of Henry's most exorbitant demands. He was to have the Princess Catherine in marriage, and the Dauphin, being disinherited, to succeed to the crown of France on her father's death. He was also to be regent during King Charles's life, and all who held honors or offices of any kind in France were at once to swear allegiance to him as their future sovereign. Henry, for his part, was to use his utmost power to reduce to obedience those towns and places within the realm which adhered to the Dauphin or the Armagnacs. A treaty on this basis was at length concluded at Troyes in Champagne on May 21, 1420, and on Trinity Sunday, June 2nd, Henry was married to the Princess Catherine. Shortly afterward, the treaty was formally registered by the States of the realm at Paris, when the Dauphin was condemned and attainted as guilty of the murder of the Duke of Burgundy and declared incapable of succeeding to the crown. But the state of affairs left Henry no time for honeymoon festivities. On the Tuesday after his wedding, he again put himself at the head of his army and marched with Philip of Burgundy to lay siege to Sens, which in a few days capitulated. Montreux and Moulins were next besieged in succession, and each, after some resistance, was compelled to surrender. The latter siege lasted nearly 4 months, and during its continuance Henry fought a single combat with the governor in the mines, each combatant having his visor down and being unknown to the other. The governor's name was Barbazon, and he was one of those accused of complicity in the murder of the Duke of Orleans. But in consequence of this incident, Henry saved him from the capital punishment which he would have otherwise incurred on his capture. Toward the end of the year, Henry entered Paris in triumph with the French king and the Duke of Burgundy. He there kept Christmas, and shortly afterward removed with his queen into Normandy on his return into England. He held a parliament at Rouen to confirm his authority in the duchy, after which he passed through Picardy and Calais, and crossing the sea, came by Dover and Canterbury to London. By his own subjects, and especially in the capital, he and his bride were received with profuse demonstrations of joy. The Queen was crowned at Westminster with great magnificence, and afterward Henry went a progress with her through the country, making pilgrimages to several of the more famous shrines in England. But while he was thus employed, a great calamity befell the English power in France, which, when the news arrived in England, made it apparent that the king's presence was again much needed across the Channel. His brother, the Duke of Clarence, whom he had left as his lieutenant, was defeated and slain at Bauge in Anjou by an army of French and Scots. a number of English noblemen being also slain or taken prisoners. This was the first important advantage the Dauphin had gained, and the credit of the victory was mainly due to his Scotch allies. For the Duke of Albany, who was regent of Scotland, though it is commonly supposed that he was unwilling to give needless offence to England lest Henry should terminate his power by setting the Scotch king at liberty, had been compelled by the general sympathy of the Scots with France to send a force under his son the Earl of Bouchon to serve against the English. The service which they did in that battle was so great that the Earl of Bouchon was created by the Dauphin Constable of France. Again, Henry crossed the sea with a new army, having borrowed large sums for the expenses of the expedition. Before he left England, he made a private treaty with his prisoner King James of Scotland, promising to let him return to his country after the campaign in France on certain specified conditions, among which it was agreed that he should take the command of a body of troops in aid of the English. James had accompanied him in his last campaign, and Henry had endeavored to make use of his authority to forbid the Scots in France from taking part in the war, but they had refused to acknowledge themselves bound to a king who was a captive. By this agreement, however, Henry obtained real assistance and cooperation from his prisoner, whom he employed in concert with the Duke of Gloucester to the siege of Douai, which very soon surrendered. He himself, meanwhile, marched toward the Loire to meet the Dauphin and took Beaugency. Then, returning northward, first reduced Villeneuve on the Yonne, and afterward laid siege to Meaux on the Marne. The latter place held out for 7 months, and while Henry lay before it, he received intelligence that his queen had borne him a son at Windsor, who was christened Henry. The city of Meaux surrendered on May 10, 1422. The governor, a man who had been guilty of great cruelties, was beheaded, and his head and body were suspended from a tree on which he himself had caused a number of people to be hanged, as adherents to the Duke of Burgundy. Henry was now master of the greater part of the north of France, and his queen came over from England to join him, with reinforcements under his brother the Duke of Bedford. But he was not permitted to rest, for the Dauphin, having taken from his ally the Duke of Burgundy the town of La Charte on the Loire, proceeded to lay siege to Gosny, and Philip, having applied to Henry for assistance, he sent forward the Duke of Bedford with his army, intending shortly to follow himself. This demonstration was sufficient. The Dauphin felt he was too weak to contend with the united English and Burgundian forces, and he withdrew from the siege. Henry, however, was disabled from joining the army by a severe attack of dysentery, and though he had at first hoped that he might be carried in a litter to headquarters, he soon found that his illness was far too serious to permit him to carry out his intention. He was accordingly conveyed back to Vincennes, near Paris, where he grew so rapidly worse that it was evident his end was near. In a few brief words to those about him, he declared his will touching the government of England and France after his death, until his infant son should be of age. The regency of France he committed to the Duke of Bedford, in case it should be declined by the Duke of Burgundy. That of England he gave to his other brother, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. To his 2 uncles, Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester, and Thomas Beaufort, Duke of Exeter, he entrusted the guardianship of his child. He besought all parties to maintain the alliance with Burgundy and never release the Duke of Orleans and the other prisoners of Agincourt during his son's minority. Having given these instructions, he expired on the last day of August, 1422. His death was bewailed both in England and France with no ordinary regret. The great achievements of his reign made him naturally a popular hero, nor was the regard felt for his memory diminished when, under the feeble reign of his son, all that he had gained was irrecoverably lost again, so that nothing remained of all his conquests except the story of how they had been won. Those past glories, indeed, must have seemed all the brighter when contrasted with a present which knew but disaster abroad and civil dissension at home. The early death of Henry also contributed to the popular estimate of his greatness. It was seen that in a very few years he had subdued a large part of the territory of France. It was not seen that in the nature of things this advantage could not be maintained, and that even the greatest military talents would not have succeeded in preserving the English conquests. Nor can it be said that Henry's success, extraordinary as it was altogether owing to his own abilities. That he exhibited great qualities as a general cannot be denied, but these would have availed him little if the rival factions in France had not been far more bitterly opposed to each other than to him. Indeed, it is difficult, after all, to justify, even as a matter of policy, his interference in French affairs, except as a means of diverting public attention from the fact that he inherited from his father but an indifferent title even to the throne of England. And though success attended his efforts beyond all expectation, he most wilfully endangered the safety not only of himself but of his gallant army when he determined to march with reduced forces through the enemy's country from Harfleur to Calais. It was a rashness nothing less than culpable, but in his own interests, rashness was good policy. Unless he could succeed in desperate enterprises against tremendous odds, and so make himself a military hero and a favorite of the multitude, his throne was insecure. He succeeded, but it was only by staking everything upon the venture, his own safety and that of his army, which, if the French had exercised but a little more discretion, would inevitably have been cut to pieces or made prisoners to a man. End of section 35.